main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526 officially starts. You said he asked Helen for a document about something that our secret hall needs to deal with urgently? Jing Shams asked in a deep voice while sitting in a palace in the headquarters of the Privy Council. His voice had a powerful feeling that could cause the void to vibrate, which was very special. Opposite him was the petite woman among the secret agents who came back with him. The woman had a soft and delicate body and was wearing a one-piece black robe. She had a kind of delicate and pitiful temperament, but at this moment, her pretty face was hidden with cold murderous intent. Her pink little tongue pursed her moist red lips as quickly as a snake's tongue and asked softly, "What's the use of him wanting this information?" Jing Shans pondered for a moment and said slowly, "His purpose is not difficult to guess, but to subdue several deputy hall masters of our secret hall. He is very courageous. Unfortunately, now that I know about this, he is destined to fail." At the same time, in the deep, dark, cold and dangerous anti-space, an isolated island was floating in the air on all sides. On the island stands a 9-story tower, 100 feet high, with upturned corners and flying eaves, in the style of ancient Oriental architecture. The entire island is more than 1,000 feet in size and square in shape. It is densely planted with a kind of strange trees that can offset the anti-space storm. They are tall and thick, swaying in the anti-space without wind and spreading a blue halo, making the entire island like a lighthouse in the dark and boundless anti-void, with blue light and dreamlike. This floating island floats in the reverse void without roots or duckweed, but it is not shaken at all, but locked by a kind of regular force, as stable as mountains and rivers. Its spatial coordinates specifically correspond to the study room, where Fang Sui is a deputy master of the secret hall. When Fang Sui brought Zhang Shizhen and Yi Chan into the practice tower in the center of the island, the three of them each chose a location to start practicing. Fang Sui's current cultivation level is getting deeper and deeper, and he has reached the level of touching the origin of the world. Therefore, when he really starts to practice, his own power and the power of heaven and earth are perfectly integrated. As the power in his body flows, his whole body is on fire. He disappears in the process of blending with heaven and earth, and only a golden sun is left in the original place, showing the tendency of shining on the world in the magnificent light. In Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, he is sinking his consciousness into the golden sutra of the sun. The remains of the god Horus and the golden sutra have always had an indescribable mysterious connection with Fang Sui, since a drop of blood was integrated into Fang Sui's body last time. When Fang Sui started this practice, a wonderful scene appeared. In the center of the forehead of the remains of Horus, a stream of light overflowed like a trickle of water, mixed with symbols of rules and power, and began to merge into Fang Sui's consciousness. If someone could see this scene, they would be extremely surprised. This scene is very obvious. Fang Sui is actually receiving some kind of cultivation experience left in the remains of the gods. The benefits are self-evident. Although it will not directly promote Fang Sui's power to surge, the cultivation experience of a god is precious, which is equivalent to opening a sunny road for Fang Sui's cultivation path, allowing him to look at the end of the road in advance. Time passed quickly during the cultivation of Fang Sui and the other three. Everything in the underworld is dark and full of the charm of death. In the center of the underworld Death Mountain range, there is a huge flame abyss, and the magma in it is boiling and flowing like a surging river. This is a world where darkness and red are intertwined, and death and fire coexist. At this time, on the magma river in the fiery red earth lung abyss, there are primitive ships made of black giant wood sailing. On the ship, Anubis's undead army stood densely, with weapons in their hands, a solemn and murderous aura, and silence. The reason why these large ships can sail on the magma is that there are chains extending from the ships. At the other end of the chains, there are nearly 100 abyss flame demons who are dozens of feet tall and as majestic as mountains, and their feet are stepping on the magma. These flame demons hold the chains tightly in their hands, like pulling a rope, dragging huge ships, carrying tens of thousands of undead dead soldiers, under the towering abyss cliffs on both sides, and on the rolling magma river. The huge shouts are as deafening as thunder, and they sound one after another. Whenever the shouts sound, many abyss flame demons with red bodies work together to tow the boats. Sparks spew out of their mouths, filled with the smell of sulfur. At the end of the direction, where many flame demons are moving, at the upstream source of the magma river, there is a huge island, like a small land, stretching endlessly. The death energy on the island is as thick as a canopy, covering the sky and the earth. On the altar of the dead flying in the air above the fleet, Buster and Anubis stood side by side, looking at the island. Interestingly, Yechen's fat chaos beast was also brought here by Buster, and was staring at the huge island that was getting closer and closer. Anubis, according to your perception, is there the origin of the underworld on the island of death at the end of the magma abyss? Buster turned into a wise girl and asked with a faint glow in her cat's eyes. Yes. Anubis's response was cold and concise. At the moment Anubis finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly rushed up from the long river of magma below, with magma splashing all over the sky. It was a fierce creature with a black body in the shape of a flying dragon. It was the little monster hatched from the colorful dragon egg that Buster and Fang Sui brought back. After not seeing it for a while, the little monster seemed to have grown up like a puff of air. Now, with its wings spread, it has reached 15 meters. Its body is still pitch black, but colorful magic patterns flow through it. It flew out from the lava river, hunting, holding a giant turtle as big as a hill in its claws. The colorful dragon's sharp claws crushed the giant turtle's red back shell, which was as bright as fire crystals. Blood-like magma flowed out of it, burning the void, hissing. The giant turtle's dragon-like head bent back and stretched its big mouth, still struggling to resist, but the little monster was so fierce that it used its claws to forcefully disembowel the fire turtle in an instant, and then tore it apart and swallowed it into its stomach, eating it with great pleasure. On Anubis's ferocious dog head, a pair of dark eyes that could see through the world moved up and down, and he said coldly, "Your mount, the colorful dragon, is growing at a good rate." Buster snorted and said disdainfully, "It has just entered the 4th level, it's not of much use." While speaking, he glanced at Anubis's huge 4-winged two-headed skull dragon, which was coiled on a stone step at the bottom of the altar of the dead. Buster said enviously, "You big guy's good, you are about to break into the 5th level." Anubis did not respond, and Buster did not take it as an offense. He turned back to the previous topic and said, "You said that the Death Island can sense the origin of the world of the underworld. After we land on the island, you have absorbed the origin of the underworld world. Can you break through to the next level and start tracking down where the other fragments of the underworld world have collapsed to?" Anubis remained silent and did not comment. Buster said dissatisfiedly, "Can you be polite and respond when others speak?" Anubis turned a deaf ear to him. Buster's eyes turned, and he thought of a topic that Anubis would definitely talk about, so he said confidently, "The integration of the golden scripture of the sun into the Lord's body was not without reason. I guess that our Pantheon master, the god king of the sun and origin, must have left behind some kind of arrangement and inheritance a long time ago. The Lord is the proof of inheritance. So we should work hard to increase our strength now, so that we can better assist the Lord." Anubis really responded and said in a deep voice, "What you said is nonsense. Well, the Lord will return to Earth soon, and maybe there will be some gains then. Recently, I always have an inexplicable throbbing about the Lord's desire to return to his hometown. This is very abnormal." In the practice room, Fang Sui's whole body was as bright as fire. His sea of consciousness was changing again at this time. In the space of the pages, where the remains of Horus were stored, the Witch Curse God Realm Gate array diagram that Fang Sui had personally constructed back then suddenly collapsed into countless gorgeous symbols. These symbols intertwined and flashed, disintegrated, and combined, and finally broke through the space barrier in the pages of the Golden Scripture, causing the pages to flash with scenes from an unknown distance in time and space. In a flash of lightning, Fang Sui saw those fleeting pictures, as if showing another unknown world, in which the surging key was fundamentally different from the universe he was in. The pictures appeared and disappeared in an instant. Because Fang Sui was in the process of cultivation, although he observed these pictures with his spiritual consciousness, he did not stop practicing because of this. Only a thought flashed through his consciousness. The gate of the God Realm array diagram intertwined and evolved, and the broken space pictures, the surging key and our universe are completely different. Could it be that the so-called gate of the God Realm array diagram can really connect to the legendary God Realm? Or in other words, can it construct a space gate to another universe? Fang Sui did not continue to ponder this idea, and then smoothed out the ups and downs of his mind, and continued to practice. He recalled the various experiences of the Shadow Zone in his mind, stripped away the nutrients from them, and integrated them into his body, thereby promoting his own strength growth. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When Fang Sui opened his eyes again, and ended this practice, his eyes were shining, and the power in his body had increased significantly just through these few days of practice. It should be noted that when Fang Sui was promoted to the 5th level, he absorbed a drop of Horus's original divine blood, so he was able to rush into the 5th level at least a year in advance, and become one of the strongest young people in the world today. It was precisely because of the absorption of Horus's divine blood that Fang Sui's 5th level state was particularly different. After he reached the 5th level, the bright red blood in his body flashed with a light golden color. At this time, a drop of his blood would immediately turn into a symbol of the rules of fire, which shows how closely he is now integrated with the fire power of heaven and earth. It was also for this reason that soon after Fang Sui entered the 5th level, his strength was so strong that he could fight against the 5th level peak Little Demon Emperor without losing. The Little Demon Emperor once said that if Fang Sui was allowed to return to the 5 directions domain smoothly after the shadow journey, then Fang Sui might be able to rush to the 6th level in a short period of time and dominate all the young people of the contemporary generation. One of the reasons why the Little Demon Emperor said this was because he sensed a magical power surging in Fang Sui's body. This power was constantly transforming Fang Sui, making his cultivation increase day by day, and the changes in his body were earth-shaking, and the source of this change actually came from the blood of Horus. This time, Fang Sui only practiced for a few days, and he felt that the power in his body had increased significantly, which seemed to prove the correctness of what the Little Demon Emperor said. After Fang Sui opened his eyes, he carefully comprehended the power in his body, then smiled slightly, stood up and walked out of the practice room. The relevant means for him to take over the secret hall will be officially launched at this moment. Soon, everyone in the entire secret hall will be shocked by the swift and powerful means of Fang Sui, which are sharp and unstoppable. PS. Happy reading. Chapter 527 Contest. Fang Sui, how do you plan to officially take over the secret hall? After a short practice, Fang Sui, Yi Chan and Zhang Shizhen gathered together again. This time, Yi Chan asked. Fang Sui responded calmly, if you want to take over a force smoothly, you need to start from 2 aspects. One method is nothing more than appeasement, winning over, and differentiation. It is like a spring breeze turning water, to deal with the problems encountered in the process of taking over. Take advantage of the situation, to weaken some people who resolutely disobey me, and then win over some of those who were originally unsuccessful, lure them with benefits. Create a situation of division, weaken the original mountain power, and I can find the right opportunity from it, and finally gradually control the overall situation of the secret hall. This method is easier said than done, and it takes a lot of effort. In the process, you must be able to see through people's hearts, and you must have both means and strength. This method is relatively safe, and has many advantages, but it is very time consuming, and requires enough patience. I have patience, but I don't have that much time, so we use a second method, which is to use the power of thunder to accumulate momentum, strive to overwhelm all opposing voices in the shortest time, and sort out the affairs of the secret hall. Yi Chan said with starry eyes, the second method is overbearing enough, but it requires enough strength to make people truly convinced. Fang Sui hummed and nodded. Zhang Shizhen suddenly perked up and said, I like the Pili method the most. The method of appeasement and division is so slow and boring. It's annoying. I like the Pili method. How do we do it? Fang Sui smiled and said, the reason why our force is difficult to take over is nothing more than the greed of the people. The people of the original force are unwilling to keep their original positions in the new round of power transition, and want to move up. Another point is that the people of the original force will subconsciously be xenophobic and look down on outsiders. They think this is their own piece of land. Outsiders can't do better than them if they interfere. So our methods should target people's hearts and first disintegrate their resistance. Let's go. We will be very busy in the next period of time. After speaking, he walked out first. A group of 3 people, plus Helen who was waiting outside the study, joined. A total of 4 people walked out of the Sea King's palace together, ready to go out. The carriage that the secret hall equipped for Fang Sui, the chief deputy hall master, was a chariot towed by 4 silver alien dragons. The reason why these 4 dragons were called aliens was that each of them was extraordinary and far beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. Not only were their bodies as long as 9 feet, or nearly 30 meters, but their entire bodies seemed to be cast in bright silver, shining brightly, with 2 claws under their bellies and 2 wings on their backs, looking majestic. These 4 dragons could fly into the sky, travel in the deep sea, break through the clouds and chase the waves, and their speed was unparalleled. When Fang Sui was going out, the dragon carriage stopped in the square outside the Sea King hall and waited. When Fang Sui and his party walked out of the Sea King hall and approached the carriage, the 4 dragons looked ferocious and roared. Their giant eyes, which were larger than a human head, moved up and down and were extremely unfriendly to the approach of Fang Sui and his 4 companions. These 4 dragons were obviously very aggressive, roaring like thunder, as if they were going to eat Fang Sui and his companions as a delicious meal. Fang Sui was annoyed by the yelling of these vicious guys, and suddenly he shouted, which instantly shook the blood and ki in his body, and a divine pressure spread out, like the Yangtze River, endless. A phantom incarnation of a god appeared faintly behind Fang Sui, breaking through the air, with an eagle head and a human body, wearing a golden feather armor, like a god king entering the world. The 4 dragons whimpered and lay on the ground more obediently than dogs, lowering their eyebrows and looking docile, like young wives. The look in their eyes when they looked at Fang Sui was full of resentment, and they were almost wagging their tails to beg for mercy. The 2 high-level warriors of the secret hall acted as the drivers. They were waiting beside the carriage with expressionless faces, and they were surprised to see this scene. The 2 of them were responsible for driving the 4 dragon Panlong into the cloud and breaking the sea carriage, so they naturally knew the temperament of the 4 dragons. They have the blood of real dragons in their bodies, and they are the most unruly and violent. They even bite their own kind for food. The other dragon chariots parked together in the square outside the Sea King's palace are far away from these 4 evil dragons that are like silver water castings and shining. Who would have thought that Fang Sui only urged the momentum at this time, and the 4 dragons were so frightened that they no longer had a trace of fierceness. It was really a strange thing. When Fang Sui and the other 4 got into the car, the dragon chariot whistled, broke through the water and flew away. Fang Sui actually left the core East Star, where the Privy Council headquarters was located, and went to the outer 4 stars first. He went to the fighting arena opened by the Night Hall, and met the old man Augura, the master of the Night Hall. Then he left without stopping, whistling all the way, and went directly to the sky, and left the 13 stars area. In the void, Yi Chan's starry sky year was moving at a speed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With every breath, he could travel through the positive and negative void space several times, crossing billions of miles of starry sky. Master Shanze, the news is very accurate. Fang Sui is extremely stupid. At this critical moment, he did not stay in the Sea King Palace, but chose to go out. No matter what his plan is, this move is putting the cart before the horse. How can such a person be worthy of being your opponent? The petite and charming woman who always followed Jing Shanze reported to Jing Shanze, who was standing by the window with a somewhat contemptuous tone. Jing Shanze rarely had emotional fluctuations, and this time was no exception. He shook his head with a stern face and said, "Minimum row, you don't understand his thoughts. The reason why he left the 13-star regions is very clear. He wants to use the most effective, simplest and most direct method to achieve the goal of taking over the secret palace." He analyzed. Not long ago, he asked Helen to compile a list of difficult issues that our secret palace urgently needs to deal with. He just wants to solve the difficult issues that our secret palace thinks are difficult to deal with beautifully. This can not only make an example of him and let us see his methods, but also build momentum for himself and let the several deputy hall masters of our secret palace know that he is very capable, which will invisibly weaken their resistance to being led by him. When he comes back, after solving the difficult issues outside, he can use some conciliatory methods to minimize the resistance to taking over the secret palace in the shortest time. The petite girl called Minimum Rao curled her lips and sneered, but his methods are still too simple and were seen through by Lord Shanz at a glance. Moreover, which of the difficult cases that our secret hall cannot solve is not extremely difficult? He is destined to be in disgrace this time. Not only will he fail to achieve his expected goals, but he will also find that he has gained nothing. How can he convince the public then? Jing Shan said seriously. In fact, from his perspective, he did a good job. It's just that his methods are too self-righteous. He overestimates himself and underestimates his opponents. Also, he is young and successful, and he is used to going smoothly, so it is inevitable to make such low-level mistakes. Then he said proudly, more importantly, since I have seen through these methods that he thinks are amazing, how can he succeed? Minimum Rao nodded with a smile to show her agreement with Jing Shan's words. Don't say that the Lord has already made relevant arrangements. Even if the Lord has not taken action, I don't think Fang Sui will be able to successfully solve the difficult problems accumulated in our secret hall. Jing Shan's mouth curled slightly, like a sneer, and said calmly, since he has left the secret hall, it's time for us to go back. Let's go to the Seeking Palace. At this time, only the two deputy hall masters Mu Yu and Wei Wujiang are left. Let's go meet these two people, Jing Shan said, and walked out first. In the secret place, one after another, the dead men appeared like a tide, guarding Jing Shan's in front and behind in an orderly manner, and walked towards the Seeking Palace. In fact, Jing Shan's judgment on the means that Fang Sui will take over the secret hall is not wrong. Fang Sui's trip is indeed to solve several difficult problems currently facing the secret hall. The purpose is to demonstrate strength, accumulate his own prestige, and reduce the resistance to taking over the secret hall. Fang Sui's purpose is not difficult to guess. After being seen through by Jing Shan's, he made targeted arrangements before Fang Sui to destroy Fang Sui's plan. The contest between the two has quietly begun. Year of the Starry Sky was speeding through the vast space. After leaving the 13 Stars region, the first stop was the 5 Directions Eastern region. The matters that the secret palace was responsible for handling were divided into 9 levels according to the difficulty, with the first level being the lowest and the 9th level being the highest. Generally speaking, matters below the 3rd level would not be too difficult to handle with the elite level of the secret palace. But above the 4th level, the difficulty would increase dramatically, and only the leaders of the secret agents from all over the country could handle them. If it was the 5th level, it would be an extremely rare situation, and even if the deputy palace master came in person, he would not dare to say that he could properly solve it. As for the higher 6th level and above, it would be even more difficult, requiring the cooperation of several deputy palace masters, or even the Dark King to take action personally. The highest 9th level would only be classified as the 9th level if there was an event that was about to destroy the 5 Directions region. Since the construction of the secret palace, the 9th level of crisis had not occurred. Fang Sui had a document in his hand, which wrote down many difficult incidents that the secret palace had summarized and were difficult to handle. The head of the Yaoshan family in the eastern region was suspected of collaborating with the enemy, but there was no solid evidence, and it could not be handled effectively. The head of the family has a mythical cultivation of the 7th level. The family has great influence in the ancient family. Without evidence, no action can be taken. It is also suspected that the family has another hidden 7th level master. Difficulty level 6. There have been frequent assassinations in the 5-sided western region recently. The killer has successively hunted down many famous generals in the 5-sided region. His whereabouts are extremely secretive, and he comes and goes without a trace. It is currently impossible to track down his whereabouts. It is suspected that the assassin is at least a 6th level peak level shadow clan. Difficulty level 5. Recently, the war situation in the South region has been tense, and secret agents have infiltrated each other. It is suspected that the Dark Elders of the Mother Forces have personally taken action and sneaked into the South region to preside over the transmission of intelligence. If their traces can be found, they will be killed. Difficulty level 5. These messages are listed one by one in the information in Fang Sui's hand, and they record in detail a series of things that are currently difficult for the secret hall to handle. Fang Sui frowned after reading it and pondered silently. Cheyenne Star in the Wufang East region is a vast and vibrant star. This is a natural origin of life, not a habitable star that has been transformed later. Therefore, there is an ancient and mysterious aura on the star. This aura is inherited from the beginning of the world in the beginning of all things. All stars with this aura have ancient origins, complete rules, and moderate gravity. They are suitable for both survival and cultivation. Therefore, there are countless cultivators on the star, and the practice is extremely prosperous. There is a city on the star, named Suan. At this time, in a building in Suan City, the head of the Yaoshan family, Nan Xiandao, looked down with a gloomy face and examined a message sent through a secret channel. Fang Sui, the new deputy hall master of the secret hall, is leading people to the East region. He will take the Yaoshan family as a target of attack on this trip. Behind this secret letter, it was written in a grandiose manner that the people who came with Fang Sui were Zhang Shizhen, Helen, and another mysterious woman, Yi Chan, whose identity was unknown. Most of the people in the group were of level 5 strength, and the mysterious woman was less than level 5, but this woman had traveled with Fang Sui in the shadow area, was good at driving the ancient chaos beast, and her strength was far above that of ordinary level 6 cultivators. In addition, the personal guard appointed by the Dark King himself, whose cultivation level was as high as level 7, named Kan Huang, was accompanying him. This secret letter recorded the purpose and personnel of Fang Sui's trip in detail. This was Jing Shan's method. After he analyzed Fang Sui's purpose, he used this method to destroy Fang Sui's plan. His method turned Fang Sui from hunter to prey without spending a single soldier. The opponent was not prepared at first, but after receiving Jing Shan's secret letter, he became fully prepared. Fang Sui was like a moth flying into the fire, about to fall into the net without knowing it. Jing Shan's behavior was to kill without shedding blood. Nan Xiandao, the head of the Yaoshan family, smiled grimly and said, 1 level 7, 3 level 5, and 1 level 4 dare to come to my Yaoshan family. They are really overestimating their own abilities and falling into a trap, which is tantamount to seeking death. At this time, the Year of the Starry Sky appeared in the outer space of Cheyenne Star. In the Year of the Starry Sky, Fang Sui had a far-sighted vision. PS. Happy reading. Chapter 528 Killing at the Door. Since they had received the news in advance, the Yaoshan family had made preparations in advance. Many masters in the family were ready to fight and set up a net. The head of the Yaoshan family, Nan Xiandao, was a legendary master of the 7th rank, which was rare in the world. A family with a 7th rank master was the top family in the entire Wufang domain, and it was respected and had a great reputation among many ancient families. This was also the reason why the secret hall did not take action against the head of the family with a suspicious identity, although it suspected the head of the Yaoshan family. Without real evidence, let alone a 7th rank master like Nan Xiandao, even an ordinary 6th rank figure, if he was the head of a family, would cause a lot of criticism and impeachment if he was arrested rashly. However, the suspicion of the secret hall was not a groundless inference. In fact, Nan Xiandao's secret identity was indeed a high-ranking and powerful Dark Elder in the Dark Council under the power of the Mothers. He was dominant in the Wufang East region. Because of his respected status, he could naturally get in touch with many precious news in the Wufang domain. In recent years, Nan Xiandao has secretly passed on many valuable and important messages to the Shadow Clan. Less than 2 years ago, when the Shadow Clan invaded the Wufang East region with the Death Maze, the reason why they were able to accurately and effectively attack the life source stars of the Wufang region and destroy many defense means as soon as they appeared was that the interstellar defense map of the East region and the distribution map of the life source stars had been passed to the Shadow Clan by Nanshai and Dao through secret channels before. So that the Shadow Clan's invasion was targeted, accurate and fast. Nanshai and Dao has always been cautious in his actions. At this time, considering that the secret letter recorded that there was a 7th level master among the people who came with Fang Sui, he went to the backyard of his home and greeted the only remaining 7th level elder in the clan. This 7th rank elder did not know Nanshai and Dao's secret identity. He was stubborn and self-righteous and extremely protective of his shortcomings. When he heard that someone was going to stir up trouble in the Yaoshan family, he was furious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said, "How dare you be so ignorant of life and death? What about the deputy hall master of the secret hall of the Privy Council? He is just a child. Are you here to die?" After saying that, he followed Nanshai and out to the front hall of the house with a fierce momentum, and waited with his eyes closed with a gloomy face. Nanshai and Dao was completely relieved. In addition to himself, there were 2 7th rank masters sitting in the hall. Even if there was a 7th rank Qian Huang accompanying Fang Sui, it could be said to be foolproof. As for the others who came with Fang Sui, most of them were 5th rank. How much waves could they stir up? Nanshai and Dao had a sneer on his face, thinking calmly, as long as Fang Sui and his men show up, I will immediately launch an offensive with lightning speed and kill all his people in an instant, leaving no one alive. Afterwards, I will just say that I didn't know his identity and thought someone came to attack my Yaoshan family, so I fought back. No one can blame me. Nanshai and Dao frowned, then thought again, but after this incident, it is certain that I have been targeted by the people of the secret palace, and it is time for me to plan a retreat. Besides, who was the person who sent the secret letter to remind me this time? This secret letter can describe Fang Sui's whereabouts and entourage so accurately and meticulously, it is very likely that he is a senior official inside the secret palace. Is it a deputy palace master who wants to compete with Fang Sui for the position of palace master of the secret palace? After this matter is over, I have to investigate it carefully. Nanshai and Dao sat in the main hall of the mansion, with a series of thoughts in his mind. He thought of Fang Sui leading his men to attack later, but found that he was well prepared and on guard. His arrival was like walking into a trap, and the scene at that time would be very interesting. Thinking of this, Nanshai and Dao couldn't help but smile. At this time, a middle-aged man hurried in from outside the hall and reported, "Master, the kid is really here. The ship he is riding has appeared in the sky. Today is his death date. I want to ask for instructions. When should we start?" The elder of the Yaoshan family, who was dressed in a grey cloth robe and was thin but tall, suddenly opened his eyes and sneered coldly. Nanshai and Dao said in a deep voice, "When he enters the protective range of our family's array, we will immediately start fighting. Be careful not to underestimate the enemy. Fang Sui is now famous all over the world, which is enough to prove that he is capable. Remember, don't give him any chances after you start fighting. You must do your best. I want to let this boy know how wrong it is to choose our Yaoshan family as an opponent." The tall elder said sinisterly, "Yes, once you start fighting, kill him and his entourage, leaving no one alive." Boom. Before the elder finished speaking, a loud bang was heard, and the fight had actually started outside. Nanshai and Dao was a little surprised at Fang Sui's swiftness and decisiveness. After arriving, he did not announce his identity first, and ask the head of the Yaoshan family to come out for a dialogue, but chose to start fighting at the first time. Nanshai and Dao was surprised and thought with some disdain, he is very experienced and really has some skills. It's a pity that from now on, there will be one less young hero in the 5 regions. Boom. Before Nanshai and Dao finished his thought, 2 more crashes rang out, shaking at least half of Suan City. Nanshai and Dao was very surprised. The first time the sound rang out, it came from the main gate of their family, but the second time it was close to the inner house. In such a short time, the people led by Fang Sui attacked the inner house. The speed of breaking the defense was too fast. Nanshai and Ao and the elders looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The next moment, both of them whistled and rushed out. When the two rushed out, Nanshai and Ao saw Fang Sui walking forward with his hands behind his back, and also saw the people Fang Sui brought with him. There were less than 10 of them in total. Fang Sui, Yi Chan, 2 secret hall warriors, the 7th rank Kain Huang, and even the head of the Lion family of the All Heavens Alliance, as well as the Night Hall Master Augler, whose industries have been developing well in recent years, so that he is in a good mood. His strength is growing, and his momentum is as vast as the abyss, and the Night Hall's top master Tut Batch, who was recently promoted to the 7th rank. The few loud noises that Nanshai and Ao heard earlier were the war beasts under the feet of this contemporary walking with a simple face like an old farmer. It was rushing forward and destroying the defense formation of the Yaoshan family and went straight into the depths of the mansion. Many masters of the Yaoshan family tried to stop him, but they were all wiped out by these 4 7th rank masters. Whether it was the head of the Nanshan family or Jing Shan's, they had underestimated Fang Sui's fierce action ability in advance. That is, if he didn't move, he would do his best, and if he moved, he would fight with all his strength, like a lion fighting a rabbit. Before Fang Sui set out on this trip, he went to the Knight's Hall to have a secret talk with Augur, asking him to invite Tut Batch to join the group secretly. As for the head of the Lion family, when Fang Sui met last time, the two reached a cooperative relationship of interest, so he also appeared in Fang Sui's team. So Fang Sui's trip was not accompanied by 1 7th level master, but 4. With 3 more 7th level masters, this power gap can be called the difference between heaven and earth. How can the Yaoshan family resist? Nanshai and Ao is experienced and shrewd. When he saw the situation in front of him, he reacted immediately. He knew that his calculations were not good, and he had lost the initiative in today's situation. At this time, he even suspected that the secret letter reminding him was sent by Fang Sui to confuse himself. The situation in front of him was obviously unbeatable. Nanshai and Ao immediately changed his previous plan to kill all of Fang Sui and his party. He waved his hand secretly, and the person behind him understood and quickly went away to make relevant arrangements. Since he was no match for him, Nanshai and Ao was ready to try to incite the people in Suan City to increase his momentum and prevent Fang Sui from doing anything rash. Nanshai and Ao was not at all confused and still had full confidence, thinking that today's game would at most be a draw and Fang Sui would not be able to do anything to him. Nanshai and Ao looked awe-inspiring, with a righteous face, and said righteously, "Who are you? You dare to invade my Yaoshan family in broad daylight? Do you think there is no one in my family, or do you think the cultivators in Suan City are easy to bully?" He deliberately raised his voice, and sent his voice far away, and connected himself with the cultivators in Suan City. Suddenly, many cultivators in Suan City who had been watching from a distance, because they discovered Fang Sui and others had broken into the Yaoshan family, whispered, "The Yaoshan family has always been a benevolent and righteous family. They do not do evil things, nor bully others. They behave uprightly. These people broke into people's houses in broad daylight, which is too unreasonable. Don't talk nonsense, so as not to bring trouble upon yourself. There must be a reason why they dare to break into the Yaoshan family. Let's wait and see before making a judgment." The crowd of onlookers kept talking. Fang Sui, who was dozens of feet away from Nanshai and Ao, and was in a hidden confrontation with him, stood with his hands down and tilted his head slightly to listen to Yi Chan's words. The secret palace has always suspected that Nanshai and Ao was suspected of collaborating with the enemy, but there was no concrete evidence. The intelligence system of the Echin family is spread all over the world, and its influence is not inferior to that of the secret palace. For the mother powers, the intelligence system of the Echin family is more concealed and is not of concern to them. When the mother powers are fully prepared for the secret palace and the two forces are fighting each other, the Echin family has become the fisherman who benefits invisibly. Therefore, in the investigation of the mother powers, the intelligence mastered by the Echin family is much richer than that of the secret palace. Therefore, the secret palace failed to obtain the specific evidence of Nanshai and Ao's collaborating with the enemy, but the Echin family successfully collected relevant evidence. This is also the reason why Fang Sui dared to attack the Yaoshan family head on. If he was not sure, he would never be so rash and come directly to the door. Even the head of the family and Ogla, who are smart people, would not follow him to make trouble. At this time, Fang Sui took a thick booklet from Yi Chan's hand, opened it casually, and read it quickly. He said as he read, "Nan Xiandao, your incident has been exposed. Not long ago, the Shadow Clan came to invade the East region, and it was you, old man, who sent out the defense information of our 5 regions. Does this count as treason?" Nan Xiandao was shocked, and thought to himself, how did this little beast know such a secret matter? Thinking of this in his mind, his thoughts turned rapidly, and he quickly planned a countermeasure. The family elder on the other side of him was furious and roared, "You little beast, you are slandering me and talking nonsense. If you can't produce evidence today, I will go to the Privy Council to report you. Do you think that a deputy hall master of the secret hall can fabricate charges? I tell you, this won't work in my Yaoshan family." His face sank, and he turned to threaten. "Many people in the Privy Council are my friends. How can I let you do whatever you want? Once today's matter is over, I will strip you of your identity as the deputy hall master of the secret hall, leaving you with nothing. Then I will see how I deal with you, little beast. If you make me angry, I will make sure you die. P.S. Happy reading." Chapter 529 Public Sentiment. Qianlei Star. Suan City. As the cultivators in the city watched from afar, the elder of the Yaoshan family threatened angrily, but Fang Sui was not moved at all, as if he had not heard it, and did not even look at him. The elder became more and more angry, with thoughts in his mind. He thought bitterly, this little beast does not know the seriousness of the matter. He thought that I had deceived him with big words. He just waited until today's matter was over to see how I would punish him. Fang Sui focused on the booklet in his hand and read in a clear voice. "In March of this year, Nan Xiandao, you went to visit friends in the southern region under the pretext of leaving Qianlei Star. On the way, you suddenly encountered a ship of the Shadow Clan. You immediately took action and killed all the members of the Shadow Clan. At that time, only an inconspicuous Shadow Clan pawn managed to escape. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with this matter, and it also showed that you were ruthless and upright in your actions towards the Shadow Clan. But in fact, you used this opportunity to send important information to that seemingly small pawn, but in fact, a Shadow Clan master who came to contact you specifically, right?" Nan Xiandao's expression remained calm, but in fact, Fang Sui's words stirred up a storm in his heart. He acted cautiously and ruthlessly. In order to pass on the message, he killed a team of Shadow Clan that he met at that time to cover up his identity. He asked himself that there was no flaw, but how could this little beast know this matter so clearly and actually said it in public? While Nan Xiandao was thinking in his heart, the elder beside him was shaking with anger, pointing at Fang Sui and said, "I have heard that the secret hall is good at fabricating evidence and deliberately framing people, and the means are the most despicable. Today I see that it is true. You framed my Yaoshan patriarch, and you will regret it one day." At this time, Nan Xiandao had seen Fang Sui's Linoop before, and felt that it was not good. He waved his hand secretly, and the means he ordered people to arrange began to take effect. Many people from the Yaoshan family quietly hid in the crowd of onlookers. Someone took over the words of the elder and said, "Ancestor Yaoshan is right. The Privy Council has always been a dirty place. Instead of dealing with the Shadow Clan, you framed us from the 5 regions. I would like to ask, who gave you the power to do such a thing? Do you think the Privy Council is so great?" Another voice said, "That's right. You randomly read a few charges in the Privy Council without any real evidence. To put it nicely, you are just making inferences and guesses. You are arresting the head of an ancient cultivation family, based on inferences and guesses. This is lawless. To put it bluntly, you are deliberately framing him. Your behavior is extremely bad. Tell me, is there anyone in Suan City who has not been taken care of by the Yaoshan family? Whenever a cultivator is in trouble and down and out, as long as they come to their door, the Yaoshan family will never refuse them, and often send them a lot of energy crystals to help the cultivators overcome difficulties. Moreover, at the Taoism conference held by the Yaoshan family every year, how many cultivators in the city go to listen to the teachings and benefit from it, and their cultivation level increases? Now that the Yaoshan family has been slandered by someone, how can the cultivators of Suan City just sit there and do nothing? That's right. I once broke through to the first level because of listening to the teachings at the Yaoshan family's Taoism conference. Hey, people from the Privy Council, if you want to take the head of the Yaoshan family away, you should also ask us cultivators in Suan City if we agree. These voices were deliberately inciting and instigating, but what they said was not all fabricated. It should be noted that rabbits do not eat grass near their nests. The Suan city of Cheyenne-Laystar, where the Yaoshan family is located, is the foundation of their family. They have indeed done many good deeds in Suan City. Nanshai Dao will personally teach the method of cultivation at the Dao discussion conference in the city every year. He is a 7th level cultivator who teaches the method of cultivation, and naturally many people gather to hear about it. Countless people benefit from it. This is true. Because of this, the Yaoshan family is not only highly respected among many ancient clans, but also in Suan City, which is its own small piece of land. No one can match it. The reputation is so high that everyone admires it. It can be said that there are few cultivators in Suan City who have not received the favor of the Yaoshan family. For this reason, it is normal for someone to deliberately incite at this time and the surrounding people to respond quickly. At this time, the change in the Yaoshan family was known to the whole city. More and more onlookers gathered in the city, watching and discussing from far and near. There was a sign of one-sided public opinion, all speaking in favor of the Yaoshan family. Soon, some people even hid in the crowd and began to insult the Privy Council in the secret hall without any care, and the crowd was indignant for a while. If this matter is not handled properly, it is likely to turn into a mutiny that is difficult to quell. If Fang Sui's first thing after officially taking office as the deputy hall master of the secret hall caused a mutiny in Suan City, the consequences would be self-evident. However, even though the surrounding crowd was surging, Fang Sui remained calm and did not show any joy or anger in his heart. After reading the evidence of Nanshai Dao's crime in the book in his hand, he looked up and said, "Nanshai Dao, you are going to deny everything, know nothing, and play a scoundrel, right?" At this time, Suan City was under the light of the setting sun, and the fiery red sun dyed half of the sky red. The setting sun shone on people, casting long shadows. After Fang Sui opened his mouth, the heated discussions and accusations around him instantly quieted down, and everyone focused their attention on Nanshai Dao's upright face. The elder of the Yaoshan family stood on one side, his face always livid. If it weren't for the 4 7th level masters standing solemnly beside Fang Sui, the elder would have jumped up and hacked Fang Sui to death several times. Fang Sui stared at the head of the Yaoshan family coldly. Nanshai Dao glanced at the angry onlookers around him, and a flash of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself that this young man was too inexperienced after all. He wanted to compete with me, but he was far behind. What could he do with 4 mythical masters? All the onlookers in front of me were on my side. This was the general trend. If he used force, there would be an uprising in the whole city. I wonder what else he could do. In the end, they will definitely get out of here obediently. These onlookers in the city are also ridiculous. They have received some small favors from me in the past. At this time, they did not understand the real reason of the matter and were easily dominated by my people. This is the difference between superiors and ordinary people. These people are extremely stupid and destined to be mediocre all their lives. His mind was filled with thoughts, but his face was always full of righteousness and inviolability. After Fang Sui's somewhat teasing questioning fell, Nanshai Dao shouted angrily, "You villain, I have no grudges against you, but you come here to frame me. It is really unreasonable, which shows how vicious you are. But what you said is full of loopholes. You can find excuses to accuse me. Nothing you said is true. After today's incident, I will definitely investigate." "You are right. This little beast came to my house to humiliate people. It is simply a false accusation. Let's see what he can do in the end." The Yaoshan clan elder's hair and beard were flying, and his eyes were glaring on his skinny face. He looked horrifying. He took a few steps forward while speaking, pointed his finger at Fang Sui again and said, "Little beast, I warn you again, it is impossible for you to capture the head of my Yaoshan clan. Today's matter is not over. Once today's matter is over, I will immediately write a letter myself, unite many ancient clans and aristocratic families, and mobilize all my old friends in the Privy Council to impeach you. I will only wait until you lose your position as the deputy head of the secret hall of the Privy Council. Only then will I kill you to vent my hatred." Humph. Fang Sui flicked his fingernails, glanced at the skinny face of the Yaoshan clan elder, and said leisurely, "Today, I will not only take away the head of the Yaoshan clan, Nan Xiandao, but you, an old man, are calling him a little beast, and not speaking human language. You are deliberately obstructing the actions of the Privy Council, and protecting those who collaborate with the enemy. You will be taken away with him. In addition, the head of the Yaoshan family collaborated with the enemy, and there must be many accomplices in his family. Today, everyone in the Yaoshan family will be investigated and dealt with. Ha, how dare you?" The clan elder laughed in anger. "Just you? My Yaoshan family has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and now it is at its peak. We have 2 7th level cultivators in one family. Our family is flourishing, with tens of thousands of people. Some of our clan members also serve in key departments of the Privy Council. Do you know what status we have among the tens of thousands of ancient clans in the entire Wufang domain? You want to investigate my Yaoshan family with just one sentence from you? You're dreaming. You are like an ant trying to shake a tree. You are young and frivolous, and you don't even know that you have caused a huge disaster. It's ridiculous. Let me see how you end up." Nan Xiandao suddenly laughed wildly and turned his gaze to the many cultivators around him. He looked around and said, "Today, my Yaoshan family was humiliated by someone who came to our door. I, Nan Xiandao, wanted to keep the peace, but the other party was so aggressive that he threatened to investigate all members of my Yaoshan family. For the sake of the foundation left by our ancestors, I decided to fight them to the end." Someone nearby said, "Yes, the other party is pressing forward step by step, and countless people here have witnessed it. The head of the family doesn't have to endure it anymore. Today, so many of us are ready to advance and retreat together with the head of the family. Let's see what this lunatic can do to us. In my opinion, we should gather our strength and work together to kill this lunatic. What if he has a 7th level master accompanying him? Can he be a match for all the cultivators in our city? You're right. If you don't kill the person in charge, how can you express your anger? If you keep this villain, even if he retreats today, he will definitely be unwilling. In the future, he will hide in the dark and will always be a disaster." Nan Xiandao looked a little excited, and with a face full of gratitude, he clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Finally, he said seriously, "Nan Xiandao wants to ask, how many people in our Suan city are willing to stand in the same camp with my Yaoshan family today?" As soon as Nan Xiandao finished speaking, his followers came like clouds, and the voices of response were deafening, one after another, and the momentum was amazing. Nan Xiandao looked at Fang Sui again, with an arrogant expression. At this time, the elder saw that the surrounding onlookers spoke in unison. His eyes turned, and suddenly shouted, "Everyone follow me, drive these guys out of the city, and I will bear all the responsibilities." This elder obviously wanted to gather everyone's strength and take the initiative in the situation. He even wanted to kill Fang Sui in the chaos, or at least force Fang Sui and his party away first. At the same time, the old man Augula beside Fang Sui curled his lips, blinked his eyes, and lowered his voice and said, "The fire is almost ready. If we continue, the situation will get out of control. Hurry up, kid." Fang Sui nodded and said, "Well, be careful not to let Nan Xiandao and the elder run away." After speaking, he flipped his hand and took out something. PS. Please vote. Thank you. Happy reading. Chapter 530. Good news. PS. I told you all during the spring festival that we need to prepare for our wedding this year, and we need to book restaurants and other things half a year in advance. It's not a good idea to let others run all the way for this kind of thing, so I plan to go and check it myself tomorrow and try to decide. The next chapter update will be postponed accordingly. I have to see when I can finish and go home. If I return early, there will be an update in the evening. If not, I will take a day off. I have to resume normal updates on Sunday. Have a happy weekend everyone. All kinds of requests. A transparent crystal appeared in Fang Sui's hand. It was in the shape of a square and only the size of a palm. The spell on it flowed, flickering. After the crystal was taken out, it diffused with wisps of strange light, projecting into the void, and in a blink of an eye, it intertwined to show a huge image. At this moment, the surroundings were noisy, and many people, led by the elder, were about to take action. Nan Xiandao was sure that Fang Sui would return empty-handed today, and was thinking about the follow-up. This time the commotion was not small. Even if I could deal with it safely today, this kid would always keep a close eye on me in the future. It would be difficult for me to lurk in the 5 directions domain in the future. It was time to leave, otherwise it would be very unsafe. Regarding the withdrawal from the 5 directions domain, Nan Xiandao had prepared a complete plan many years ago. As the head of the family, he had cultivated his confidence over the years, and the key positions of some related forces under the jurisdiction of the Yaoshan family had long been spread across his direct lineage. His departure was not to flee in embarrassment, but to tie the entire family to his chariot, and move them all to the area under the rule of Shadow. Nan Xiandao was quite confident about this plan, confident that he was well prepared, and would not cause too strong a backlash within the family, but how to withdraw the entire family safely still required careful consideration. On the other hand, Nan Xiandao, as a high-ranking member of the Dark Council under the Mothers, also knew the action plan for the next phase of the Mothers. Soon, the Mothers will make a big move. By then, not only the 5 regions, but also the universe will gradually fall. Everyone will tremble under the combined might of the Shadow Clan and the Mothers, and become slaves for eternity. It will not be too late to avenge today's revenge. As he thought in his heart, Nan Xiandao couldn't help but smile. He glanced around, as if looking down at ants. These people struggled in vain for their own purposes. How stupid and ridiculous. They were unaware of the coming catastrophe. When he saw Fang Sui touch the crystal in his hand and a void image appeared, Nan Xiandao subconsciously looked at the image, and his face changed suddenly. The picture in the image was one of the charges against Nan Xiandao that Fang Sui had read out before, saying that when he went to visit a friend in the South region, he encountered the Shadow Clan in space, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. The key point is that a part of the image in the picture was deliberately enlarged, and it was seen that Nan Xiandao in the picture stuffed something into the hands of a Shadow Clan member, and then this Shadow Clan member became the only one who successfully escaped in the battle. This scene was really unexpected, and the evidence was irrefutable, enough to prove that Nan Xiandao did give something to the Shadow Clan. The key point is that this kind of dynamic image is impossible to fake. Even if Nan Xiandao is eloquent, he can't even refute it. Once this image comes out, Fang Sui held the image crystal in his hand and said leisurely, Nan Xiandao, I have other evidence of your crime here, which are all important information about our 5 regions' defense deployment. You need to transmit them to the Shadow Clan through multiple channels, so that you can verify them repeatedly, and confirm the correctness of the information you are transmitting. The funny thing is that you don't know that when you are acting, someone is secretly recording it. Do you still want to continue watching? When Fang Sui was speaking, the picture projected by the image crystal in his hand was hanging high in the void, extremely clear, and then the picture changed one after another, showing all the evidence of Nan Xiandao's crimes of finding opportunities to transmit various things in different occasions by various means, to confirm his collusion with the enemy. How could this be? The head of the Yaoshan family actually colluded with the enemy. This change was too big, and the bystanders who were angry and ready to take action, before stopped at the same time. Everyone stared at the picture in the sky with their mouths wide open, and then looked at Nan Xiandao, with an expression of surprise and confusion. Among the crowd, the elder of the Yaoshan family had the most interesting expression. His face was red and purple, and he looked stunned. He pointed at Fang Sui with trembling lips. How could you have such a thing? Is this true or false? Fang Sui looked at him coldly. The elder's arrogance disappeared completely. Under Fang Sui's gaze, his expression changed frequently. Sometimes he was fierce and murderous, and then he looked as hen and dejected. The elder's expression changed frequently, which showed that he was struggling with his thoughts and was thinking about how to deal with the difficulties in front of him. Fang Sui sneered in his heart, "This old fellow is the worst. I'm afraid he is having two thoughts in his mind at the same time, thinking about whether he can die with us and wanting to surrender. He is weighing the pros and cons, but the ultimate goal is to overcome the current difficulties and preserve the vitality of the family." At this moment, Nan Xiandao suddenly shouted, "You traitor, you took these pictures, how dare you plot against me behind my back?" But a middle-aged man with an ordinary expression walked out from the Yaoshan family under the gaze of Nan Xiandao, stood to Fang Sui calmly, met Nan Xiandao's gaze, and said frankly, "You are a traitor of the 5 regions. People like you should be killed by everyone. It was you who sent out the 5 regions strategic defense map, which caused the East region to suffer, and hundreds of millions of people were slaughtered and enslaved by the Shadow Clan. How dare you call others traitors?" This man is Nan Xiandao's confidant. He has followed Nan Xiandao for many years and has outstanding abilities. He even joined the forces of the mothers under Nan Xiandao's recommendation. Nan Xiandao has used many means to test him over the years, but this man has never been flawed. Only then did he gradually gain his trust. Who would have thought that this man's true identity was a spy sent by the Echin family to lurk beside Nan Xiandao? "I will kill you." Nan Xiandao seemed to be angry and embarrassed, with veins bulging on his face and a ferocious look, as if he was about to lose his mind. In fact, he was in a high position and was not an ordinary person. At this time, he did not lose his composure at all. On the surface, he was aggressive and seemed to be desperate regardless of the consequences. In fact, he suddenly launched a spell scroll, broke the void, and constructed a space transmission channel. But he saw that the matter was exposed and could no longer do anything, so he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Augula and the head of the lion family were both more cunning than monkeys. They had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Nan Xiandao moved, the two of them quickly took action and stopped him in time. On the other side, the king of Wartutbach and his giant rhino-like war beast roared, shaking the earth, and rushed towards the elder of the Yaoshan family. The two of them killed each other in an instant. Qian Huang, who was wearing bronze armor and holding a halberd, did not take action. He still stood beside Fang Sui and watched coldly. However, many people from the Yaoshan family wanted to take action when they saw the two sides officially start fighting. But Qian Huang stood still and sent out a stream of light, which was infinitely extended into a magic lock like a rope, to tie up the escapees one by one and strung them together into a candide hawse. The result of this battle is obvious. Fang Sui's advantage is obvious. 2 hours later, Xingkang Xinian left Xianlei Star and headed for the next destination planned by Fang Sui. Xingkang Xinian imprisoned the seriously injured and dying Yaoshan clan elder in Nan Xiandao, as well as a group of Nan Xiandao's direct descendants. As for the follow-up of the Yaoshan family, with Fang Sui's current status, he no longer needs to do everything himself, as the people of the Privy Council will take over. After this battle, a small part of the Yaoshan family's industry will be taken over by the Knights and the Lion family. In the next few days, the Year of the Starry Sky traveled in the eastern region. The terrifying lineup of 4 7th level masters, plus the support of the intelligence system of the Echin family, was enough to push away most obstacles and be unmatched. Not long after, Fang Sui's series of actions on this trip were first widely spread within the Privy Council. As time passed, Fang Sui continued to take actions outside, and news came one after another, which attracted the attention of many people in the Privy Council. In a palace at the headquarters of the Privy Council, Jing Shanz was examining a secret report with a frown on his face. Behind him, Minimum Rao curled her lips and said disdainfully, Fang Sui was lucky to find 4 7th level figures to accompany him and help him. Jing Shanz hummed and said in a low voice, with his current status, it is not surprising that he can have some intersections with 7th level figures. However, the fact that he gathered 4 7th level followers at once was beyond my expectation. What's even more strange is that we in the secret hall can't find any real evidence of Nan Xiandao's crimes. Why can Fang Sui produce it? This matter is really weird and makes people feel a little uneasy. Then he narrowed his eyes again and whispered, Fang Sui, I seem to have underestimated this person. Minimum Rao sneered. I don't believe that Fang Sui is qualified to compete with you. Your Excellence's series of methods after returning are really brilliant. They are all based on the overall situation. In comparison, Fang Sui's methods of running around outside and trying to gradually accumulate momentum are simply not worth mentioning. In fact, you have already secured victory. Judging from the reactions of all parties, the master of the secret hall must be in your pocket. No matter how Fang Sui jumps around outside, it is just a joke compared to your methods and calculations. Minimum Rao continued with a smile. I can't wait to see him come back and find out how ridiculous you are in the future. I said long ago that if he chooses to go out at this time, no matter what he does, it will always be more trouble than gain, and he will lose the main thing for the sake of the trivial. Jing Shan smiled indifferently. In the following days, some people in the Privy Council who were qualified to know Fang Sui's itinerary were shocked. Fang Sui's trip was a success. His first target was the Yaoshan family. He captured the head of the family, Nan Xiandao, as soon as he made a move. Then, 4 7th level masters joined forces to forcibly peek into Nan Xiandao's memory and found that Nan Xiandao's other identity was one of the highest persons in charge of the secret actions of the mother forces in the East region. As a result, he found many secrets in Nan Xiandao's memory and found several other strongholds of the mother forces lurking in the East region. He destroyed them and made great achievements. Unfortunately, when he peeked into the core secrets in Nan Xiandao's memory, a hint of darkness spread in his memory for no reason, and Nan Xiandao died inexplicably. After that, the Starry Sky Year carried Fang Sui and his party and began to travel around, solving the difficult problems recorded in the secret hall one by one. Almost every day, new news was sent back to the secret hall of the Privy Council, and there were frequent successes. Helen Alter was also one of Fang Sui's entourage on this trip. Helen has been in the secret palace for a long time and is an old man in the secret palace. Therefore, when she first met Fang Sui, she naturally had a resistance to Fang Sui, an outsider who had just arrived and was going to become her immediate superior. When she first met Fang Sui, Helen had a prejudice and her impression of him was far from good, and she even had a little disdain. At this time, the impression was still not good, and her judgment that Fang Sui was a pervert had not changed. The only difference was that, after observing and contacting him for several days, Helen felt that Fang Sui, in addition to being a pervert, was indeed worthy of his world-famous title of the #1 youth. He was very capable and extraordinary. In recent days, Helen often had a thought in her mind. Perhaps such a person leading the secret palace would not be worse than Jing Shan's. This was Helen's voice. Her attitude towards Fang Sui did not change because of this. Seeing that Fang Sui was still performing his duties in a business-like manner, he never smiled and seemed to be afraid that Fang Sui would play a rogue to her. Time passed quietly as Fang Sui led the crowd to solve problems everywhere. A few days later, before leaving the East region, Xingkang Xinian came to Guanhanyu family, the oldest family in the East region. Here, UK King, who had not seen him for a long time, happily reunited with Fang Sui and others. The next day, Sibutran also returned to the 5 regions at lightning speed. The demon cult team was about to reunite after separation, and all the members gathered. The most important finishing move of Fang Sui's trip would also begin after this PS. Please vote. Thank you all. Happy reading. Chapter 531 Reunion. No one can imagine the depth and vastness of space. It is vast and boundless, as if there is no end at all. Being in space, people can't help but feel that they are as small as dust. In the vast universe, most places are as dark and cold as the deep sea. Of course, there are also some places scattered with mysterious cosmic light and star debris belts. Such places often change in color and are beautiful and misty, as if the hands of the gods have hung a river of light in the void of the universe, which is a spectacle. At this moment, Yi Chan's Starry Sky Year is traveling in a huge starry debris belt surrounded by a silver blue halo, heading towards a certain predetermined direction. Streams of light burst out from the front of the Starry Sky Year, shaking the road, blocking meteorites along the way into powder one by one, keeping the road unimpeded. The meteorite belt, which is extremely dangerous and difficult to pass through for ordinary spaceships, is far from a threat to ships of the Starry Sky Year level. It sails very smoothly, with ease, and is as graceful and free as a majestic phoenix. The interior of the Starry Sky Year is more lively than ever at this moment. Because Cybertron, which carries Guo Dongxuan, Tina and others, has reunited with Fang Sui several hours ago, everyone is now gathered in the main control room of the Starry Sky Year. The Demon Cult team reunited after nearly 2 years. In the past 2 years, everyone in the team has made progress, and good and bad things have happened during this period. The brilliant Kang Sanfa has now fallen, becoming the first member of the Demon Cult team to fall, which is a pity. This gathering of everyone is a real gathering of the whole team, and the excitement and joy during the period are self-evident. Interestingly, during this reunion, when they first met Yi Chan and Helen, Guo Dongxuan and Zhao Xianzhao insisted on performing the so-called aristocratic hug ceremony with the two women. Their purpose was obvious, which caused the women to laugh and scold. Guo Dongxuan and Zhao Xianzhao were not ashamed, but enjoyed it, and were very proud of it. After the laughter of the first meeting, everyone gathered in the spacious main control room of the Starry Sky Year, which was mainly white with light silver as a supplement and full of sci-fi simple lines, and talked about their own experiences in the past 2 years. Although we have been hunted down and experienced many dangers along the way, the benefits are not small. Our potential has grown rapidly under the pressure of life and death. Tina woke up from her coma, and Artemis's divine blood has become extremely mellow. This time, being chaste is the best training for her. Her fighting ability has increased day by day. Now, even I dare not say that I can beat Tina. When Guo Dongxuan spoke, his eyes swept across the women, and he thought with admiration in his heart, if a beauty pageant is held, the women gathered in the year of the Starry Sky must be the most beautiful in the universe, and no one can match them. Where did Fang Sui find Yi Chan? This woman is really amazing. There is actually someone in this world who can catch up with Guo in appearance. It is obvious that Fang Sui has a very good relationship with Yi Chan. What is he thinking? Does he want to monopolize both Guo and Yi Chan? That is too unfair. Guo Dongxuan's mind was full of mixed thoughts and he continued, the official members of our Demon Cult team are all famous now. There is no need to mention Shizan and Fang Sui. Keqing is now famous in the eastern region and is known as the #1 young figure of the ancient clan family. Even Xiang Zhao and Wu Yanbo are 1/4 grade upper grade and 1/4 grade middle grade. Hey, Guo Dongxuan, we don't like to hear what you say. You obviously look down on people. Guo Dongxuan ignored Zhao Xianzhao's nonsense and said passionately, our team is really strong now. If Fang Sui doesn't plan to do something, it will be a shame for our group. We should give the Shadow Clan a hard time and let them know that, if they want to deal with us, the price will be so heavy that they can't afford it. Guo Dongxuan's words were full of ups and downs, and they were very powerful. In fact, when he was speaking, he was always secretly glancing at the women sitting side by side, observing their expressions. Obviously, his tough speech this time was not only one of the purposes of hitting back at the Shadow Clan, but also to show off his heroic spirit and image in front of the women. At this time, in the main control room of the Starry Sky Year, the 7th level masters such as Augla and the head of the Lion family did not join the gathering of these young people. Only a group of young people led by Fang Sui sat in a circle of soft sofa-like chairs, with a knock-shaped white table in the middle. The women occupied one side, and Fang Sui, Guo Dongxuan, and the men such as Zhang Shizan occupied the other side, sitting opposite each other and talking. The table in the middle was filled with colorful fruits with a faint fruity fragrance and crystal water droplets. The atmosphere looked extremely relaxed and leisurely. The men, including Fang Sui, were not talking, and their attention was unconsciously drawn to the women sitting side by side opposite them. Each of them was charming, with different demeanor and bearing, but they were also eye-catching. Helen sat at the edge of the women. She had her dark chestnut curly long hair rolled up, and her mature temperament was a little lazy. She wore a smooth sea blue goddess robe, and her posture was elegant and charming. She and Tina both gave people a sense of nobility and magnificence. After meeting, they were quite congenial, so they sat next to each other and whispered. Helen's beautiful eyes were full of charm. While talking, she glanced at Fang Sui from time to time. Obviously, the topic that Tina was talking about was more or less related to Fang Sui's past actions. Tina, who was sitting next to Helen, was wearing a hunting suit that was worn by the legendary moon god when hunting. It was a light armor style, with cold silver interspersed with light gold hollow spell symbols, which was extremely gorgeous. She wore a pair of white combat boots that completely covered her round calves. The light armor on her upper body fit her body shape very well, which outlined her soft waist perfectly, making her body look even more slender and straight. Sitting next to Tina was Yi-chan, who was wearing tight black leather pants and a light grey shirt, with a bright smile. She has been with Fang Sui recently, and there is no need to elaborate on her demeanor. Next to Yi-chan was UK King, and the two women also talked in low voices from time to time. UK King has always been a relatively calm one among the women. After experiencing the family's moon pool trial, her temperament has changed a lot and become more and more cold. Her skin is as white as transparent fine porcelain, smooth and flawless, with a layer of moonlight faintly lingering around her. The whole person is like a fairy who walked from heaven into the mortal world. Her outfit was full of graceful and classical charm. She wore a moon white thin long pero skirt embroidered with aqua green patterns. Her beautiful feet in embroidered shoes revealed a small part of her white instep from under her skirt, which was extremely tempting. Each of these four women was extremely beautiful, and they were more beautiful than flowers. When the four of them got together, they were really beautiful and stunning. After Guo Dongshan finished talking, Fang Sui continued, Kong Sanfa is dead, you were chased all the way back, and the other people in the team were also attacked and killed one after another. We have to settle this account with the Shadow Clan. In fact, before you came back, I was thinking about the relevant plan. Now we are going to cause trouble for the Shadow Clan. It is not a gentleman to not take revenge. As for what they were going to do, Fang Sui didn't say it, so no one asked. Then the topic of the group turned to leisurely and relaxed atmosphere, and the laughter of the women could be heard from time to time in the starry sky. All I heard was Dongshan say with a beaming face, Fang Sui, don't you think the qualities of these beauties in our team are a little too high? I estimate that, if we call your wife over, and at most add the legendary Liu Liang, the most beautiful women in this universe will probably be all together, and can sit in a row in front of us. He added, just based on the beauties in our team, I think all the elites who want to join our demon sect can line up from the north region to the south region. That scene, wow, it's spectacular enough to make people's hearts palpitate just thinking about it. Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo, who had just recovered from serious injuries after the attack, still looked a little pale. They sat next to Fang Sui. Zhao Xianzhao replied, I think if our team is to recruit more people, we should release the images of Tina, Kaking and Miss Yechen. I guess anyone who sees their looks will want to join us. Excuse me, are you going to recruit elite soldiers, or are you going to recruit a group of hooligans? Don't try to cheat us. Doesn't Fang Team have the reputation of being the #1 young master in the universe? I think it will be more effective to use Fang Team's name to recruit people. Zhao Xianzhao's remarks aroused unanimous opposition from the girls, and they all interrupted in unison. Fang Sui said, feeling helpless, first of all, our team has no plans to recruit more people. Secondly, why did you involve me in your quarrel? I'm so innocent. Zhao Xianzhao and Wu Yanbo looked at each other and asked in unison, our demon cult is now in its heyday, and our reputation is truly unmatched in the world. In addition to hunting down a few of us, the Shadow Clan also attacked and killed the peripheral members of the team on a large scale, with heavy casualties. Why didn't you take the opportunity to expand and recruit people, Fang Tao? We can't do everything ourselves. There are always some situations that need to be handled by peripheral members. UK King's clear eyes swept over Zhao Xianzhao and the others, and teased, who do you think can't see your little thoughts? Aren't you just addicted to being officials? You want to recruit some peripheral members and enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by people. You still have the nerve to say it so high-soundingly? Fang Sui said, it is because of the heavy casualties among the peripheral members that we cannot recruit any more people recently. You should know that most of the peripheral members in our team have good backgrounds. They died tragically one after another not long after joining the demon cult. This has actually caused many families to be angry with our demon cult because of the tragic deaths of their children. This rebound force should not be underestimated. If we recruit another group of people and are targeted by the Shadow Clan, then these families who are full of resentment because of the death of their children will unite, and I'm afraid they will form a hidden force that is dissatisfied with our demon cult. In order to avoid this situation, I'm not going to recruit anyone into the team in the near future, especially peripheral members. Everyone frowned when they heard this, and then they relaxed again, but they thought that dealing with these things was the trouble of Fang Sui, the leader of the team, and they didn't need to worry about it. So after hearing this, these people changed their minds and heartlessly threw this troublesome matter to Fang Sui to worry about. They should talk and laugh, as if they didn't hear Fang Sui's previous words. Fang Sui patted his forehead helplessly, stood up and walked to the main control room. On the other side of the main control room, the scene at this time was quite shocking. But seeing that side, thunder and lightning flashed like rain. In the void, an unfolded dark yellow ancient scroll was undulating, and on it was a ball of light composed of lightning and dark clouds of 5 or 6 feet in size, suspended in the air. This ancient scroll is called the Time and Space Scroll, which is a treasure of Yi-chan. The scroll has its own space system. From the outside, it is far from being a huge scroll, but in fact, it contains a space area of 100 miles in size. At this moment, thunder and lightning are like rain and dark clouds are like tides above the scroll. The two are intertwined like a ball of chaos evolving the ancient scene of the beginning of the world, the birth of the 5 element, the bathing of thunder and lightning, and the world in a turbulent period. Looking closely at the center of the thunderstorm, it turns out that there are still 2 things sealed, which are undergoing some magical changes under the baptism of thunder and lightning. Fang Sui came near this time-space scroll, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the 2 things sealed in the center of the scroll where the clouds and lightning were intertwined and raging. PS. Please vote. Thank you all. Happy reading. Chapter 532 Evolution, New Week. Please vote. Under Fang Sui's gaze, the 2 things sealed in the scroll space revealed their true appearances. One of them was a Cybertron that had fought all the way back and was severely damaged. The reason why there were lightning and thunder in the scroll and the scene was violent and shocking was actually because Cybertron was healing. Everyone knows how Cybertron heals, which is to swallow precious metals. Its food at this time is a bit special. Under the suspended Cybertron, there is a mother of life that was also sealed in the time and space scroll and shrunk to a size of a foot. That's right, it is a mother of life with a square shape, dark all over, like a mysterious stone slab. Fang Sui had asked Qian Huang many days ago whether the secret hall had captured the mother of life as a trophy in the countless battles between the secret hall and the mother forces over the years. Qian Huang's answer was that he didn't pay attention to these, that is, he didn't know. Later, Fang Sui asked Helen again, and only then did he know that the secret hall not only captured the mother of life, but also more than one. The mother of life that was being eaten by Cybertron was one of the 3 mothers of life that the secret temple had captured over the years. With Fang Sui's current position below the one in the secret temple, it was not difficult to requisition one of the mothers of life, so before he set off, he sealed the mother of life in Yi-chan's space-time scroll. So the scene before him appeared. Fang Sui had always felt that the material of the mother of life was extremely special and had never been seen before. He even suspected that the material used to make the mother of life might not be something from this universe. At this time, Cybertron began to devour the mother of life, which seemed to verify Fang Sui's guess. There were lightning and thunder in the space inside the scroll, showing a scene like a god creating the world. Such a big movement was indeed extraordinary. Cybertron, which was devouring the mother of life, seemed to be brewing some kind of wonderful change. Fang Sui looked at it from the side and thought, the mother of life that brought me to the 5 regions that year no longer has a driver inside it, but it can still sail independently. This shows that there are also highly intelligent products like Cybertron's magic crystal inside the mother of life, which is possible to keep it running normally without a master. In this way, the mother of life must be of great benefit to Cybertron. Fang Sui glanced at the pocket Cybertron sealed in the scroll space, but saw that as it absorbed the Mother of Life, some of the damaged parts along the way were emitting strange light, as if they were being recast and gradually mended. Privy Council Headquarters. There have been undercurrents in the core building of the Secret Hall, the Seeking Hall recently. After Jing Shan's returned quietly, he made frequent moves to actively prepare to overthrow Fang Sui and become the next deputy master of the Secret Hall. Jing Shan's was a man of careful mind who made plans before taking action. After returning, he first visited the heads of several other powerful forces in the Privy Council that could rival the Secret Palace, and reached a certain degree of tacit understanding with each other. So far, Jing Shan's plan has been going quite smoothly, and the position of the Lord of the Secret Palace is almost in his pocket. Who in this world is more qualified than himself to be the Lord of the Secret Palace? The thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, Jing Shan's, who was standing by the window in the core building of the Secret Palace, the Seeking Palace, and watching the deep sea scenery, curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a calm smile that everything was under control. Lord Shan's, I have issued a summons for the Secret Palace in accordance with your instructions. Except for Fang Sui, several deputy palace masters outside will rush back to the Seeking Palace to meet with you in the near future. Minimum Ro, who was gentle and beautiful and followed Jing Shan's every day, stared at the tall and burly back of Jing Shan's, and admiration flashed in her eyes. Jing Shan's voice is always cold, slow and firm, but he is obviously in a good mood at this moment, and his mood is slightly more unusual than usual. He said mockingly, when Fang Sui comes back, he will find that the Secret Palace has been turned upside down and there is no place for him to stand. The funny thing is that until now the overall situation has been decided. He still doesn't know that I have been secretly dealing with him. He is still busy running around outside to accumulate his own momentum. It's funny but also a bit pitiful. Minimum Rao smiled happily and agreed that Fang Sui is really funny. He is unaware that he has been squeezed out of the position of the Lord of the Secret Palace by the adults without knowing it. I said long ago that he is not worthy of being the adult's opponent. What is the world's #1 young master that is rumored by the outside world? Tut tut, he is really nothing special. Thinking that the long-awaited Lord of the Secret Palace will soon be within reach, Jing Shan said leisurely, if he is willing to be busy outside, let him be busy. He is always helping our Secret Palace solve difficult problems. Such a strong free labor force should not be wasted. Boom. A loud noise was heard, which actually penetrated the space seal of the time and space scroll, causing everyone who was talking in the main control room of the starry sky to look sideways and look at where Cybertron was. It turned out that Cybertron had completely absorbed the Mother of Life at this moment, and a cold silver light was gushing out of its surface, as bright as the stars, and it was vibrating all over, and was undergoing inexplicable changes. The damage Cybertron suffered during the return process was not only repaired, but also a layer of mysterious light flowed on its surface, shining brightly. At the same time, Fang Sui's mind was filled with spiritual fluctuations transmitted by the Protus magic crystal, which was the core of Cybertron. It was a metallic compound sound that sounded heavy and cold. The Mother of Life refined by this magic crystal is a mysterious metal type outside of all known metals. It is extremely beneficial to evolution. After devouring all the Mother of Life, the energy of this magic crystal has increased significantly, reaching the peak of the demigod level. Fang Sui asked in a telepathic way, if I absorb another Mother of Life, can I break through the critical point and be promoted to the god level? The magic crystal replied, no, the evolution from demigod to god level is a great leap in the form of origin. You must know that, after reaching the god level, this magic crystal can start to create metal intelligent life according to the host's requirements, which is what you call transformers, and Cybertron itself can become a true intelligent life matrix. At that time, Cybertron's abilities in all aspects will be comparable to those of real gods. Because the Mother of Life is made of strange materials, the first absorption will greatly help the magic crystal. After the first time, absorbing more Mother of Life can only help the magic crystal increase its energy reserves, but cannot add help to the breakthrough of the god level. Fang Sui was not surprised. If he could be promoted to the god level by absorbing a few more mothers of life, the number of magic crystal spaceships that have evolved to the god level since ancient times would not be so few and precious. At this time, Tina, Yi Chan and others discovered the changes in Cybertron one after another and came over one after another, curiously watching the strange phenomena sealed in the scroll. The cold silver light was like flowing water, washing the surface of Cybertron again and again. Ding. The metal mechanical sound that the magic crystal vibrated with divine thoughts sounded again. After the demigod level reaches the peak point, Cybertron will have the ability to evolve. Please choose one of the 3 ability evolutions. Autonomously constructing a space channel at a super long distance, increasing the constant flight speed, and building a mechanical city on one of the layers of Cybertron. Autonomous construction of a super long distance space channel, constant flight speed increase, construction of mechanical city. The 3 ability evolutions that appeared on Cybertron at the peak of the demigod level are all very practical. The first and second items are both about increasing speed, that is, strengthening Cybertron's mobility, which will allow it to face various situations more calmly and move forward and backward freely. The third option of building a mechanical city can produce a large number of mechanical puppets, which increases the comprehensive capabilities of Cybertron on both offense and defense. Moreover, building a mechanical city sounds very attractive. The mechanical city obviously has a wide range of uses and many possibilities, which makes people look forward to it. Fang Sui made a brief trade-off and asked, if I choose one of the abilities to evolve, will the remaining 2 abilities disappear permanently or reappear in future evolutions? Magic Crystal responded, the other 2 abilities will not disappear, but will appear in future evolutions, and you can choose again at that time. Fang Sui sighed lightly. Considering the long term, of course, the option of evolving the mechanical city is the most advantageous. Therefore, if there is only one chance, then you must choose the mechanical city to evolve. Since there is still a chance, the situation is different. Just choose the most urgent need at the moment. Fang Sui said, choose the first option, to build an ultra long distance space transmission channel capability. Ding. The light on Cybertron surged and vibrated slightly. The absorption of the Mother of Life did not change the appearance of Cybertron. It still maintained its previous appearance, and the interior was divided into 7 layers. From top to bottom, there was the main control layer on the top floor, the second floor with rest and medical treatment, and each person's independent practice room. The third floor was a gravity training ground, the fourth floor was a prison, the fifth floor was Fang Sui and Ulaius's death magic laboratory, and the sixth floor was a bloody trial field, where many underworld creatures fought and killed each other. Just like refining poison, devouring each other all the time. Sometimes members of the demon cult would enter this layer of trial, fighting life and death with underworld species to train themselves. The 7th floor at the bottom was Cybertron's storage warehouse, which was filled with various energies and materials, as well as manufactured mechanical puppets. Soon after, Cybertron's changes ended, and Yi Chan put away the Year of the Starry Sky, and everyone moved to Cybertron's main control room together. The Starry Year, with its unparalleled speed and perfect attack and defense, will be regarded as the second mythical ship of the demon cult from now on. This also allows the demon cult to have the strategic mobility of dividing its forces from now on. After fully recovering, the brand new Cybertron jumped forward in space, and after leaving the East region, it flew to the South region. Time passed quickly after Fang Sui and others reunited, and more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye. At the same time, in the Seeking Hall of the Privy Council, the Deputy Hall Masters of the Secret Hall began to return. After receiving the summons, Jing Shan's plan is gradually revealing its full picture. The first person to receive the summons from the Secret Hall and rush back from outside was the 8th Deputy Hall Master of the Secret Hall, the murderous executioner Emoju, who Helen had introduced to Fang Sui. Emoju's life was not as scary as his reputation. Instead, he looked gentle, with the height and body of an ordinary person. However, his eyes were very special. He was born with vertical pupils, which opened and closed like a snake, instead of blinking up and down like an ordinary person, so they were particularly cold. When he looked at you, you would feel trembling and terrified as if even your soul was seen through by him. In the following days, except for Fang Sui and Helen, The other deputy hall masters who were out of the secret hall rushed back to the seeking hall one by one. On this day, in a conference room in the seeking hall, 5 deputy hall masters of the secret hall appeared at the same time to hold a meeting after their return. Under such circumstances, Jing Shan's appeared last and walked into the conference room leisurely. On the other side, everyone in Suburtron, which had already arrived in the south region of the 5 directions, was stunned after hearing Fang Sui's plan. Guo Dongshan said solemnly, "Fang Sui, how sure are you about this plan? PS, please vote. Thank you all. Happy reading!" Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, The Surprising Purpose of Coming to the South Territory. Votes requested. Fang Sui did not answer but asked, "How confident I'm about this matter is very important." He continued, "You can see from the fact that your eyes lit up at the same time after I told you the plan, that no matter how confident I'm about this matter, it will not change your attitude of deciding to do this with me, right?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded with a dumb smile. UK King's eyebrows moved and said, "Captain Fang, your plan is really bold and unexpected. No one would have thought that we would dare to set our sights on the Chief of Demons. The new Chief of Demons, Nkui, is far more brutal than the previous chief, Moye. After Nkui took office, he attacked the source of life in our 5 regions. In every battle, he would send people to shout in front of the battle and demand unconditional surrender. If there was any resistance, he would slaughter all the creatures on the star after the war. Killing people like flies is not enough to describe Nkui's cruelty. It is said that his cruelty has been rejected by countless people even in the Shadow Clan. He added, "What is helpless is that Nkui's talent in using troops is recognized by the world. He is invincible in battle and invincible in attack. Therefore, his position is always stable and no one can shake it." Not long ago, Nkui fought against Bay Crossing, one of the most famous 10 direction gods in our 5 direction domain, and he also had the upper hand. Now, in the confrontation between the enemy and us, Nkui has already shown that no one can control him. Fang Tao, if you can really design a successful ambush to kill Nkui, it is no less than winning a major battle, which is equivalent to indirectly saving tens of billions of lives on countless life source stars. Fang Sui came to the South Domain this time to prepare to kill the new demon chief Nkui with a snake swallowing an elephant. His idea was extremely bold. You must know that there are countless assassination teams composed of powerful people in the 5 direction domain for the demon chief Nkui, who are thinking about killing him day and night. Countless people have tried to kill Nkui, but none of them succeeded, which shows how difficult it is. If the demon chief can be killed successfully, the value is far greater than simply killing a 7th level peak expert in the shadow camp. The increase or decrease in morale of both sides is enough to affect the direction of the next stage of the battle. Precisely because hunting down the Dark Chief is of great value. When Fang Sui just mentioned the idea of killing the Dark Chief, everyone who heard it was shocked. Guo Dongshan pondered and said, "If we want to successfully kill the leader of the demon generals, it is definitely not something we can do with 4 7th level cultivators. Otherwise, Nkui would have been killed by the 7th level masters of our 5 regions long ago, and he would not have survived until now. As far as I know, Nkui is always followed by 2 shadow-like 7th level assassins. These 2 assassins alone are enough to offset the 2 7th level figures of the Lion Family Master and Orgler on our side. As for the remaining 2 7th levels, even if Kain Huang and the King of Warbatch are both extremely powerful, they can only suppress Nkui at most, but they will never be able to kill him. He is much stronger than Nanshai and Dao, and at the very least he can retreat calmly. Moreover, the situation I mentioned is based on the comparison of strength, when we can lure out the Dark Leader alone and there are only 2 7th rank Death Warriors around him. In fact, all the previous chief demon generals have always been surrounded by people, and there are definitely more than 2 7th rank Death Warriors protecting them. From the perspective of strength comparison, it is really unrealistic for us to want to kill the chief demon general. Fang Sui nodded and said, Dongshan, I have considered all of what you said, but I still think we have a great chance of success, so we came to the southern region. How can we know many things if we don't try? Everyone has been cooperating with Fang Sui for a long time and has always admired his character and wisdom. Therefore, after hearing him express his considerations, they still felt that there was a great chance of success. Everyone was cheered up and looked at him hopefully. Fang Sui said calmly, Nkui recently came to the front line of the Southern Territory for inspection. According to the intelligence from the secret palace, during his inspection, he has been attacked a total of 16 times by masters from all 5 domains. In this case, he must be more stringent in defending against assassinations. And as for Nkui, who is under heavy protection, even if we bring 4 7th level mythical masters to attack the camp, being able to escape unscathed is already the best result. We will never be able to successfully kill Nkui. Everyone nodded together. If Nkui was so easy to kill, he would have died countless times already. Fang Sui continued, with our strength, if we want to kill Nkui, we must create a situation where there can be no more than 2 7th rank assassins left by his side. Only in this way can we have hope of success. Fang Sui continued calmly, before I set out, I looked through the character analysis of Nkui in the secret hall. The information says that he is brutal and cruel, bloodthirsty, and ruthless. He enjoys killing in every battle, just like a devil. This is also how most people perceive him. This perception is not wrong, but it is a bit one-sided. It should be said that it is only a part of his character. In fact, in addition to the personality that Nkui gives people on the surface, he is cunning as a fox on the inside, ruthless, and decisive, and good at using poisonous schemes. It is precisely because of his changeable personality that is reflected in the use of troops, which is in line with his personality traits. Nkui's use of troops is strange and erratic, like a god, and he is almost invincible. Fang Sui's analysis was easy to understand, and he pointed out the essence of Anki's character. After listening to it, everyone agreed with Fang Sui's judgment of Anki's character. No one interrupted Fang Sui, and they were all waiting for him to continue. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with restrained wisdom. At this moment, he was particularly charming and touching, precisely because he has always been invincible, and has a brilliant record. Nkui has another hidden character trait. In our human understanding, Nkui is a paranoid, which can be analyzed from some traces of his previous use of troops. He strives for perfection in every offensive and defensive battle. If he says he wants to massacre the city, he requires even the smallest bricks and tiles in the city to be reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. His requirements for trivial matters and details are simply abnormally harsh, which has led to Nkui's rigorous use of troops and his never failed record. However, this paranoid character that will never give up to achieve one's goal is a strength, but it is also a weakness that allows others to take advantage of it. Among the crowd, Yi Chan was the first to react after hearing Fang Sui's words. She looked as if she had realized something, with her beautiful eyes slightly lit up. The others were also intelligent people. They were only a moment slower than Yi Chan and their brows relaxed one after another. It was obvious that they had roughly grasped the intention of Fang Sui's words. Then Fang Sui said frankly, when I returned from the southern region, I was attacked by the Dark King at the last moment. It was the Dark King who personally intercepted me at that time, so I was able to escape calmly. For the conceited Dark King, who showed signs of paranoia, things that he failed to accomplish, or did not finish, will surely make him never forget and worry about them. Only by completing the things that he did not do, can his spirit and soul be perfect and flawless, and maintain the invincible state of mind of great perfection. Tina said, well, the higher the level of cultivators, the more they must pursue spiritual unobstructedness, so that they can look to a higher level. Fang Sui said, the Dark King personally tried to kill me, a 5th level cultivator who was not worth mentioning in his eyes, but failed. With his paranoid personality, he will regard this as a great shame. If he has the chance, he will definitely kill me again. And this time I came to the southern region to give him this opportunity, to let him kill me. Tuna gathered her smooth hair like a golden waterfall and said with shining eyes, "Captain Fang, your analysis of NKUI's character is very accurate and reasonable. Judging from his character, if you can grasp the scale, there is a great possibility that NKUI will show up in person to kill you after discovering that you have come to the southern region. As for how to lure him into the trap, this kind of layout ability and grasp of the scale of details have always been your forte. From this point of view, this plan really has a good chance of success." Helen glanced at Fang Sui with sparkling eyes. She never spoke her opinion, but just listened to the whole process. When she first heard Fang Sui say that the purpose of the southern region was to kill NKUI, Helen was really shocked. The first thought that came to her mind was that Fang Sui was daydreaming. His ideas were very immature, and he overestimated himself and underestimated NKUI. But after listening to Fang Sui's analysis of NKUI's character, Helen suddenly felt that it was a new situation and felt that there was indeed a possibility of ambush and killing NKUI. At this moment, Helen's face remained calm, without any abnormality, but in fact, her heart was involuntarily filled with ripples of excitement, and for the first time, she was amazed by Fang Sui. The next moment, Helen laughed and thought to herself, his analysis is insightful, accurate, and reasonable, but he hasn't really killed NKUI. Why should I be amazed? Then she thought again, if Fang Sui can successfully ambush and kill NKUI this time, it will be amazing. His reputation will definitely rise to a whole new height, and his personal experience will also be added with a strong and colorful stroke. At this time, Fang Sui said, the real purpose of our coming to the south region is to kill NKUI, but on the surface we need to harass the defense line of the shadow camp and hunt down the enemy chieftain in an erratic attack. In this process, NKUI will know that I have come to the south region, and he will keep an eye on me. Once he catches my whereabouts, NKUI will personally kill me, and then it will be time for us to launch a counter ambush. Guo Dangshan thought for a while and asked, this plan is indeed likely to attract Anki, which means he should be ambushed. But this goes back to the question I mentioned at the beginning. Captain Fang, you never mentioned another thing. Even if Anki is ambushed, with his strength, plus the 2 7th level assassins who never leave his side, even if we have 4 7th level masters, we can't kill him at all, right? Fang Sui said casually, how to kill him is still a secret for now, you will know then. Then he said solemnly, there is one thing everyone should know. The reason why we made a plan to ambush and kill Anki this time is not for any reputation, nor for accumulating momentum, so that I can take over the secret hall smoothly, but for those peripheral members of our team who were attacked by the Shadow Clan, and most importantly for the dead Kang Sanfa. Just like Dangshan you said before, I want to let the Shadow Clan know that they can't afford the price of attacking us. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then nodded at the same time. Afterwards, Fang Sui and his team carried out their plan in an orderly manner. They used Cybertron's newly evolved ability to build ultra-long distance space transmission channels to launch a series of actions such as elusive invasions and assassinations of enemy chieftains in the southern region against the defense line of the Shadow Camp. Of course, this invasion was actually just a smoker screen. The purpose was to lure the Dark Chieftain into the trap and kill Fang Sui. P.S. Please vote. Thank you all. Happy reading! Exclamation mark. Chapter 534 Removal. The 4th floor of the Secret Hall Seeking Palace. In a rather private small meeting room, a total of 6 Secret Hall Deputy Masters, including Jing Shan's, are having their second meeting. Not long ago, several Deputy Masters received the summons and rushed back from outside. At that time, Jing Shan's appeared, and several people held the first Deputy Master meeting. The Secret Hall has a rule that, if more than 5 Deputy Masters jointly sign, an immediate decree can be reached, the dismissal of the Chief Deputy Master. Jing Shan's purpose is very clear. He just wants to get the support of at least 5 Deputy Masters to dismiss Fang Sui's power as the Chief Deputy Master. To put it another way, even if he can't get the support of more than 5 Deputy Masters to achieve the purpose of dismissing Fang Sui, he must first meet with the Deputy Masters to reach a consensus and take the lead in the upcoming competition for the position of the Secret Hall Master. If either of these 2 goals can be achieved, Fang Sui is doomed to lose in the competition with Jing Shan's. The last time he met with the 5 deputy hall masters, Jing Shan's had reached a basic agreement with them. Although the 5 deputy hall masters did not all agree to publicly boycott or dismiss Fang Sui from exercising the power of the chief deputy hall master, they all more or less expressed their support for Jing Shan's competition for the position of hall master. From this point, we can see the prestige that Jing Shan's has established in the secret hall over the years, as well as his personal charm. There are 8 deputy hall masters in the secret hall. The chief is Fang Sui, the second is Jing Shan's, and then the oldest and most senior deputy hall master in the secret hall. Everyone only knows that the third deputy hall master is called Laotian, and no one knows his real name. This is a kind of protection for the deputy hall masters of the secret hall. It should be noted that the secret hall is engaged in highly confidential work, so most of the personal information of the senior officials is strictly confidential to the outside world. The third deputy hall master of the secret hall is in charge of the secret hall's death squads, and he has great power among the 8 deputy hall masters. Lao Shan was promoted from a secret agent to the position of deputy hall master. He still keeps the habit of being a secret agent. He knows the importance of hiding himself, so Lao Shan has always been very low-key, including returning to the secret hall, and he will not reveal his true face. It is said that only the Dark King can make Lao Shan convinced in the world today. Only when he meets the Dark King will Lao Shan reveal his true face. The 4th deputy hall master is Helen, who is known as the Sire, and the 5th deputy hall master is called the Little Dark King, and no one knows his specific name. The image of this 5th deputy hall master who appears in front of people is a handsome and almost demonic young man's face. As for whether it is the real face, no one knows. The 6th deputy hall master is called Mu Yu, who is listed as the 2 beauties of the secret hall together with Helen. She has a graceful temperament, and is known for her heart as clear as a mirror and her calmness. It is rumored that this deputy hall master Mu Yu has practiced a mysterious method to increase spiritual power, which is called heart as still water. The practice of this technique will gradually abandon human emotions such as the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and strive to create a humanoid machine that is not affected by emotions. In fact, the efficiency of this wooden fish deputy hall master is indeed outstanding, and it is completely beyond the scope of normal humans. The scope of the wooden fish's authority is to deal with the various messages sent back by the spiritual heart from countless spies scattered throughout the universe in the 31st underground city-like building under the Seeking Hall. After screening, these countless messages will be analyzed and summarized by the wooden fish, and the most valuable parts will be picked out and sent to the Hall Master and the other 7 deputy Hall Masters for specific processing. The 7th Hall Master is Wen Wujiang, and the 8th deputy Hall Master is the Executioner Emoju. These deputy Hall Masters each have their own duties. Most of them are not famous for their military power, but they have their own strengths. They are all amazing talents in their respective fields. From this point of view, we can get a glimpse of the secret hall. There are indeed many talented people and strange people gathering, as numerous as clouds and rain. At this time, the 6 deputy hall masters gathered in the Seeking Hall. In terms of personality, Wen Wujiang is a fox-like treacherous and fickle character. On the surface, he behaves like a spineless fence sitter. After seeing Jing Shan's return to the secret hall, Wen Wujiang was the first to turn to Jing Shan's. At least on the surface, Wen Wujiang only follows Jing Shan's lead. Among the 8 deputy hall masters, the Executioner Emoju and the 5th deputy hall master Zhao and Wang have always been known as the 3 young talents of the secret hall with Jing Shan's. They have a good relationship in private, so the 2 of them are also inclined to support Jing Shan's. In other words, among the 5 deputy hall masters, only Mu Yu and Lao Shan are left, and they have not yet made a clear statement to support Jing Shan's. However, from the fact that the 2 of them attended the second gathering held by Jing Shan's as scheduled, it can be seen that they are also somewhat inclined to Jing Shan's in their hearts, and are optimistic that the secret hall will be better under his leadership than Fang Sui. In other words, except Helen who was with Fang Sui, the other Vice Palace Masters were inclined to Jing Shan's. At this time, Jing Shan's convened a second meeting with all the Vice Palace Masters. He said slowly, "Everyone, I know that everyone is very busy, so I won't say anything extra. My meaning has been made very clear. I'm not greedy for power and must be the master of the secret palace, but I don't believe in Fang Sui's ability. I don't care how famous he is outside. He came here without any achievements in the secret palace, but he wants to take charge of the power of the secret palace and lead us who have accumulated great achievements and worked diligently to get to the current position. Who can be convinced? I think everyone here must have the same idea as me, so I asked you to come back." He said again, "I communicated with you last time. I asked you to come again this time because I hope we can get one step closer." As he spoke, the light in Jing Shan's eyes gradually became brighter and glittering. His body leaned forward, like a tiger lying on the desk, with an imposing manner. Minimum Ro, who was standing behind him, had already moved like a phantom butterfly when he was speaking, and placed written materials on the circular thick wooden table in front of the deputy hall masters. Jing Shan said in a deep and ear-shaking voice, "This is a written order from the deputy hall masters of our secret hall to jointly dismiss the chief deputy hall master. As long as more than 5 deputy hall masters sign, Fang Sui's position can be immediately dismissed, and he can be sent back to where he came from. I, Jing Shan's, have signed on it. If you agree with me, please write your own name and spiritual imprint on it." After a slight pause, he said, "I can promise that when I, Jing Shan's, take power, I will not forget your kindness today." Jing Shan said nothing. His eyes were cold, and he swept across the faces of the 5 deputy hall masters one by one. After receiving the warrant, the 8th deputy hall master Moju was very happy and sneered, "Shanze, you are doing all these fancy things. If I were to ask you, since you are not satisfied with Fang Sui, you can just mobilize the assassins and kill him. With your methods, you will have ways to prevent people from suspecting you. Let's take a step back. If you are afraid of taking this responsibility, I will help you. If I do it myself, I should have a 70% to 80% chance of killing Fang Sui. If he dies, naturally no one will compete with you for the position of Hall Master. Why bother with this effort?" Having said that, Moju, with his pupils open and closed, still wrote his name on the warrant happily and placed his spiritual imprint in it to ensure that the signature could not be forged. Jing Shanze laughed at Moju's words. The two had a very good personal relationship, so Jing Shanze did not explain too much to him. Then Jing Shanze turned his eyes to Wei Wujiang. In fact, Wei Wujiang was jumping up and down in his heart at this moment, and the object of his scolding was Jing Shanze. According to Wei Wujiang's intention, he could lean towards Jing Shan's on the surface, but he didn't want to sign such a written document that was close to forcing Fang Sui to fall. You must know that once this thing is signed, Fang Sui will be really offended, and there will be no room for maneuver. However, under the watchful eyes of Jing Shan's, he had no room for evasion, and he still had a bit of gambler's heart to bet on the size of the bet, so he finally gritted his teeth secretly and signed his name. The 5th Deputy Hall Master, Zhao Wang, examined the document in his hand, pondered for a while, and also wrote his name in a flash. The smile on Jing Shan's mouth continued to spread, gradually brightening, and finally looked at Lao Shan and Mu Yu. Since the 6th Hall Master Mu Yu can be ranked alongside Helen, it goes without saying that she is beautiful. She is about the same age as Helen, with the face of an oriental woman, black hair, fair skin, and picturesque eyebrows. What is particularly superior is her temperament. She gave people a feeling of tranquility and ease, and her gracefulness was also cold and indifferent, as if she was keeping people at a distance. She sat there calmly, neither happy nor angry, like a quiet lake in the wilderness, as poetic as a painting. Under the sharp gaze of Jing Shan's, Lao Shan and Mu Yu both sat as steady as mountains and rivers, without changing their expressions at all. Lao Shan had an ordinary figure, and the skin exposed outside his clothes, that is, his head, face and hands, was always covered with a layer of light mist. This mist had the effect of distorting vision, but it would not affect others from seeing Lao Shan's face, but the face you saw would never be his true face. The face that appeared in the eyes of others at this time was that of an ordinary middle-aged man, so ordinary that people would forget his existence soon after taking a look at him. Under the gaze of Jingshan's, whose eyes were as bright as fire, Laotian said in a flat voice, "We are gathering here to discuss the removal of Fang Sui. It is not only unfair to him, but also disrespectful to Lord Dark King. After all, Fang Sui was supported to the position of chief with his approval. We are gathering in secret to discuss the removal of Fang Sui, which is tantamount to undermining Lord Dark King. Jingshan's, you summoned me here twice, and I responded to your call both times, because I recognize your personal ability. If Lord Dark King asked me who I support to be the next master of the secret hall, I would choose you, Jingshan's, without hesitation, instead of Fang Sui, whom I have never met. However, if you ask me to sign this order to remove Fang Sui, I will not sign it." After speaking, Laotian stood up and prepared to go out. He thought for a while and glanced at Muayu and said, "I guess with your loyalty to Lord Dark King, Muayu, you should have the same opinion as me. Do you want to go with me?" Muayu smiled and stood up slowly, obviously ready to leave, but she bent over and signed her name on the warrant before leaving, which was unexpected to Laotian and even everyone else. A look of surprise flashed in Laotian's eyes. He rarely made mistakes in judgment, but he didn't expect to make a mistake in judgment on this woman, who should not have signed the warrant. I frowned and glanced at Jingshan's. According to the rules of the secret hall, the 5 deputy hall masters can jointly dismiss Fang Sui. At this time, with Jingshan's himself, there are exactly 5 deputy hall masters who signed the warrant, which means that Fang Sui has actually been dismissed from this moment. At this moment, Jingshan smiled calmly and stood up leisurely. Many of the arrangements he prepared were not used at all, and the overall situation had been decided. In this way, Fang Sui was indeed not worthy of being his opponent. After he took action, he didn't even have the power to fight back and was eliminated. Jingshan thought so in his heart, and after getting up, he was ready to personally collect the warrant documents signed by Muayu and others. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. 2 people hurried in from outside the hall at the same time. One of them was a death warrior under Jingshan's, and the other was a subordinate of Laotian. After the 2 came in, they came to Jingshan's and Laotian respectively, and whispered in private. But as the 2 reported in a low voice, the faces of Laotian and Jingshan's suddenly changed. Laotian's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously he heard something very unexpected from the report from his subordinates, and Jingshan's expression showed a hint of suppressed anger in the surprise PS. The protagonist did not appear in this chapter. In fact, I have always tried to avoid this kind of writing. However, the plot of this piece has come to this point, and I still feel that it will be more fluent and coherent to write it this way. After thinking about it, I didn't force the protagonist to appear. Well, please vote happy reading! Exclamation mark. Chapter 535, Beheading. The other deputy hall masters noticed something unusual and looked at Laotian and Jingshan's at the same time. After a moment, Laotian put away the surprise on his face, first turned his head to glance at Jingshan's, and then looked at the other deputy hall masters one by one, his expression calm, without any emotion in his heart. Because of this, the other deputy hall masters felt that something was unusual. Could the news be wrong? How could he do such a thing? The voice full of surprise broke the silent atmosphere, and the shock in the speaker's heart could be heard from the tone of the voice. The speaker was Jingshan's personal maid, the petite Minimum Rao. She was standing beside Jingshan's, so she naturally heard what the assassin said when he came in to report to Jingshan's. Minimum Rao's charming eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Obviously, what the assassin reported to Jingshan surprised Minimum Rao very much. What kind of news is it that makes everyone who hears it so frightened? This thought flashed through the mind of the deputy hall master Wei Wujiang, who subconsciously looked at the hand order document for the dismissal of Fang Sui on the table. Suddenly, his heart moved slightly, and he reached out to hold the document in his hand. Just at this moment, Jingshan waved his hand. Minimum Rao, who was following him for a long time, immediately understood what Jingshan meant. She walked to the edge of the table, where everyone was sitting, and collected the hand order signed by the deputy hall masters, and placed on the table one by one. In a blink of an eye, Minimum Rao came to Wei Wujiang, spread out her hands and said, "Since Deputy Hall Master Welly has already signed the document, do you want to regret it so soon? Bring the document here." Welly Wujiang hesitated for a moment and felt that Jing Shan's eyes were looking at him sternly. After all, he didn't want to quarrel with Jing Shan's in person, so he was ready to hand over the document in his hand. However, at this moment, a voice said calmly, "Even if we collect 5 warrant documents, it is useless. If I remember correctly, after signing the document, each Deputy Hall Master has the power to change his decision and declare the document invalid. Jing Shan's, do you think any Deputy Hall Master will change his decision after this incident? What's the point of collecting their signed documents?" This voice was flat and unremarkable. Everyone knew it was from Liu Shan. The 8th Deputy Hall Master Emoju opened his pupils and asked coldly, "Liu Shan and Shanze, what news did you two receive?" Jing Shan snorted coldly and did not answer. Liu Shan thought for a while and said, "You will know this news later. It can't be concealed. I will announce it and everyone will know it at a glance." Liu Shan made a slight gesture to the person who walked into the hall to report to him. The person quickly took out a piece of crystal image that was less than the size of a palm and was crystal clear and placed it in the middle of the table. Jing Shan slowly sat back in his original position, expressionless. At this time, symbols appeared inside the crystal placed on the table, and suddenly a void image was projected. All the Deputy Hall Masters looked at the picture at the same time, which showed a scene somewhere in space. In the calm and dark space, there were occasional shining stars. On the picture, there were 2 groups of people scattered in the vast space, fighting each other, and the fight was very fierce. But the number of people on both sides was not large, only about 10 people on each side. Emoju frowned and said, "What are the identities of the 2 warring parties?" Before Emoju finished speaking, he had obviously recognized the identity of someone in the picture, so he finally let out a light exclamation. Liu Shan's death squad explained the origin of the picture. "We just received news that Fang Sui led his men to set up an ambush in the southern region to kill the leader of the demons, Nkui. This is a picture of the fierce battle in space after the 2 sides met. It happened less than half an hour ago. It was recorded and photographed by Helen, the Deputy Hall Master of our secret hall, with a memory crystal, and then transmitted back through the air with the spiritual heart. At present, the content of this picture has been classified as top secret." Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Ambush and kill Nkui. What a great spirit. The battle group in the video screen is roughly divided into 3 places. One of them is a battle between several 6th level shadow demons and Jiuo Dangshan, UK King, Zhang Shizhen, Tina and others from the demon cult. The 2 sides are fighting a life and death battle. The collision is extremely fierce, the magic is gorgeous, the fight is fierce, and life and death are in a flash. The scene was filled with the dark magic energy that was as powerful as a long river, and the silver white moon god hunting wolf running in space, and Tina holding the thunder spear, shouting and emitting thunderbolts, and lightning one after another, like a Valkyrie. Zhang Shizhen, who was surrounded by thousands of ghosts and yin energy, poured out all kinds of magic like flowing water, and the continuous Jiuo Dangshan was in it. In addition, there was UK King standing far away on Cybertron, with a flowing dress. She was performing long-range auxiliary attacks, surrounded by a bright moon, and holding a gorgeous longbow in her hand, that seemed to be cast from ice crystals. Every time the bowstring was pulled open by UK King's white jade hand, a dazzling light arrow like a meteor would fly out of the string at a speed that no one could see clearly. After reaching the 5th level, UK King's archery skills are now almost mythical. The arrows she shot did not go in a straight line at all, but circled the battle group, interweaving into a net, blocking and surrounding the entire battle group, waiting for an opportunity to kill the opponent. The arrows flew like the moon around the earth, looking extremely dazzling. However, every time the arrow light flashed, there must be a shadow demon general who was injured or killed, which was extremely sharp. From the battle screen, Jiuo Dangshan and Zhang Shizhen, who were fighting in close combat, seemed to be crazy, and were simply fighting for their lives. Jiuo Dangshan's full range of magic and Zhang Shizhen's frontal attack and defense complemented each other, fighting with the opponent, punching to the flesh, and extremely thrilling. Among the several Deputy Hall Masters who watched the video, Emoju, Lao Shan, Zhao and Wang, and Jing Shans were more adept at fighting. When several people saw the battle screen in front of them, they all felt a wave of throbbing in their hearts. This demon cult team under Fang Sui is indeed worthy of being the most powerful team, ranked first in the 5 domains. There is really no ordinary person, and each of them is an outstanding talent. They fought against the 6th Order Shadow Demon General who had the advantage in numbers. Not only did they not lose, but they suppressed their opponents. This invincible fighting power was really amazing. Everyone turned their eyes and saw that the other 2 battle groups on the screen were fighting with 7th Order mythical masters. The scene was even more amazing. In the space a little further away, stars were hit by the aftermath of the battle and immediately showed signs of cracking and breaking. Destroying stars with a wave of the hand is a level that only powerful people at the 7th Order near God level can achieve. One of the 2 7th Order Masters was the Lord of the Knights Hall, Ogula, and the Lord of the Lion family, fighting against the 2 7th Order Guards of the Dark King. Ogula and the Lord of the Lion family joined forces, but they did not have the upper hand, but were suppressed. In the middle of the picture, the only remaining battle group looked a little weird. There were 3 people fighting, and another person was watching. The 3 people who fought were Baktat, the King of War, and Qian Huang, the grandson of Emperor Zuanilan. They joined forces to fight against the Dark King. At the edge of the battle group, the shadow of Horus's god body appeared behind Fang Sui, emitting a golden glow, protecting him from being injured by the battle fluctuations of the 7th level master. Fang Sui watched the battle with his eyes burning, without blinking. Nkui was attacked by the 2 top masters, Bach and Qian Huang, and was at a disadvantage, but he advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and was not in danger of defeat. When the screen showed here, it suddenly switched quickly, showing that Qian Huang and Baktat cooperated tacitly, seized the opportunity to jointly attack, and Nkui was injured in this attack, and then the situation began to become unfavorable. Nkui, who was as strong as a demon god, glanced at Fang Sui who was watching the battle during the battle, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the joint efforts of Bach and Qian Huang, and never had the opportunity to withdraw to attack Fang Sui. After that, the situation became more and more unfavorable for Nkui. He shouted angrily, and since he couldn't kill Fang Sui, he finally wanted to leave. But seeing Nkui attacking again and again, he temporarily forced Qian Huang and Bach to retreat, and then tore open the void, wanting to enter it and leave. The amazing change happened at this time. When Nkui opened the void, the scene on Fang Sui's side was a little weird. He was filled with a thick death aura, and lines of death spells appeared on his body like tattoos, flickering. At this moment, Fang Sui resolutely performed the death sacrifice again, sacrificing his vitality in exchange for unparalleled power. The vitality in his body was quickly extracted, and he looked skinny and instantly became a horrible appearance of skin and bones. Even his flesh and blood were swallowed and absorbed by the power of the death sacrifice. At the same moment, Fang Sui's eyebrows were shining brightly, and the pressure of the god surged out like a tide. The vast pressure even penetrated the barriers of time and space in the picture. Several Deputy Hall Masters who were watching in the meeting room of the Seeking Palace all felt a tremor from the deepest part of their souls at the same time. The dead Horus, through the secret power of death sacrifice, seemed to have a spiritual connection with Fang Sui. Horus turned into a golden eagle, and suddenly flew out from Fang Sui's forehead, and disappeared in a flash. Swish. At this moment, the dark Kui on the other side tore open the void, and suddenly a golden eagle flashed out from the void. It broke open like a stream of light. Suddenly, the golden eagle flew in front of the dark Kui's forehead, and a ray of light from its sharp beak pierced into the center of dark Kui's eyebrows. The next moment, dark Kui let out a terrifying scream, and his forehead was pierced by the light, leaving a burn hole, and the golden eagle of Horus took advantage of the situation to penetrate into his head. Whoosh. Dark Kui's body poured out billions of rays of light from the inside out, and the dazzling golden light illuminated billions of miles of space. His body was cracked everywhere, and in an instant he was burned to ashes by the sun god, fire burning in his body. A blazing sun burst out from the body of Dark Leader, that was burned and disappeared, and then the blazing sun quickly shrank, turning into a brand and escaping into Fang Sui's brow. Finally, the light on Fang Sui's brow gradually weakened, the sun mark disappeared, and the space near and far returned to darkness. At this point, the video ended. Everyone in the small conference room was shocked. Fang Sui set an ambush to kill the leader of the Shadow and really killed Dark Leader, and Dark Leader died at the hands of Fang Sui himself. This news will soon spread in the Five Directions domain. Fang Sui's name will soar to such a degree that it is probably not enough to describe its brilliance as the sun at its peak. The golden eagle god came out of Fang Sui's brow. He has a god hidden in his body? This is incredible. Wei Wujiang's face was full of horror. His first reaction was to tear up the hand order he signed to confirm the dismissal of Fang Sui. His speed was so quick that it was jaw-dropping. Jing Shan snorted coldly and stood up to walk out of the hall. It was impossible to remove Fang Sui, but Jing Shan still had other means to use. Although Fang Sui succeeded in ambushing and killing the Dark Leader, it was far from enough to make Jing Shan's bow down to him. Jing Shan's walked proudly, his face was solemn, and his demeanor did not change at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded, saying lightly, "Jing Shan's, sit back first." As the voice came out, the space barrier of this small and private meeting room was easily opened like a door. A thin and skinny old man, with his hands behind his back, strode out of the void with a proud look. PS. Please vote happy reading! Exclamation mark. Chapter 536 How is it better than you? The old man was wearing a black robe with gold edges. He walked out and sat in the main seat in the small conference room. He crossed his legs and glanced at the 6 deputy hall masters including Jing Shan's. The old man who could enter and exit the core building of the secret hall of the Privy Council so freely was naturally the Dark King. Jing Shan's face changed slightly. According to the information he had, the Dark King should be in a secret realm of the universe outside the 5 directions at this moment. Otherwise, how dare he sneak back to the Dark King's palace under the Dark King's nose? Jing Shan's mind turned quickly, and he sat back in his seat silently. Lao Shan always respected the Dark King the most. When he saw the Dark King appear, he stood respectfully with his hands down, until the Dark King waved his hand, and motioned him to sit down. Then he sat down after bowing. When the others saw the Dark King appear, they were about to stand up and salute him. The Dark King sneered, "Don't try this. If you really respect me, you would still hold this kind of party. Hey, I just helped someone up, and you are going to take him down. This is clearly a slap in my face. Pa pa pa, it's quite loud." The old man's words were funny. Although he was scolding people, it sounded like a joke, and he even made his own pa 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 sound. However, although what he said was humorous, the deputy hall masters dared not ignore it. Those who have been in the secret hall for a long time naturally know the Dark King's methods and reputation. This old man has done countless brave things. For example, he once broke into the base camp of the Shadow Clan alone and assassinated the Shadow Demon Marshal. Although he did not succeed, he retreated unscathed. The most astonishing thing is that this old man seems to be addicted to this kind of thing. He has done it more than 10 times, and he is still safe and sound until now. This has to be said to be a miracle. Some people even joked about this, saying that the time and space magic cave in the Shadow Clan's base camp is the old man's back garden. He can come and go as he pleases, and no one can stop him. This old man will do 1 or 2 such eye-popping things every once in a while. Another time, his whereabouts were discovered by the Mother Powers for some reason, and they sent 7 7th level Dark Elders to surround and kill him, but the Dark King killed 2 of them instead. He broke out of the siege in desperation and left in a cloud of dust. This shows how amazing the Dark King's military power is. In fact, the Dark King's wisdom is also extraordinary. Since he took charge of the Secret Hall hundreds of years ago, the Secret Hall has been fighting against the 2 major secret agencies under the Shadow Clan and the Mother Powers alone for many years, and it has not lost the upper hand at all. Just from this point, it is not difficult to imagine what kind of wisdom and strategy it contains, and the ability to be extremely outstanding from the overall situation to the details. Everyone in the Secret Hall knows that the Dark King is a living legend, and his prestige is unmatched. Because of this, the Dark King's words sounded light-hearted and humorous, but when he finished speaking, the Deputy Hall Masters all changed color, stood up and apologized at the same time, with panicked expressions, including Emoju, who was the most rebellious in character. Only Jing Shan's remained silent and motionless like a mountain. For the first time in the 9 years since he entered the secret palace, he looked directly at the Dark King as an equal. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "I have worked under you, the Dark King, for 9 years. I have always been conscientious and have made countless contributions. Although I was promoted quickly, every step I took was steady and down to earth. I'm now sitting in the position of Deputy Palace Master of the Secret Palace. It seems very high, but I deserve it, because this position is earned by my own accumulated merit step by step." After a pause, he said word by word that Fang Sui has never worked in our secret palace for a day, but he wants to ride on my head as soon as he comes. Why should I listen to his leadership? Just for this reason, I don't submit to him. The Dark King blinked his eyes and said calmly, "Jing Shans, you are very smart. If you see this palace master appear, you will immediately repent and put on a false face to fool me. In fact, you are still stubborn and want to continue to make small moves. Then this palace master will not even say more to you and will kill you at the turn of his hand." He added, "Since you are honest, I will give you a chance to explain things to you." When the other vice palace masters saw the Dark King, they were like mice seeing a cat. They stood aside and listened with their heads down without daring to breathe. Wei Wujiang and his ilk were the most timid. When they thought of the various horrific methods that the Dark King had used to kill people, cold sweat was already dripping from their foreheads. The Dark King did not even glance at the others. He turned his gaze to the window frame, staring at the intoxicating scenery of the bright moon rising from the deep sea outside the window. He was silent for a long time before he suddenly spoke, saying slowly, "Jing Shans, actually I have always been training you as my successor. Even if I agree to let Fang Sui come to the secret hall and become the chief deputy hall master of the secret hall, I still like you more in my heart. Who will take over the secret hall in the end? I have been thinking over and over in my heart in recent days. You and Fang Sui actually have your own strengths, which really makes it difficult for me." The old man glanced at Jing Shans and said, "I said that you and Fang Sui have your own strengths. Don't dislike this. I have observed Fang Sui for a long time. Since the day he entered the shadow area alone, I have been following him in secret. If he hadn't impressed me with his abilities, I would have killed him, even if he didn't die at the hands of the Shadow Clan in the shadow area. It is precisely because of his extraordinariness that this Hall Master has developed a talent for us and wants to give our secret halls heir one more choice. It may not be a bad thing for the two of you to compete with each other and promote each other, so I let him enter the secret hall and become the chief. But as long as he fails to truly become the master of the secret hall, my test of him will not be over, which means that you, Jing Shans, still have a chance. It can also be understood that, while I'm testing Fang Sui, I'm also testing you, Jing Shans. It's just that I didn't say this out loud. I thought you, Jing Shans, could understand my intention." The old man sighed and said, "Whether you believe it or not, as long as you do nothing and keep your composure, I will always tend to pass on the inheritance of the master of the secret hall to you." The Dark King's words made Jing Shans lose his usual calmness. The Dark King had no reason to tell lies to appease him, so what the Dark King said was obviously true. Because of this, after hearing these words, Jing Shan's face changed drastically. His face turned red and white, his chest rose and fell slightly, and it was obvious that he was very uneasy. The Dark King spoke in a gentle voice, "Unfortunately, Jing Shans, you disappoint me. You failed this last test." Jing Shan's face turned pale. He looked at the Dark King. His tiger eyes were hidden under his high eye sockets, forming a thick shadow. He looked a little gloomy and said in a deep voice, "Why? Just because I didn't keep silent as you expected, but stood up to compete with Fang Sui, you think I'm not qualified and not stable enough and deprived me of the qualification of the successor of the master of the secret hall?" Jing Shan's words were very bold, and they were somewhat questioning the Dark King. However, the Dark King seemed to have not noticed it and didn't care at all. He changed the subject and said, Jing Shans, you were supported by me from an unknown person, right? Jing Shans was obviously a master of controlling emotions. He quickly restored his usual calm and coldness and narrowed his eyes when he heard it. The Dark King's pair of old eyes that looked unusually deep rolled around, as if he could see through people's hearts, and he said in a low voice, you kept silent, which obviously means you don't agree with my words, that I supported you. So, Jing Shans, you think you are very capable, and no matter where you are, there will always be people who will discover your brilliance and regard you as a treasure, so there is no such thing as me promoting you. According to your consideration, I promoted you because of your ability, and you have repaid my appreciation of you with your outstanding work over the years, so you don't owe me anything. Therefore, once you learned that I recognized Fang Sui as the chief, you immediately had the idea of resisting, because there is no friendship between us, only a relationship of interest, and you want to fight for the benefits that you should have, right? Jing Shans admitted, yes. The Dark King's wrinkled old face still showed no anger. Instead, he smiled brightly and said, have you ever thought that there are actually many capable and talented people, and there are countless people who are jealous of your talent? Except here with me, I can let you go and give full play to your talents. If you go to another place, you will most likely be excluded, which will eventually lead to cynical, feeling that you are not appreciated for your talents, and having a lot of talents, but no place to use them. Jing Shans' mouth curled up slightly, with a cold and arrogant expression. The Dark King laughed dumbly and said, forget it. We can't tell right from wrong in this matter, so let's put it aside. Let's just talk about the confrontation between you and Fang Sui. You think it's unfair that I chose Fang Sui and cancelled your inheritance qualification. Then let me ask you, what have you been doing recently? What is Fang Sui doing? Without waiting for Jing Shans to speak, the old man continued, you have been busy scheming recently, thinking that if you can bring down Fang Sui, the position of the Lord of the Secret Hall will be yours. In contrast, your opponent Fang Sui is running around and fighting all over the place. Now, even the Dark Leader has been killed by him, and everyone who hears about it is moved. In other words, while you were racking your brains to fight for power, others were doing things. Who is higher, and who is lower? Seeing that Jing Shans was unmoved, the Dark King said, you may be thinking that he didn't know you were back. If he knew you were back in the Seeking Palace, he would definitely stay and fight you to the death. So his starting point for going out to solve difficult problems is not much nobler than yours. He is just fighting for the position of the Master of the Secret Palace. Jing Shans' eyes showed a hint of sarcasm, and he asked calmly, isn't it? The Dark King chuckled and said, really not. Let me tell you, Fang Sui knew you were back before he left. Do you think he was blind before he took over the Secret Palace, and it was impossible for him to grasp your whereabouts? Then you underestimated him too much. Think about it yourself. How did he get the evidence of Nanshai and Ao's guilt? Those evidences, we in the Secret Palace haven't collected them. Jing Shans' face changed for the first time. The Dark King said again, when they know you are here, they don't want to pay attention to you at all. They let you mess around here, just to see what tricks you can come up with. How is this kind of mind and courage better than yours, Jing Shans? Do you accept it? Jing Shans' expression changed several times, and Minimum Rao's face behind him flushed. She risked her life to speak, indignantly. If Lord Shans is given the same opportunity, he will definitely do 100 times better than Fang Sui. The Dark King smiled and said, opportunities are not given by others, but are created by one's own choice and efforts. Just like this time you chose to come back to compete for the position of the Palace Master, while Fang Sui chose to capture Nanshai and Ao and kill the Dark Leader. This is the same reason. This is the difference in nature and character. Jing Shans, I'm sorry, you lost completely. Jing Shans heard this, and a violent and extremely violent look suddenly flashed across his face. While the Dark King was speaking, his eyes moved, and he looked at the wooden fish standing not far away, with a temperament like a secluded orchid in the valley, and standing quietly. The Dark King's look was meaningful. At the same time, billions of miles away in time and space, Cybertron was on its way back to the 13 stars region at an incredible speed. PS. Please vote happy reading. Chapter 537 What's wrong? The Dark King withdrew his gaze from Mu Yu and said, "Come here, take Jing Shan's away. Since he lost in the fight with Fang Sui will decide how to deal with him after he comes back." The Dark King's meaning was very clear. Not only would Jing Shan's lose the qualification to inherit the position of the Lord of the Secret Hall, he would also become a prisoner, and his life and death would be at the mercy of Fang Sui. After hearing that, Jing Shan's eyes became more fierce. His momentum soared. He stood up suddenly, sneered, "There are some plans I didn't want to use, but Dark King, you are pushing me too far. I, Jing Shan's, have to resist." His voice became increasingly gloomy. "Do you think that when I come back to compete for the position of the Lord of the Secret Hall, the only way is to simply unite with other Deputy Hall Masters? Then you underestimate me, Jing Shan's. Before taking action, I have considered various things, including if you, Dark King, insist on supporting Fang Sui, how should I respond?" The Dark King waved his hand to stop the angry look on his face, ready to take action against Jing Shan's. Laotian raised his eyelids and glanced at Jing Shan's, who stood up like a mountain and had an overwhelming momentum. "Oh, so you want to deal with me too?" he asked calmly. "Then tell me, what means are you going to use to deal with me? If you can really deal with me, it means that your strategies and means are better than mine. This Hall Master will not only not blame you, but also praise you. Maybe I will change my mind and pass the position of Hall Master to you. Tell me, what means do you have to deal with me?" Jing Shan's laughed wildly towards the sky, his voice full of indignation, obviously very angry at the contempt in the Dark King's words. The laughter stopped suddenly, and Jing Shan said, "What means I have, you will know at a glance." After speaking, a bright silver corner and dark yellow ancient scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. "Hall Master, be careful. This is the ancient scroll of the contract of the gods. Anyone who signs his name on the scroll will form a contract and reach an unchangeable alliance within a period of time." Jing Shan's is looking for help to deal with the Hall Master. Wei Wujiang blurted out after seeing the ancient scroll. In fact, with the Dark King's knowledge, how could he not see the origin of the ancient scroll? Wei Wujiang just wanted to take the opportunity to show his loyalty and seize the opportunity to flatter. Except for Wei Wujiang, the other Deputy Hall Masters all had different expressions at this moment. Some were horrified, some were shocked, and some were angry as they stared at Jing Shan's. No one thought that Jing Shan's would have such courage and guts to dare to confront the Dark King face to face. At this time, the ancient scroll of the god's contract in Jing Shan's hand began to emit a dazzling silver light. This light pierced the void and instantly constructed several space channels. The next moment, several figures appeared at the other end of the deep and dark space channel and walked quickly along the channel. Suddenly, a total of 3 people walked out from the other end of time and space in different directions and landed in this small meeting room of the Seeking Palace at the same time. These 3 figures were 3 middle-aged men, one of whom was wearing a light golden robe with 3 strands of clear beard under his chin, his eyes sparkling, and his demeanor majestic. The other 2 were of ordinary build, and the other was short and sturdy, wearing sea blue and light silver ancient robes respectively. The common point of these 3 people is that their aura is very strong. They are all masters who have reached, or are close to the 7th level. Moreover, the 3 people have noble and calm demeanors, and they all look like people of high position and power. After the 3 people walked out, they stood side by side with Jing Shan's and looked at the Dark King with cold eyes, with hidden ridicule. When the Deputy Hall Masters such as Wei Wujiang saw it, they were all shocked. They originally thought that Jing Shan's dared to challenge the Dark King, and he was crazy and overestimated his own ability. But after seeing these 3 people appear, everyone knew where Jing Shan's confidence came from. His plan obviously took the Dark King into account a long time ago. He wanted to do it in one step, not only to squeeze out Fang Sui, but also to force the Dark King to give up his position. All this originated from the identities of the 3 people who appeared from the other end of the space channel, after receiving the traction of the scroll of the contract of the gods. At present, everyone is deep inside the main building complex of the Privy Council. The defense here is extremely tight. Naturally, those who can enter this place are not outsiders. The 3 people who appeared in this small conference room at this time are all people from the Privy Council, and each of them has a prominent background. It should be noted that, after Jing Shan sneaked back to the Privy Council headquarters several days ago, he did not go directly back to the Seeking Palace. It was at that time that he secretly visited several other mountain forces in the Privy Council that were no less powerful than the Secret Palace, and secretly reached a certain interest alliance. It was because of the existence of this alliance that Minimum Ro, who was beside Jing Shan's, once swore that the master of the Secret Palace had fallen into the hands of Jing Shan's. Is this your trump card, Jing Shan's? Hey, those who came are our acquaintances of the Privy Council. People from the 3 core departments of the Privy Council, the Confidential Palace, the Starry Sky War Palace, and the Imperial Court. Any of these 3 families can compete with our Secret Palace, but it is difficult for you, Jing Shan's, to reach an alliance agreement with them. Are you planning to unite the forces of the 3 families, force me to step down, and then support you to become the next master of the Secret Palace? Ahaha. Moreover, those who came are the top figures of these 3 families who are second only to the leaders, enough to represent the leaders of these 3 families. Jing Shan's, you have a lot of face. The Dark King swung his legs lightly and said shiveringly like an old deadbeat. Among the 3 people who had formed an alliance with Jing Shan's and came through the air, the middle-aged man from the Imperial Court Department of the Privy Council, who was dressed in a light golden robe and had a majestic demeanor, looked at the Dark King coldly and said, "We have come together to tell you that the 3 of us have reached an agreement with Jing Shan's. When the 7 seats of the Supreme Council of the Privy Council make a vote, we will unanimously support Jing Shan's to become the next master of the Secret Palace. At the beginning of the next council, the 3 of us will request a joint vote to remove you, the current master of the Secret Palace, and let Jing Shan's take over." The Dark King mocked. The Imperial Court Department jointly formed by your Heavenly Court forces and the Taeku tribe and the Privy Council is really getting more and more involved. You dare to interfere in the affairs of my Secret Palace? This Hall Master will definitely repay you for what happened today. The middle-aged man from the Imperial Court Department sneered coldly. The highest seat in the Privy Council currently has 7 Supreme Elders with voting rights. In addition to our 3 families each occupying 1 seat, there are 2 others who have always been dissatisfied with your Dark King's behavior. In this way, 5 of the 7 seats will oppose you continuing to serve as the Lord of the Secret Palace. In other words, Dark King, you will no longer be the Lord of the Secret Palace in the near future. I'm very curious about how you will report to the Imperial Court Department after you are no longer the Lord of the Secret Palace. The news said by this middle-aged man who came from the ancient heavenly power and currently holds an important position in the Privy Council Imperial Court Department made the hearts of all the deputy hall masters present beat wildly. People like Wei Wujiang, who are fence sitters, have already been calculating in their hearts, wondering if there is really a possibility of a change in the Secret Palace. Wei Wujiang glanced at Jing Shan's again, thinking that Jing Shan's had joined forces with the other 3 forces to force the Dark King to step down. This was already a blatant rebellion. While everyone was calculating in their hearts, the old man, the Dark King, looked at Jing Shan's with a smile and said, "Your method is barely acceptable. It can be regarded as a combination of conspiracy and open conspiracy. You started by operating in secret, and now you use it to force me blatantly with the general trend." Jing Shan's chuckled, sat back in front of the Dark King, looked at the Dark King frankly, and said calmly, "Since I have decided to compete for the position of the Lord of the Secret Palace, it must be mine. Fang Sui can't stop me, and you, the Dark King, can't either." He said arrogantly, "I didn't intend to use this method to force you to step down. I wanted you to give up your position decently, but you insisted on jumping out. Who can I blame? Dark King, you have controlled the Secret Palace for many years, and it's time for you to step down." The Dark King squinted his eyes and said to Jing Shan's, "You have joined forces with outsiders to participate in the affairs of our secret hall, which is equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house. Who among the major factions in our Privy Council does not covet this piece of fat meat of our secret hall? You act with the help of external forces. Even if you succeed, the power of the secret hall will not be able to remain independent in the future. A large part of it will be divided by these 3 families. Otherwise, how could they agree to help you? Jingshans, you can see these truths, but you still do this. You are so disappointing. The next moment, the Dark King's face was slightly cold. You want to deal with this whole master, but the heat is too far away. After that, he had no interest in speaking again, and instead released his own momentum. Everyone in the Privy Council knew that the Dark King was a recognized 7th level mythical master. But at this moment, the momentum released by the Dark King instantly exceeded the scope of the 7th level. You broke through to the 8th level? Jingshan's face suddenly changed, and he stood up with a sound. The Dark King sat still and said calmly, well, you are unlucky. I just broke through the 8th level not long ago. The foundation of everything in this world, in the final analysis, still depends on one's own strength as the cornerstone. An 8th level Dark King who has surpassed the 7th level and touched the barrier of the gods is far beyond the level of being appointed and dismissed by the Privy Council through voting. The 8th level is a realm of touching the gods. There is a clear regulation within the Privy Council that all regulations cannot be applied to 8th level demigods. The 8th level is an existence that transcends all rules and constraints. At this moment, the Dark King showed his strength to break into the 8th level. Jingshans and the other 3 Privy Council forces wanted to dismiss the Dark King, but the means were instantly invalidated. At this moment, Jingshans was heartbroken and his face was dejected. The representatives of the other 3 forces of the Privy Council, who had arrogantly announced that the Dark King was about to be dismissed, were also all shocked. They looked at each other and changed their attitudes at the same time. Without saying a word, the 3 of them broke through the void barrier and left in a blink of an eye. The situation became simpler after that. Jingshans was detained by the Dark King and became a prisoner. Then the Dark King put away his momentum and muttered with a grin, asterisk asterisk asterisk. This matter almost made outsiders laugh. I have run the secret hall for many years, but someone dared to rebel against me. It's really a joke. The Dark King looked at the bound Jingshans, and then looked at the Deputy Hall Master Mu Yu, and ordered, Mu Yu, go and lock Jingshans up, and wait for Fang Sui to come back, and deal with him. The next moment, the Dark King disappeared like a ghost. The voice sounded leisurely in the ears of the Deputy Hall Masters, do what you should do, get out of here quickly, don't stand here and be annoying. This Hall Master will go to the 3 families who want to remove me to join in the fun, and ask them why their hands are so long. A few days later, Sibertron successfully returned to the 13 Stars region. In the headquarters of the Privy Council, on the 5th floor of the Seeking Palace, in the study room that exclusively belongs to the Chief Deputy Hall Master, which is luxurious from restraint and extraordinary from low-key, the members of the Demon Cult team gathered and sat around the table. Everyone was chatting casually, but when everyone talked, occasionally looking at Fang Sui sitting behind the desk, a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. Fang Sui's appearance at this time no longer showed too many adverse consequences of the death sacrifice. He was just a little pale. The horrible appearance of the flesh and blood being consumed during the sacrifice had basically recovered after the conditioning in the past few days on the way back to Sibertron. However, Zhang Shizhen, Tina and others all had extraordinary eyesight and saw that the consequences of Fang Sui's sacrifice were quite serious. Although he successfully merged his soul with Horus and killed the Dark King, his body was greatly damaged. Now his body was full of dead energy and lacked vitality, like an old man in his twilight years. At this time, Fang Sui was checking a piece of information left by the Dark King, and his brows were deeply furrowed into the shape of a chuan. Guo Dongshan saw Fang Sui's expression and subconsciously frowned, asking, what's wrong? P.S. Please vote thank you all for your support, happy reading! Exclamation mark. Chapter 538, Soul of the Sun. Fang Sui did not rush to answer Dongshan's question, but stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window was a mountain range under the Sea of Dongsheng. Between the majestic peaks under the sea, there were many underwater sacred trees growing. They were tall, thick and blue. Some were almost as high as the peaks. The treetops swayed gently in the undercurrent under the sea, emitting a dim light, and the scene was illusory. Fang Sui withdrew his gaze from the underwater scenery and turned to look at everyone. Perhaps he noticed the worry in everyone's eyes and smiled calmly. I've told you many times not to worry. The sequelae of killing the Dark Leader by sacrificing vitality are somewhat serious, but they are far from irreparable. I will go into seclusion soon, and after I come out, there should be no major problems. Then he looked at Guo Dangshan and responded to his question. The second deputy hall master of the secret hall, Jing Shans, wanted to rebel. After being imprisoned by the Dark King, Mu Yu actually released Jing Shans and his entourage privately. The old man, the Dark King, left me a message saying that these were actually within his expectations, and that the spiritual practice of Mu Yu has the effect of almost abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is difficult for a woman who practices this practice to fall in love with a man, but the more such a person is, once he falls in love, it will be out of control. The Dark King had noticed that Mu Yu and Jing Shans had an affair several years ago. This time he deliberately handed Jing Shans over to Mu Yu, or it could be said that he deliberately allowed Jing Shans to escape. The reason was that the old man wanted to leave me with a hidden worry, saying that by leaving me with an opponent like Jing Shans, life would not be boring and would become much more interesting. Do you think this old man has gone mad? He also said that Jing Shans is actually a genius, and this time he was defeated because he didn't know me well enough and didn't pay enough attention to me. After this incident, Jing Shans will learn a lesson, and if he can make a comeback one day, he will be even more powerful enough to become an opponent comparable to me. Everyone sensed the eccentricity of the Dark King from Fang Sui's narration and smiled knowingly. Fang Sui analyzed with a frown. After this incident, Jing Shans can no longer gain a foothold in the 5 directions domain. The Dark King and I both believe that Jing Shans has only 2 options. One is to escape from the 5 directions domain directly and start anew. The other possibility is very terrible. If Jing Shans has a revengeful heart, he may become a traitor and join the forces of the Mothers or the Shadow Clan. Given Jing Shans' familiarity with the secret palace, the consequences will be disastrous. How difficult is the mess left behind by the Dark King on a whim? Helen was obviously dissatisfied with Fang Sui's constant address of the Dark King as an old man, but she did not dwell on it. Instead, she said solemnly, also, Mo Ju, one of the deputy hall masters, actually followed Jing Shans and fled together. In addition, Mu Yu made a mistake. Although he chose to stay and did not flee with Jing Shans, he has been locked up. In this way, our secret hall is missing 3 deputy hall masters, almost half of our staff, and our strength has been greatly reduced. Fang Sui hummed in a low voice and turned his gaze to the crowd. Are any of you interested in serving in the secret hall? Zhang Shizhen shook his head first and said, I won't do it. Working in the secret hall is so busy that I don't have time to practice. Don't come to me for this matter. Guo Dangshan followed closely and said, I'm also a leisurely person. Fang Sui, you are the highest leader of the secret palace, and someone will prepare everything for you. You only need to make decisions for most things. So you will still have a lot of time for yourself after taking office in the secret palace, just like the Dark King has plenty of time and can arrange his own schedule. But once the few of us take office in the secret palace, it will be the same as what 13 said. I'm afraid we will not have a moment of leisure. So, although the deputy palace master of the secret palace has great power, I won't do it. Fang Sui looked at the others again, and everyone shook their heads slightly. Only UK King Shu's pretty eyes showed an eager look. Fang Sui's heart moved and said, K-King, are you interested? UK King smiled brightly and said, after I accepted the family's inheritance trial, I cultivated a technique called Guanhan Mingyu Heart. This technique can not only enhance my spiritual power, but also allow me to split into 2 spiritual thoughts, 1 main and 1 secondary, so I'm not afraid of working and practicing at the same time. Besides, my family is training me as the family heir. If I don't work in a key department, I can't resist the gossips of my family members, who want me to go home and gradually take over some things at home. I can work in the secret hall of the Privy Council, which can shut up many people in my family. In this way, I can continue to stay with everyone. Everyone laughed in unison. UK King waved her flawless jade-like hand, but I'm a little worried. Will I be tied to the Seeking Palace or other things as the Deputy Hall Master of the Secret Hall, and it will be difficult for me to go out with everyone? Helen smiled and explained, it depends on what you do. You are the most suitable to inherit Muyu's position among the 3 Deputy Hall Masters. In this case, you only need to dispatch an auxiliary team to Suburtron. The people in this auxiliary team carry the spiritual heart crystal that can transmit thoughts through the air. In this way, you can handle information from all parties anytime and anywhere, and naturally go out with everyone. In fact, among the 3 Deputy Hall Masters, Muyu, who needs to have extremely strong spiritual power and can always calmly judge various information, is the most difficult to fill, because talents with strong spiritual power and outstanding wisdom are rare. At this time, Yu Keiking said that after she practiced Guanhan Mingyou Heart, her spiritual power was outstanding, which solved the urgent problem. And there is an absolutely reliable confidant among the Deputy Hall Masters of the Secret Hall. For Fang Sui, it is of course 100 benefits and no harm. Fang Sui made the decision and said, that's settled then. Helen, help me submit an application to the Dark King to let Keiking enter the Secret Hall, and give him a try to see if he can take on the position of Muyu. Helen agreed, and Fang Sui said, as for the position of the 8th Deputy Hall Master, Moju, it will be vacant, and will be filled by selecting someone from within the Secret Hall, based on past merits and abilities. The 2nd Deputy Hall Master vacated by Jingshan's is very important. He is the 3rd person in the Secret Hall. I don't want to interfere with the appointment of this position too early, so let's leave it to the Dark King to appoint him personally. Finally, he looked at Jiuo Dangshan again and said, I'm going to go into seclusion to recover the loss of the death sacrifice. Dangshan, you and Shizen take the 2 of you out. Jiuo Dangshan and Zhang Shizen agreed without hesitation, and then asked, why do you want us to go out for? Fang Sui said, don't cut the grass without removing the roots. I don't care if Jingshan makes some small moves behind the scenes, but he may now join the forces of the Mothers or the Shadow Camp. The potential harm is too great. I can't keep him. He must die. He said quietly. Jingshan is familiar with all the operations of the Secret Palace. He can escape from the eyes and ears of the Secret Palace by escaping, but he doesn't know that I had asked Yejin to use the power of my family to monitor him in advance. After he was released by Muayu, his whereabouts had been traced. He is on his way to the southern region. He has been operating in the southern region for many years and obviously wants to go back to make a difference. Shizen and Angshan, the 2 of you use the speed of Suburtron to lead people to hunt down Jingshan. You must kill him, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Zhang Shizen and Jiuo Dangshan stood up suddenly and said decisively, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. Tina stood up and said, I'll go with you. My hunting moon wolf is very good at tracking and may be able to help. Fang Sui said, okay, you guys be careful. Although Jingshan is busy with official duties and is only at the initial level of the 6th rank in cultivation, he has a special status. Over the years, countless people from the Shadow Clan in the Mother Forces have wanted to kill him, but he can always be safe and sound, which shows that his means of saving his life are not bad. The 3 of Jiuo Dangshan agreed in unison. A tall moon wolf flying beside Tina rushed out first with a whoosh, and the 3 followed. Helen looked at Fang Sui, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Fang Sui glanced at Helen and said with a smile, I know you have a very good relationship with Muayu, but she released Jingshan privately. Although this was a deliberate trap set by the Dark King, it is true that Muayu made a mistake and she must be punished accordingly. But don't worry, she didn't defect with Jingshan. It is obvious that her feelings for Jingshan have not overwhelmed all her reason, so I don't want to kill her. She is now imprisoned in the Secret Hall prison. It is not a bad thing for her to reflect for a while. Helen naturally knew what Fang Sui said. She nodded sadly and silently took Yu Keiking out to take over Muayu's work. In a blink of an eye, only Yi Chan and Kai Huang, who stood there silently like a statue, were left in the room. Yi Chan's clear eyes were full of spirit, and he said to Fang Sui, hey, will you die from your injuries? Fang Sui smiled bitterly and said, after I performed the death sacrifice, there is more dead energy in my body than vitality. The situation is quite serious, but I'm still far from death. Can you consider the feelings of an injured person like me, and don't be so blunt? Yi Chan exhaled a breath of fragrance and said angrily, then you go to heal your wounds and retreat, and I will read a book here. After speaking, he raised his hand and threw out a crystal clear small crystal bottle. Fang Sui reached out to catch it, but saw that inside the transparent crystal bottle, there were actually 9 scorching suns rotating and interweaving, sometimes combining into one, and sometimes splitting into 9. Fang Sui's perspective is now very different. He can see at a glance that the bottle is sealed with a kind of solar fire, which is as precious as the solar fire crystal he absorbed under Mount Sinai when he was first on Earth. This level of solar resonance fire is extremely rare, and no matter how much energy crystals are spent, it cannot be bought. It is especially precious to people like him who practice the power of the scorching sun. Yi Chan said crisply, this thing is called the soul of the sun. After you were injured, this lady sent a message to a store in my family that treasured this thing, to send it to the treasure of the town. The soul of the sun is a kind of solar resonance fire containing the power of rules that was stripped from the core of the sun, that is more than 1 billion years old. You were injured, so you absorbed it, and the effect should be very good. The two of them were very familiar with each other. Fang Sui didn't need to be polite with her. He smiled and accepted it. He stood up and touched a symbol on the table, opened the anti-space channel, walked into the anti-space practice room that belonged to the chief deputy hall master of the secret hall, and disappeared. After Fang Sui left, Qin Huang also disappeared, and only Yi Chan was left in this study. She chose an ancient book from the rich collection of hundreds of thousands of books in the study and read it with relish. The deep sea moon outside the window cast a clear and bright light, covering Yi Chan with a layer of light and clear light, giving her figure a hazy halo. From the side, her facial contours are full of rhythmic beauty with distinct ups and downs. Her long and thick eyelashes gently close from time to time, and her expression is focused. She is as beautiful as a goddess who has walked out of the deepest sweet dream. In the anti-space practice room, Fang Sui sat cross-legged in the darkness, as if floating alone in the deep and boundless space. He closed his eyes, abandoned all distracting thoughts, and quickly entered the spiritual level of no one and no self, merging with the universe. This time, after the 5th level, he used the art of death sacrifice again, which actually hurt him more than everyone expected. Otherwise, how could Fang Sui not go to deal with such an important matter as hunting down Jing Shans in person? At this time, Fang Sui looked inside himself, but saw that the 361 acupoints in his body corresponding to the heavens had lost their light, as if a deep night had descended on his body. At the same moment, Bast, with his cold and gloomy cat eyes flashing, quietly appeared in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, and looked at the golden scripture of the sun surrounded by divine fire. In the golden scripture, the remains of Horus floated up and down, looming. P.S. Please vote. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading! Exclamation mark. Chapter 539 Wheel of Fortune. Time flies, and more than 10 days have passed in a flash. At this moment, in an ancient building, a quiet and elegant room with an area of 100 meters is filled with people of all kinds. There are white jade furnaces in the 4 corners of the room. The furnace is divided into 3 layers, like a heavy building. Each layer is carved with 11 small holes, and the burning spices are placed in the bottom layer. The fragrance evaporates into mist, and after being filtered through the 2 layers above, it evaporates from the holes on the top layer, making the thin smoke that escapes curl up and be graceful, like a young girl in her 20s, smart but not coquettish, graceful, and elegant. Everyone in the room sat around the table, each with a solemn expression, obviously having a meeting. A middle-aged man sat at the head of the main seat in the middle. Another old man with a shrewd face and thick eyebrows beside him said to him, Master Ming, Miss Yechen has been very close to some people in this universe recently. The relationship seems to be very intimate. This may not be a blessing. We should be cautious. Our 7 tribes migrated to this universe. The power that has been hidden for generations may be exposed to the public. It is easy to expose, but it is difficult to hide again. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat had a face as sharp as a knife, giving people a cold and thin feeling. His eyes were like bright stars and his spirit was bright. He wore a moon-white short shirt and a pair of dark blue trousers with fine workmanship, neatly maintained, and without any wrinkles. After the old man finished speaking, the handsome middle-aged man who was called the head of the Ming family said calmly, "It's okay. I know everything about Yi Chan's recent actions. At present, the forces of the Mothers and the Shadow Clan have united, and they are obviously preparing for a full-scale invasion of this universe. The news I received not long ago also confirmed this. The opportunity for something that the Shadow Clan and the forces of the Mothers have been preparing for a long time will appear, and they will make a big move soon. By then, the war in this universe will be fully ignited, and we cannot remain immune. There are only two choices for us. One is to choose to retreat directly, give up the hard work of our 7 tribes for many years, and hide in a remote place in this universe, hoping to avoid this disaster. If necessary, we even need to enter the black hole of the universe again, just like our ancestors did, and see if we can be lucky enough to migrate to another peaceful universe." Nearly 100 people in the room frowned at the same time after hearing this. Obviously, they were all resistant to migration and retreat, and did not agree. On the left-hand side of the head of the Ming family, a burly middle-aged man frowned and said, "We have been operating in this universe for millions of years, and have long been integrated with this place. If I'm asked to retreat without a fight, and give up everything here, I will not be willing to do so. Our ancestors were able to successfully pass through the black hole, and come to this universe. It was mostly due to luck, and this kind of thing can only happen once. If we migrate again, and choose to shuttle through the black hole, we are more likely to be crushed into cosmic dust by the power of the black hole and completely destroyed. This kind of migration must never be used again, unless it is absolutely necessary." This time most people in the room nodded. Someone else said, "Moreover, the invasion of the Mothers and the Shadow Clan has only just begun. There is absolutely no reason for us to consider migration at this moment." The head of the Ming family smiled and said calmly, "You are right. Choosing to migrate to avoid is too passive. Besides, even if we want to migrate to avoid, it should be the last step. It is too early to say now. In this case, our best choice at present is to unite with the local forces of this universe to jointly deal with the invasion of the Mothers. This is our opportunity and the opportunity of this universe. It is for this reason that I agree with Yi Chan's recent actions. She can make new friends in this universe, which is good for her and our 7 tribes. Next, we can use Yi Chan to have deeper contact with the forces of this universe. HMM. But in the process of contacting these forces, we must be careful to be reserved. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. We cannot trust others without reservation, and must leave backup plans." The old man with thick eyebrows who spoke first nodded and said, "Of course. At present, several friends of Yi Chan are hunting down the Deputy Hall Master Jing Shans who escaped from the secret hall. We are responsible for providing information about his whereabouts, and cooperation with the local forces of this universe will begin from here." The head of the Ming family said, "But everyone should remember that, although our cooperation partner is the 5 Directions domain first, it cannot be limited to the 5 Directions domain. At the same time, we must also make further contacts with other life origin star domains. In case one day the 5 Directions domain is completely defeated, we must make the worst plan in advance, support other life star domains, and build a second line of defense against the Shadow Army as soon as possible." Everyone in the room agreed loudly and then dispersed. The various forces that affect the direction of this universe are surfacing one by one, making arrangements and plans. If there really is a wheel of fate, then it must have started to operate at full capacity at this moment. Between the 5 Directions central domain and the southern domain, there are countless stars. Some of these stars are desolate and lonely, with no one since ancient times, while others are the origin of life, inhabited by countless races and creatures, who have reproduced from generation to generation, and are prosperous and flourishing. At this time, in the main city of an ancient life star called Bayer, on a long street with pedestrians passing by and lush trees on both sides, Jing Shans, Minimum Row, and Emoju hid their true faces and transformed into 3 ordinary looking people, walking on the street. Not only did the 3 of them change their physical features, but even their mental fluctuations, which were usually considered unchangeable, were completely different from before. From the outside, Minimum Rao's petite figure was actually raised by about a foot, and she became two different people from before, while Jing Shan's was completely the opposite. His once strong and proud body was reduced to the height of an ordinary person, and he looked much more ordinary and inconspicuous. With our familiarity with the secret palace's operation methods, and having to be careful at every turn along the way, how is it that the pursuit team under Fang Sui can always find our traces? It's really abominable. We have suffered heavy losses along the way, and our death squads have been almost hunted down by them. Sooner or later, we will have to settle this account with Fang Sui. Minimum Rao, wearing a yellow-brown half-leather armor that revealed half of her round calves and rosy arms, spoke to Jing Shan's through telepathy as she walked forward. The ordinary man incarnated by Jing Shan's, wearing an ordinary long gown, said calmly, "What the Dark King said is right. We should not have easily set out to the central region this time. If we stayed in the southern region, we could attack or defend, and things would never be like this now." Minimum Rao asked, "What are your plans when we return to the southern region?" Jing Shan said in a deep voice, "We don't have many choices now. One is to lead those who are willing to follow me to leave the Five Directions region and start over, or temporarily join the forces of the mothers and use their power to resist the enemy." Minimum Rao's face frightened, but Emoju on the other side smiled and said, "I agree to join the forces of the mothers. When we are fully grown, we will find a chance to get out later. We have fought with the forces of the mothers for so many years, and their power is unfathomable. Joining them is much better than staying in the secret palace. When we have enough power, we can naturally come back and kill that guy named Fang." The corners of Jing Shan's mouth curled up cruelly. "Moju, your idea coincides with mine. My plan is to rely on the power of all mothers to find a place to stay. Only by joining the power of all mothers can we give full play to our strengths and fight back as soon as possible. In fact, the mothers have secretly contacted me over the years and persuaded me to surrender. The conditions are extremely generous. This time the opportunity is right, and we can just follow the trend." Minimum Rao disagreed and said, "It is right for you to want to fight back one day, but do you have to rely on the power of all mothers? We have been killing each other, and the hatred is deep over the years. How many of our men have suffered from the hands of the power of all mothers? Sister Yunrong, who served you with me back then, fell into the hands of the power of all mothers, was raped, killed, and skinned, and her death was horrible. And the 4 generals of motion under you were all killed by the power of all mothers. If we turn against you and join the power of all mothers, it would be sorry for these former colleagues." Emoju sneered, "That's a woman's opinion. We were in different camps at the time, fighting each other and serving different masters. It was normal. But now the situation has changed. If we don't choose to join the Shadow or the mothers, even if we can escape the Five Directions domain safely, we will still have to face the endless pursuit of the secret palace's assassins. How can we make a comeback? Only with the help of the power of the mothers can we quickly have the strength to compete with Fang Sui." Jing Shan said coldly, "What Emoju said is most to my liking. Minimum Rao, you don't have to say anything more. I've made up my mind. Let's join the forces of the mothers. Since the secret palace has treated me as an abandoned child, don't blame me for being unjust. I must destroy the secret palace single-handedly. Okay, let's go." The team sent by Fang Sui along the way is like a leech. As long as we stay in one place for more than 10 minutes, we will be hunted down by them. We can't stay here any longer. At this time, the 3 of them heard a small group of cultivators passing by on the street, and they were talking about each other. Coincidentally, the topic was about Fang Sui, and they were talking about how Fang Sui had personally killed the demon leader Anki not long ago. The people who were talking were all beaming with joy, and it was obvious that they admired Fang Sui very much. They were proud to even mention Fang Sui's name, and their eyes were shining. In my opinion, the current combat power of our Wufang domain's #1 young man, the leader of the demon cult, has long left the little demon emperor, who ranks second among the world's top 10 young masters, far behind. The two are no longer on the same level at all. Well, that's right. How ferocious must that Nkui be? He has killed countless people in our Wufang domain. Even the 10 great generals had to be at a disadvantage when facing him, and he was killed by Fang Sui in one move. Fang Sui is a genius. Now that it is said that Fang Sui is the #1 young man in the world, who would dare to disagree? Let me tell you, in my opinion, Fang Sui will soon be promoted from the #1 young man to the #1 in the world. Remove the word young man, TSK. Do you even need to tell me, who can't see it? As these people passed by each other, excited conversations came one after another. Emoju heard this, and said with anger in his eyes, "Humph. Fang Sui is still so proud of himself. His name is now known to everyone. We have been traveling all this way. No matter where we go, we can hear people talking about his name. It's really annoying." Jingshan said with a gloomy face, "Past causes will have consequences in the future. Fang Sui will die in my hands tomorrow. What's wrong with letting him enjoy his glory for a few days?" At this time, a long wind blew. Beside the street, where they were walking, there were tall trees swaying in the wind, rustling, and falling leaves falling to the ground. In an instant, the wind did not stop, and the falling leaves were like rain. This star was in early autumn. Countless fallen leaves were scattered, like snowflakes. Some of the leaves slid down from Jingshan's and the other two, brushing against them. The fallen leaves were bleak, just like the situation of the three people at this time. In a blink of an eye, the three people walked out of the long street and continued their journey back to the Wufang South region. At the same moment, in the outer space of this star, in the main control room of Cybertron, Guo Dongshan and Zhang Shizhen laughed and said, "It's done. Let's see where Jingshan's will run this time." As they spoke, they looked around. In the main control room of Cybertron, there were also Tina, Wu Yanbo and Zhao Xian Cao, as well as a team of more than 20 expressionless secret hall warriors. Tina, who was tall and had flying blonde hair, followed closely by two silver-white divine moon wolves, whose long hair fluttered in the wind. At this time, Guo Dongshan and Zhang Shizhen's eyes were focused on a person who was covered with a one-piece hood, revealing only a pair of eyes with dim light flowing. This person was very tall, and in the shadow under the hood, a ferocious golden snake head could be vaguely seen. It turned out that, although Fang Sui did not come in person, he asked Eulalius to accompany him to hunt down Jingshan's together. This shows how much Fang Sui valued Jingshan's. Guo Dongshan said excitedly, "We chased them all the way, and fought many times. Although he killed many of Jingshan's men, he himself was relentless, and escaped our blockade many times. If it weren't for the people from Yechen's family telling us, we would have even lost Jingshan's a few times. This time, Wu-La, the means you used were really wonderful. Jingshan's death is coming." Zhang Shizhen also said, "Wu-La's curse technique is indeed mysterious. Who would have thought that the trees beside the long street, where Jingshan's was, before were cursed by Wu-La, and when the fallen leaves slid past them, the cursed aura was transferred to Jingshan's and the other two without anyone noticing. From now on, no matter how they hide, their whereabouts will no longer escape your sensing. Wu-La. Let's see where they can run. We will chase them closely and tire them to death." When Zhang Shizhen spoke, Cybertron swooped down towards the stars below like an eagle about to hunt. Another thrilling chase was launched. At the same time, in the anti-space training room corresponding to the secret hall of the Seeking Palace, Fang Sui was still in the process of healing. After several days of adjustment, he just opened the sun soul given to him by Yi Chan, and a wonderful change suddenly appeared. PS. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. Thank you for your support. Please vote. Please help me. Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Strange Mirror. In the vial containing the Sun Soul, suns suddenly jumped out one after another, and finally there were 9 suns surrounding Fang Sui, rising and falling in order, and the scene was extremely magical. Then the first of the 9 suns began to be imprinted on Fang Sui's brow, turning into a scorching sun mark, gradually fading, and was taken into his sea of consciousness. Fang Sui just sat cross-legged in the anti-void practice room, with 8 scorching suns lingering outside his body, like a god. After that, the sun souls around him were taken into his sea of consciousness one after another. The 5 scorching suns in his sea of consciousness shone so brightly that they were unprecedentedly bright. Each scorching sun swallowed and spit out a flame, flowing in his body. Fang Sui's blood and the scorching sun fire merged into one, turning into magma and rushing in his body, burning the dead air in his body wherever it passed, lighting up the 361 body orifices that were trapped in the darkness one by one, and recasting infinite light. Time passed. The surging firepower in Fang Sui's body was constantly growing stronger because of the absorption of the sun soul. However, it was very strange that, although the firepower flowing in his body was strong, after successfully igniting the acupoints, once the firepower flowed away, the acupoints would be filled with darkness and death again. Fang Sui used the scorching sun divine fire to circulate through the 361 acupoints in his body. Although each acupoint would be ignited, and the fire of vitality would be blazing, when the firepower passed through, when the firepower returned to the sea of consciousness, after traveling through the body, these acupoints would quickly dim, and become dark and lightless. The final result of Fang Sui's healing this time was, that only one acupoint successfully eliminated the darkness and death, which was the heart acupoint, that had been completely transformed by the blood of Horus, that is, the heart, the source of the human blood. At this time, the rest of his body was still dark, as if night had fallen, and only the heart was emitting a faint golden light. In addition, there are the sea of consciousness and the lower abdomen, one of which is burning with 5 scorching suns, and the other is shining with the cold light of the dark moon. These 2 sources of mana are faintly connected to his heart in terms of ki, forming the 3 key places of the upper sea of consciousness, the middle heart, and the lower abdomen ki sea, which protect Fang Sui's immortality. If the light in any of these 3 places is extinguished, Fang Sui will suffer an unbearable and severe blow. If all 3 orifices are extinguished, it will be the time for Fang Sui to die. After absorbing the soul of the sun, he tried to push the power in his body to run around for a week, but he only restored the light of the heart, and the other places were still filled with dead air. This made Fang Sui frown. The backlash after this death sacrifice was more serious than he had expected. Lord, you performed the death sacrifice this time, and activated Horus's body, to kill the Dark Lord, which almost exhausted all the vitality in your body. It is extremely difficult to recover from the injury. Bast squatted in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, staring at the sun golden scripture eagerly, and waving his furry tail, and said, "There is a method recorded in my inherited memory that can heal the Lord's injuries, but this method is a bit dangerous." Fang Sui said, "Tell me about it." Bast pursed his lips and said, "The method is in the page of the golden scripture. The Lord has used it once last time, but this time it needs to go a step further." Fang Sui then turned his thoughts to the sun golden scripture, and in the space of one of the pages, the body of the god Horus rose and fell. "You mean, let me guide the divine blood into my body again, which can not only make up for the blood and energy consumption in my body due to the death sacrifice, but also enhance my strength, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Fang Sui pondered. Bast nodded his cat head. "Well, there are many benefits to doing this. First of all, it can help the Lord heal his wounds, and secondly, it can greatly enhance the Lord's strength. However, it is quite dangerous. I'm a little hesitant. I don't know whether I should persuade the Lord to use this method. You must know that once the blood of a god enters the body, if there is rejection, the Lord's soul will probably be shattered into ashes in an instant, and I inexplicably." Fang Sui suddenly felt a divine thought from Anubis coming from the underworld, pouring into the sea of consciousness, turning into a black dog, speaking in human language, and admonishing, "Lord, don't listen to Bast's random advice. It is too dangerous to absorb a large amount of divine blood into the body to cleanse the body. Once an accident occurs, it will be impossible to stop it with our current strength. The Lord will be in danger of losing both his soul and body." Bast retorted, "There may be danger, but the golden scripture of the sun and the book of the dead in the Lord's body are both supreme divine objects. They have been immersed in the Lord for a long time, and will protect him at the most dangerous moment. In the worst case, the Lord may not fall. Moreover, the Lord is a successor of the Pantheon, so the memory imprint in the blood of Horus will not backfire on the Lord at all. This opportunity is rare. If it succeeds, the benefits will be huge. Don't you know, Anubis?" Anubis sneered. What you said are all hypothetical. What if your judgment is wrong and the Lord has an accident? Can you, Buster, bear this responsibility? Bast curled his lips, his dark eyes flickered left and right, and he thought for a long time before he said in disappointment, but I always feel that the Lord has absorbed the blood of Horus before, and there is no rejection, so there should be no problem. And there is a reason why I'm anxious for the Lord to cleanse himself with the blood of God. I don't know why, but I always feel a sense of foreboding recently, and I vaguely have a thought that the power of the Lord must leap forward in a short period of time. Otherwise we may all encounter some kind of catastrophe in the near future and fall at the same time. Forget it. This is just a thought that flashed through my mind, and there are no other warning signs, so just ignore what I said. After Bast finished speaking, Anubis's expression became solemn. Bast, your original body is one of the three main priests of our pantheon, and has the ability to see through the direction of time and space. Since you have an ominous premonition, it will not be without reason. Is it possible that your original body has seen through a certain fragment of the future and is warning you in some unpredictable way in the dark? Are you sure you can sense that the Lord needs to increase his power urgently? Bast shook his head dejectedly and said, my perception is hazy and unclear. It seems that I'm disturbed by a dark force, so I only have an ominous feeling. I feel that we need to increase our strength to deal with some upcoming crisis. Apart from that, I have gained nothing else. Fang Sui naturally listened to the conversation between the two without missing a word, with a solemn expression. Anubis's fierce dog head showed a fierce and shocking aura. He thought for a while and said, since you have this feeling, Bast, whether you should draw Horus's blood into your body and cleanse your body, let the Lord decide for himself. He said again, Bast, your premonition is very annoying, but we have to make preparations. I will return to the underworld and start landing on the Death Island in the center of the Earth-lung abyss to obtain the origin of the underworld. Anubis bowed his head to Fang Sui as a greeting, and then his divine thoughts retreated like a tide. At this time, Fang Sui thought carefully and said in a deep voice, I decided to absorb the divine blood into my body. Buster, help me protect the law. In the headquarters of the Privy Council, there is a group of palaces built on majestic peaks. These palaces are magnificent and wonderful. Between the mountains, the rainbow light is collected and refined into a bridge. The strange light is dense and connected to each other. In the mist, there is a fairy atmosphere. On the archway in front of one of the main halls, you can see three ancient characters with great luck. Huangting Department. This is the location of the Huangting Department, which is mainly composed of the two super first-class forces of Xianting and Tegu tribe, and extends into the Privy Council. At this moment, at the end of the sky, 9 auras of ore suddenly swam out, turning into 9 lifelike real dragons. These 9 real dragons are majestic and endless, shaking their heads and tails, but they are pulling a chariot, galloping from the top of the white clouds, and in a blink of an eye they landed in front of a gorgeous palace on the top of a mountain in the Huangting Department. Roar. When the carriage stopped, the 9 dragon key in front of the carriage soared and changed, merged into one, and turned into a golden dragon, with one claw flying in the clouds and the other riding the mist, with thunder coiling all over its body. The dragon's body was 1,000 feet long and too thick to be circled. Its scales and horns were coiled outside the palace, and its momentum was extremely terrifying. Then a young man walked out of the stopped carriage, wearing a dark green bone armor. He was actually the sinister and majestic Prince Zhang Liu, who had an unparalleled appearance. He strode into the palace, but saw a young man wearing a golden dragon robe and a heroic face sitting high on the main seat with his eyes shining. Prince Zhang Liu strode in and asked, Prince Zhang, why did you rush to bring me here in the divine dragon chariot? The handsome young man called Prince Zhang was the crown prince of heaven. Without even turning his head, he said affectionately, 6th prince, come and see what's shown in this treasure of mine. As he spoke, Prince Zhang Liu came closer and looked inside. He saw a mottled ancient mirror hanging in front of Prince Zhang. The mirror shone like water, showing a picture. Prince Zhang Liu was shocked and said, Fang Sui. Yes, it is Fang Sui. I activated this 5-element mirror, a rare treasure of the heavenly court. As long as anyone or anything in the world, constructed by the 5 element writes their name on the mirror, the power of the mountains and rivers will be activated for the mirror to devour, and the other party is within a range of 90,000 miles. They can be searched and displayed. Fang Sui has been famous recently. I was wondering how he had the ability to kill the Dark Lord. I was curious and thought that the Secret Palace and the Seeking Palace were less than 90,000 miles away, so I searched for him on a whim. The eyes of the Heavenly Court Prince were swirling with dragon patterns, scanning the slightly hazy figure of Fang Sui in the mirror, and said, "Look, Fang Sui found in the mirror at this time. He is obviously in seclusion in the anti-space to heal his injuries. In this way, he must have paid a very heavy price in exchange for strength in the process of killing the Dark Lord, and only then did he succeed in killing the Dark Lord. Judging from this, Fang Sui's strength is far less than the rumors. The so-called number 1 young master is just a person who does not live up to his reputation." Prince Zhang Liu, with his long hair hanging down, said thoughtfully, "Even though it cost a huge price, it is still very remarkable to be able to successfully kill the Dark Leader." Looking at the image in the mirror, Fang Sui is healing now. His whole body is glowing like fire, and I'm afraid he will recover from his injuries soon. This man is really a strong enemy, and I have underestimated him in the past. It is said that Zhang Shizhen, the stray dog driven out of our tribe, often hangs out with him. I will find a chance to embarrass them. The Crown Prince of Heaven chuckled and said, "The opportunity is right in front of us. It's not that easy for Fang Sui to recover. He has become very famous recently, which makes this Crown Prince itchy. I'm going to take action now and ruin his healing practice first, just to test his weight. Otherwise, how can I live up to his false title of the best in the world?" Prince Zhang Liu said with a look of surprise in his eyes. He is obviously in the anti-space secret room, and he is so far away. How can the Crown Prince destroy his closed-door practice? The Crown Prince of Heaven said calmly, "That's right, and you can see how my method works. P.S. Happy reading, please vote. Please help me!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 541, Stealing Key from a Distance. There are thousands of stars in the sky, the Milky Way hangs upside down, and the night is clear. There is a gentle breeze on the ground. Minimum Rao is on a mountainside, taking advantage of the mountain's cover, like a spirit monkey, dodging and moving, and rushing to the top of the mountain at a fast speed. Swish. Suddenly, there is a sharp sound breaking through the air. On the top of the mountain, Tina's golden hair is flying, her face is stern, and behind her stands a virtual statue of the goddess of the moon several feet high. The moon goddess holds a divine bow with flowing light in her hand, and suddenly pulls it open. An arrow that gathers the light of the stars and the moon in the sky, flies out of the string and shoots towards Minimum Rao. The arrow itself is condensed by the brilliance, without substance but tangible, and its speed is like chasing light and lightning. Minimum Rao didn't see the direction of the arrow at all, but just dodged to the side by instinct, trying to avoid the vital point. But one arm was scratched by the arrow, and blood spurted out immediately. The reason why Minimum Rao fought with Tina here was that she was willing to be abandoned, and took the initiative to stay to help Jing Shan's attract the attention of the pursuers. Not long ago, they were on the long street on Baia Star. Ulaius used the falling leaves to transfer the curse to them unconsciously and marked them. After that, the danger of the situation can be imagined. Almost every moment, they may face the pursuit of the death team led by Zhang Shizhen and Jiuo Dangshan. Fortunately, a team under Jing Shan's came from the southern region to support them in time, so they can hold on until now. But at this time, the support team was hunted down again. Minimum Rao and Jing Shan's have seen that Jiuo Dangshan, Zhang Shizhen, Tina and others do not seem to be in a hurry to kill Jing Shan's immediately, but use Jing Shan's as a pawn, allowing him to continue to send secret orders during his escape and dispatch his death soldiers to rescue. In this way, these waves of death soldiers who come to rescue will be killed one by Zhang Shizhen and Jiuo Dangshan. Obviously, they are deliberately trying to catch all of Jing Shan's direct lineage. Minimum Rao sneered in her heart, these people are playing with fire. As long as the adults can survive this time, all the losses will be doubled one day, and Fang Sui and his subordinates will regret today's decision. What a pity, I'm afraid I will not be able to see that day. Minimum Rao's thoughts turned, and a hint of sadness passed across her face. Just half an hour ago, Jing Shan's, Minimum Rao, and Emoju fled to this remote mountain area, and were once again caught up by Guo Dongshan and others. Minimum Rao resolutely decided to stay, and lead away the pursuers, to create a chance for Jing Shan's to escape. She was originally a death warrior beside Jing Shan's, and was not afraid of death. At this time, Minimum Rao had just dodged Tina's arrow, and her feet did not stop for a moment, and she approached the top of the mountain as swiftly as a female leopard. She wanted to take Tina with her even if she died. In fact, Minimum Rao knew that in addition to Tina's excellent archery skills and her strengths in long-range combat, she was also very good at close combat. Even if she killed her in front of her, she might not have much chance of winning. But this was Minimum Rao's last chance, so she naturally had to fight for victory with all her strength. Suddenly, as Minimum Rao approached the mountain, the void around her silently broke open, and a silver-white shadow leaped out of the void. It was a hunting wolf of the moon god. Minimum Rao reacted very quickly, and took advantage of the situation to jump up. The end of her feet was like a lotus flower, beautiful and fast, bringing up pieces of phantoms, and she kicked the head of the moon wolf, fierce and fast. However, at this moment, with a buzzing sound, Tina's moon arrow attacked again. In this way, Minimum Rao became attacked from two places, and she was in the middle of attacking. She didn't have time to change her moves to avoid it, not to mention that the arrow came so fast that Minimum Rao couldn't change her moves at all. Minimum Rao thought she was going to die, and the last thought in her heart was to hope that Jing Shan's could escape safely. To her surprise, the arrow, though full of murderous intent, was manipulated by Tina to perfection. The moment it shot to Minimum Rao's forehead, it unexpectedly turned from a light arrow into a light lock. With a hiss, Minimum Rao's shoulders were pierced. Her petite and charming figure trembled, and she felt her whole body was entangled and bound by the light lock. She lost all the power to resist, and was captured alive. The next moment, Tina took a step forward, the void shrank under her feet, and she came to Minimum Rao from the top of the mountain. Seeing Minimum Rao's eyes full of resentment, she smiled indifferently and said, "This battle was started because your master was too ambitious and refused to obey Fang Sui, so he had to provoke it. Now you have lost, and you are unwilling to accept it. Who can you blame?" Minimum Rao said with a purr, "What virtue and ability does Fang Sui have? How can he compare with my master Wan Yi? Why should we listen to his leadership?" Tina seemed to be in a good mood. She looked up at the starry sky and chuckled. "I won't say much about Fang Sui's ability. After all, we are in the same group. In Fang Sui's words, if I praise him, it would be bragging, which is boring. Let me ask you, you said Fang Sui is not as good as your master Wan Yi, then why did you become the losing party? If it weren't for Mu secretly releasing you, you would still be prisoners. How could you be qualified to judge Fang Sui's merits and demerits here? It has always been the case that the victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. If Jing Shan's is really more powerful than Fang Sui, why is he fleeing in such a panic now?" Minimum Rao was indignant, and her thoughts raced in her mind, but she found that everything Tina said was true. She could not find any strong words to refute it, and was speechless. Tina reached out and patted the big head of the moon wolf beside her and said proudly, "I tell you the truth, if Jing Shan's did not want to take the many secrets of the secret palace to the forces of the mothers, this matter would be of great importance and would cause endless harm, so Fang Sui asked us to kill him. Otherwise, he might not even be qualified to be Fang Sui's opponent." Minimum Rao snorted angrily and turned her head away. Tina said calmly, "Don't be unconvinced. Just look at the fact that Fang Sui knew that you secretly sneaked back to the Privy Council to make trouble, but he ignored you. You can see that in his heart. Fang Sui has never regarded Jing Shan's as a rival worthy of himself. You may not believe it when I say that Fang Sui's opponent in his heart are the mothers, the yin and yang gods, and the shadow demon emperor, not any figure of the contemporary young generation." Minimum Rao was a prisoner at this time, and she was inherently weaker in momentum. It was naturally difficult for her to gain the upper hand in a quarrel with Tina, but her face was unyielding, and she said hatefully, "Why don't you kill me? If you don't kill me today, someone will take your lives one day." Tina curled her lips. "You are not my opponent now. At the rate we grow, you will only be farther and farther away from us in the future. You want to kill me, do you think it is possible? After that, she ignored Minimum Ro and touched an exquisite and beautiful ancient silver metal bracelet on her wrist. The spell on the bracelet was flowing, and it looked very dazzling. Tina said to the bracelet, "Hey, I've done it here, how about you?" 13. Fang Sui said that it would be useful to capture Minimum Ro, but that Emoju is a traitor. There is no point in keeping him, so he should be killed directly. 13. Are you done? Minimum Ro realized that she was not killed, and it was Fang Sui's advance order. She was slightly moved, and wondered, why did he keep me? To humiliate me, or to torture me? She couldn't help but think of all kinds of tortures, and then thought of some of the most terrifying situations for women. Could it be that Fang Sui is a pervert who likes to rape women for fun? If so, I may have a chance to get close to him and find a chance to kill him. At this time, a response came from the other end of the bracelet on Tina's wrist. Zhang Shizen's voice said calmly, "Emoju is a fool. He thinks he is so great and took the initiative to turn back to fight with me. I just crippled him, and I will kill him now. How is Dongshan and Wu La going to chase Jingshan's?" Tina responded, "Use Jingshan's to kill all the people he called for help. There is no rush to kill him now. I guess Guo Dongshan and Wu La haven't made a move yet." After that, she turned off the communication bracelet and went first. The huge moon wolf, which was as big as a calf, bared its teeth and approached Minimum Ro. It hummed lightly, as if wondering why its master didn't kill the woman. Then it tilted its head, opened its big mouth, and grabbed Minimum Ro and trotted away behind Tina. On the other side, thousands of miles away from Tina, in the mountains, Zhang Shizen was wearing scarlet blood armor, and his long indigo hair was dancing in the wind. Not far in front of him sat a man, panting and covered in blood. It was Emoju, whose pupils were open and closed and his eyes were gloomy. The area near the two people collapsed, and the ground sank several feet deep, and was covered with unfathomable gullies. Most of the mountains and rivers in the distance also collapsed. From these signs, it is not difficult to see how fierce the previous battle between the two was. Zhang Shizen was also covered in blood, both his own and Emoju's blood, which was dripping from his armor. There were little ghosts with evil spirits greedily clinging to the surface of the armor, swallowing the blood dripping from his body. Zhang Shizen walked towards Emoju, who was slumped on the ground, exhausted his last bit of strength. His chest was pierced by a claw in the previous battle, and he was seriously injured and dying. Emoju's face was full of anger. He fled with Jingshan's this time. He thought that with his understanding of the secret hall, he could easily avoid the pursuit of spies, and would definitely not be caught. He was bloodthirsty, and had long hated the many rules and regulations of the secret hall. He could not let go. This time he fled with Jingshan's, of course, because he trusted Jingshan's ability, but also because he could do whatever he wanted after joining the mothers, and he wanted to establish a world-shaking feat. Even though the situation was critical later, their whereabouts were repeatedly discovered, and they were caught up by Zhang Shizen just now. Emoju still didn't think he would die here, but chose to take the initiative to fight, ready to kill Zhang Shizen before joining Jingshan's. Who would have thought that once he started fighting with Zhang Shizen, he realized that the people gathered around Fang Sui were really extraordinary and could be called geniuses. He tried his best, but still ended up in a miserable defeat. At this moment, Emoju laughed bitterly and said, "You can't catch Jingshan's." As soon as he found that the situation was not right, he immediately changed the direction of escape and contacted the people of the mother forces to meet him in time. "You can't catch him." Crack. Zhang Shizen kicked out, and Emoju's head exploded and died instantly. Zhang Shizen muttered, "Why do you care whether you can kill Jingshan's?" At the same time, in a palace of the Imperial Court of the Privy Council, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court said to the 6th Prince Zhang, "Let's see what I can do." And then he made a gesture with his hands and pointed to the 5-element mirror in front of him. The mirror suddenly enlarged and became several feet long, like a quiet lake spreading out in the void. At the same time, a dragon roar sounded. The 5-clawed dragon that had previously split into 9 dragon ki and pulled the carriage frame from the clouds to carry Zhang Liuwan came in, and its body shrank to several feet long. The dragon lay on the edge of the mirror and stretched its head forward like a beast lying on the lakeside to drink water. A wonderful scene appeared. The dragon's body was still in front of Zhang Liuwang in the Prince of the Heavenly Court, but its head stretched into the mirror and appeared above Fang Sui's head in the picture inside the territory. It opened its mouth silently towards Fang Sui and made a suction motion. In an instant, a vague aura appeared in Fang Sui's body, which was sucked out by the dragon's head and swallowed into his stomach. Zhang Liuwang was surprised and said, "This mirror actually has the powerful ability to connect to space nodes, travel through time and space, and break through defenses. It can send the dragon head into the tightly guarded anti-space practice room to steal the energy in Fang Sui's body." The Prince of Xianting clapped his hands and laughed. "This dragon is derived from my natal dragon energy. It looks like a physical entity, but it is actually a kind of energy and divine object between the virtual and the real. That's why it can travel through the void through the mirror and appear on Fang Sui's side. If it were flesh and blood creatures like us, we wouldn't be able to teleport through the mirror." He added, "My natal dragon has reached the other side of the mirror and absorbed the essence of Fang Sui's body, which will damage his origin. Not only will his injuries never recover, but it will also destroy his foundation. Let's see how he responds." After he finished speaking, he smiled lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and stared at Fang Sui in the mirror with Zhang Liuwang. "PS. Please vote. Please help me. Thank you." Chapter 542. Lion and Dragon Fight. Just as Prince Zhang Liu and the Crown Prince of Heaven looked at the 5-element mirror together, the image in the mirror changed quietly. But Fang Sui was still sitting cross-legged in the anti-space practice room, motionless, and the dragon stretched its head above his head, stealing the original energy in Fang Sui's body. Fang Sui was completely immersed in the deepest practice at this time, and did not notice that a dragon head had stretched out in front of him, so he did not react. The dragon was getting more and more aggressive, so it swung its dragon whiskers and stretched them towards Fang Sui's eyebrows, but it was preparing to touch Fang Sui's eyebrows with its dragon whiskers to speed up the theft of Fang Sui's body. Just as the golden dragon whiskers were about to touch Fang Sui's eyebrows, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Fang Sui's eyebrows emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if the burning sky divine fire was ignited, and a black lioness walked out from his eyebrows. The 5th level Seihemui appeared. This time, Seihemui's appearance was different from before. There was a black sun hanging above its head, burning brightly, with unparalleled power. Seihemui appeared very suddenly, and immediately swung his claws. The dragon was caught off guard, and the dragon head swung, only able to swing its dragon whiskers and slap Seihemui. Hiss. The lion's claws and dragon whiskers collided with each other, and a strong collision wave broke out. Then there was another crack sound, and a golden light flashed in the void. It was the dragon whiskers that exerted force hastily, but it was not as strong as Seihemui's claws that were ready to go out. A section of the dragon whiskers was directly torn off by the sharp claw hook and fell to the ground. Seihemui was not willing to give in and jumped up and swung his claws. Instantly, the claw shadows were like rain, and they attacked the dragon head with great force like a gust of wind. The dragon had a section of its dragon whiskers cut off, and it fought back furiously and spit out a ball of thunder and storm to meet the claw shadows of Seihemui. The lion and the dragon fought beside Fang Sui, and the violent shockwaves rushed through the anti-space training room layer by layer. Fortunately, the material of this anti-space training room is special and extremely strong. Although the fighting power of the lion and the dragon is strong, it cannot cause damage to this training room. Fang Sui was trying to communicate with the remains of Horus and the Golden Sutra at this time. His body was blazing with flames and he protected himself. As soon as the fluctuations of the lion and dragon fighting reached his body, he would be burned by the divine fire outside his body. Therefore, although the two fierce creatures fought fiercely, it was difficult to cause him harm. Zhang Liuwang and the Prince of Heaven on the other side of the space watched the scene on the mirror and were amazed. Neither of them expected that a lion would suddenly jump out next to Fang Sui. The Prince of Heaven smiled and said, "I wanted to take this opportunity to play with Fang Sui and let him suffer a loss. Now it's good. It has become a relative confrontation. I will take the opportunity to kill this lion." The next moment, the Prince of Heaven opened his mouth and swallowed, and a ball of golden chaos was sacrificed from his mouth, slowly sent into the dragon body in front of him. Prince Zhang Liu's eyes flashed with strangeness and he said, "Prince, you are really capable. It turns out that you have already cultivated the legendary chaotic dragon energy of the Heavenly Court, and it is golden chaos, which is invaluable. According to ancient legends, this kind of dragon energy is a sign of a sage monarch. It seems that the Heavenly Court's Taoist tradition is destined to flourish when it is passed down to the prince's generation." These words really touched the heart of the Heavenly Court's prince. After hearing this, he nodded proudly without any modesty. Clang clang clang. The golden chaos merged with the dragon's body, and a strange change occurred. The dragon scales on the entire dragon's body suddenly stood up, and turned into a set of dragon armor, which was extremely powerful. Suddenly, the dragon's huge tail swung, and the entire dragon's body drilled into the 5-element mirror, appeared at the other end of time and space, and fought with Saehemui with all its strength. With the help of the Heavenly Court's prince's chaotic dragon energy, the dragon was covered with dragon armor, and its power soared immediately. Every time its tail swept out, and every time its claws grabbed out, there was thunder accompanying it, which contained the power of creating the world. Saehemui needed to protect Fang Sui from being disturbed, but the dragon had no scruples. As a result, one side gained strength, while the other lost, and the dragon was immediately suppressed. Not long after, Saehemui was hit by the dragon several times, and his body was covered with blood. When it fought back, it grabbed the dragon with its claws, but sparks flew everywhere, but they were all blocked by the dragon armor, and it could not cause any damage to the dragon. Saehemui's temperament was different from Buster's jumpy and active nature. He was bloodthirsty and brutal. At this time, he was not afraid of the loss, but went crazy and roared furiously. His body shape suddenly changed, and he turned into a monster with a lion's head and a cat's body, integrating the two changes of cat and lion into one. In an instant, Saehemui's speed increased suddenly, turning into pieces of phantoms, and rushed towards the dragon. The dragon was in armor, invulnerable, and had the upper hand. When it saw Saehemui charging at it, its eyes showed a very human emotion, mocking, fearless, and it also leaned forward to charge back at Saehemui. "Oh. This lion wants to fight for its life. It's courting death." The Prince of Heaven watched the battle in front of the mirror and said calmly, "Bang." A loud noise came from the mirror, and Saehemui and the dragon collided with each other without any chance of turning back. Saehemui was obviously defeated, and his head cracked and died immediately, but before he died, he dug a cat claw into the dragon's eye, and dug out a bloody dragon eye. Then Saehemui's body disintegrated into a black gas and disappeared. The Prince of the Heavenly Court smiled and said, "This lion is ferocious, but unfortunately it is vulnerable. It is also stupid and stupid. It chose to collide with the dragon, which accelerated its defeat, and was killed in an instant. Although the dragon is missing an eye, it is not an incurable injury. As long as I nourish it with dragon energy for 10 months, the dragon can regain an eye without any damage." Seeing that Saehemui was dead, the Prince of the Heavenly Court immediately sent a message to the dragon to continue to absorb the essence in Fang Sui's body. Suddenly, he was slightly surprised. He saw a group of black hair condensed on Fang Sui's shoulder in the mirror, and it turned into a black cat again. It was Baster. It turned out that Saehemui, who had transformed into a lion head and a cat body, also had Baster's signature skill. That is, every level increase would give him an extra life. Therefore, Saehemui had no scruples and went crazy. He exchanged one life for one eye of the dragon. His own essence energy was reincarnated in an instant, and he was reborn in an instant. When the Prince of Heaven was surprised at the other side of the mirror, Bast had already jumped up, once again showing the strange form of a lion's head and a cat's body, and pounced on the real one-eyed dragon. The two sides fought again. In the next 10 minutes, Saehemui lost 2 lives, but in return, the dragon was blinded, and half of its lower jaw was swept away by Saehemui's claws, and its image was horrible. At this time, Saehemui was incarnated for the 4th time, and he was still fearless, and rushed to attack the dragon. When Saehemui was shattered by the dragon's tail this time, the dragon's dragon armor was finally broken under Saehemui's countless attacks. With a clang, it retracted into the dragon's body and disappeared. Then Bast was resurrected again. This was indeed its last life in the 5th stage. Bast's last life was different from others, and his aura was particularly fierce. When it roared, its body changed again. This time, it was no longer a lion head and a cat body. Instead, it used a lion body as its body, and formed a cat head and a lion head in parallel. It was a double-headed body, extremely ferocious. By now, the dragon had been wounded, but Bast's 5-life double-headed body was at its strongest. The two sides fought again. Bast dodged and approached his opponent. The cat head spit out a black flame, and a black sun rose from the lion head, pressing towards the dragon at the same time. When Bast transformed into the 5th life, the Prince of Heaven had already realized that it was not good. The dragon was seriously injured, and its combat power was greatly reduced. It was definitely not the enemy of the two-headed Bast and Semri. The Prince of Heaven wanted to recall the dragon, but unfortunately he had said too much before. Due to the presence of King Zhang Liu, it was too late. After a slight hesitation, the dragon's body was hit by the black flame and the sun, and its whole body was burning. At this time, Semri and Bast both rushed over, biting the left and right dragon horns with their heads respectively. Hiss! The lion head and the cat head worked together to tear the dragon in half from the head down. The golden dragon blood dripped, and the dragon screamed at the last moment, and then died. The two halves of the dragon head and the body were devoured by Bast and Seam. On the other side of the mirror, the Prince of Heaven was pale. The dragon was closely related to his original key. At this time, he failed to count the human, and the dragon was eaten instead. The Prince of Heaven was injured, and the injury was not light. Golden blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. His face was solemn, and his eyes flashed with amazing anger. Okay. This prince has always been invincible, and has never been injured for many years. Today, I just wanted to play with Fang Sui, and had no intention of taking his life. But this man was so bold and presumptuous, that the beasts under his command dared to eat the true spirit of the dragon, that I transformed from my own dragon energy. This account, this prince must settle with Fang Sui, and make him pay with his life. The prince of the heavenly court spoke word by word with a gloomy voice. Some people in the world are like this. He took the initiative to provoke Fang Sui, but now he failed and suffered a loss. He immediately turned around, and became angry and murderous, not considering that he was the one who started the war first. At this time, Fang Sui in the mirror was surrounded by flames and spread an inexplicable power fluctuation. In an instant, the image manifested by the 5-element mirror was completely erased and disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui's figure could no longer be seen on the mirror. The face of the heavenly prince was in a state of confusion. The aura that suddenly emanated from Fang Sui's body seemed to be a fluctuation of divine power, and it actually wiped out the image of the 5-element mirror. Fang Sui's practice of drawing Horus divine blood into his body was at a critical juncture. Not long ago, he sank his mind into the golden sutra of the sun, and sensed the aura of the remains of Horus stored in it. This kind of aura connection with the remains of Horus through the golden sutra of the sun was not the first time Fang Sui had done it. The method was not complicated. He only needed to activate a round of scorching sun in his sea of consciousness, and suspend it on Horus' forehead. According to past experience, there would be a force or a drop of divine blood in the remains of Horus that would be drawn out of the body by the scorching sun, and then be received by Fang Sui. But this time the situation was obviously different. When Fang Sui activated the scorching sun of mana, and suspended it to the center of the eyebrows of the remains of Horus, the golden light on the center of Horus' eyebrows flashed, and the scorching sun, that Fang Sui controlled with his divine mind, and approached was sucked into his eagle head and disappeared. With a bang, Fang Sui's consciousness rushed into Horus's head. P.S. Please vote. Please help me. Thank you. Chapter 543 Dark Universe. The afterglow of the setting sun was like fire, and half of the sky seemed to be burning in flames, bright red. This was the last brilliant moment of the day, and then the night would dominate the earth. Day and night rotated like this, day after day. Jing Shan's ran fast in the wilderness, thinking gloomily in his heart, one day I will return to the central region. Jing Shan's tried his best to escape the pursuit along the way. After changing the itinerary several times in a row, he was still quickly caught up, which made him realize that it was very likely that he had been tampered with. Because he has been engaged in secret and extremely dangerous work for many years, Jing Shan's life-saving methods are endless. He has conceived the best way to save himself in any situation. Therefore, once he realized that there was something wrong with him, he was not panicked or discouraged at all, and immediately thought of a way to deal with it. If you want to do something to a person, you can only start from two aspects. One is the body and the other is the soul. Wu La's curse was extremely powerful. It marked Jing Shan's from both the body and the soul. Since being cursed, Jing Shan's and others could no longer hide their tracks. In the battle of pursuit and escape, they were always at a disadvantage and suffered heavy losses. Up to now, several groups of death squads that came to support Jing Shan's have been killed by Jiuo Dongshan and others. Because Jing Shan's has been in the struggle for many years and is always ready to deal with various possible dangers, he has a habit of carrying a precious soul washing liquid at all times. Once used, it can change the inherent soul key and fluctuations. There is also a thing called golden cells that can make every cell in the body rejuvenate, just like recreating the body. Jing Shan's always carries it with him. The origins of these two things are very evil. It is necessary to deprive tens of thousands of intelligent creatures of their vitality and spiritual power to refine them. But it is undeniable that these two strange things have unimaginable magical effects. Jing Shan's took advantage of the time when Minimum Rao led away the pursuers and used the two rare treasures, soul washing liquid and golden cells. These two life-saving items took effect immediately and successfully eliminated the curse mark placed on him by Wu La. Jing Shan's methods did not stop there. He also transferred a wisp of his own inherent soul energy stripped from the soul washing liquid to another person, creating a perfect substitute that was lifelike, difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and even the soul breath was indistinguishable from his. This substitute led the dead soldiers who came to meet him one after another, and was used by Jing Shan's to attract the attention of the pursuers. After that, Jing Shan's, who carefully hid himself, chose to move forward alone, while the pursuers and the team of dead soldiers led by his substitute entangled and chased in another direction, fighting fiercely. Even a team from the mother forces that Jing Shan's contacted to meet him was attracted to that side after arriving, and was fighting with Jiuo Dongshan and others. A bunch of idiots. The reinforcement from the mothers are actually my bait to attract attention. You guys fight, and by the time you react, I'll have gone far away. Jing Shan successfully disappeared from the sight of the pursuers, and he hasn't encountered any pursuit in the past few days. This is enough to prove his judgment that he has successfully gotten rid of the pursuers. At this time, he was running fast in the wilderness of a life source star. The road was calm and peaceful. When night fell, Jing Shan's entered a prosperous city. This place is already on the edge of the southern region. He has been operating in the southern region for a long time. When he came here, he was more confident that he could escape anyone's pursuit. Jing Shan's mouth overflowed with deep coldness and murder. Fang Sui. I will come to you again. 10 minutes later, Jing Shan's entered a practice field in the city. The so-called practice field is similar to the inns and hotels that ordinary people understand. There are many rooms in the practice field, and each room is engraved with array patterns that gather the vitality of heaven and earth for practitioners to rest or practice and adjust. Jing Shan's was very careful. Although he was in the southern area and felt like a fish in water, he was relatively safe, but he still decided to observe first before considering the next move. Led by a young waiter, Jing Shan's walked to a quiet room in this practice field. This is a large starry sky practice room that specializes in gathering the power of stars. The room is densely covered with array patterns that can attract the power of the stars from outer space. The practice effect is very good. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. In this practice room, you only need to pay 3 second level energy crystals for every 5 days of practice. It is worth the money. The waiter of the practice field was eloquent and worked hard to sell. At this time, Jing Shan still did not reveal any flaws in the details. He looked no different from an ordinary cultivator. He actually talked about the price with the young waiter for a long time before the two sides finally made a deal. The waiter also got a small piece of broken energy crystal as a reward and left very happily. Jing Shan's turned the door handle of the practice room lightly, and the array pattern on the handle turned accordingly, fitting in with the pattern on the door, so the door quietly opened. Jing Shan's let out a sigh of relief. He was indeed a little tired. After fleeing all the way, he had to recover his physical and mental strength first, so that he could deal with any situation in a better state. He walked towards the door. Suddenly, a golden light appeared behind the door without any warning, like a flash of lightning, which flashed and disappeared. Crack. The center of Jing Shan's eyebrows was instantly shattered by the lightning that came out from the door and was waiting for it. A small hole appeared on his forehead, and his sea of consciousness was directly pierced. It can be seen how fierce the sudden attack from the door was. Jing Shan's throat gurgled, and his face showed extreme horror and unwillingness. His fate should not be like this. He couldn't die here. He still had countless things to do, and countless ideas to realize. However, at this moment, all the great achievements he had imagined were moving away from him. Before Jing Shan's finally lost consciousness, he saw a figure walking out from behind the door. He was wearing a one-piece suit and a hood. In the shadow under the hood, a golden snake head loomed. What pierced Jing Shan's eyebrows was a snake tongue that was moving in and out of the mouth of the golden snake head. At this moment, a golden hair suddenly fell out of Jing Shan's thick black hair and turned into a small golden snake. It swam to the surface of the golden snake head and became a golden scale attached to it. You use the soul cleansing liquid and use the golden cells to regenerate the flesh and blood inside and outside your body. You did wash away the cursed energy that was branded in your body, but you must not have noticed that there was a golden hair hidden in your hair. We actually saw all the tricks you played while escaping. After saying this, Wu La tore through the void and left calmly. Jing Shan fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He is dead and will become the dust of history. At the same time, in the reverse void practice room, Fang Sui's consciousness was rushing into Horus's brow along with a blazing sun in the sea of consciousness. He entered the sea of consciousness of a god. Horus was dead, and his sea of consciousness was dead silent, dark without a single ray of light, but the blazing sun carrying Fang Sui's consciousness poured in at this moment, bringing a ray of light to this dead sea of consciousness. The silence in Horus's sea of consciousness was a little creepy, without any sound. In Fang Sui's perception, this place was too big, vast, and boundless, as vast as the void of the universe. Fang Sui's thoughts moved slightly, and the blazing sun carrying his consciousness began to move in Horus's sea of consciousness, and began to explore. Soon after, Fang Sui found that just watching the existence form of Horus's sea of consciousness had benefited him a lot. He happily thought in his heart, the so-called realm of gods is probably to constantly improve the inner universe in the body, create the inner world, and gradually achieve the integration of the inner and outer universes, so that the inner universe and the outer universe can be integrated with each other, and the body is the universe of heaven and earth, and the universe is the body in turn. In this universe, you can naturally be omnipotent, and you are a true god. How can you transcend the realm above the true god? Fang Sui thought about the touch brought to him by entering Horus's sea of consciousness, while pushing his consciousness, controlling the scorching sun, and going deeper and deeper in the darkness of Horus's sea of consciousness. In Horus's sea of consciousness, even the superior laws of time and space are independent and completely different from the outside world. The speed of time here is much faster than that of the outside world. In other words, Fang Sui spent a long time here, which may only be a few days in the outside world. This further proves Fang Sui's guess that this is undoubtedly an inner universe constructed by Horus. Otherwise there will never be a situation where even the original laws of time and space are different from the outside world. Fang Sui walked forward in Horus's sea of consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the surroundings were still dark. This place was surprisingly vast. But he didn't feel impatient. In Horus's sea of consciousness, he couldn't sense any danger. On the contrary, he faintly felt that there seemed to be a mysterious voice, which sounded in a trance, as if calling him to move forward to the deepest part of this sea of consciousness universe. That mysterious voice was like an immortal lighthouse in the vast ocean, guiding him forward in the darkness. As Fang Sui walked, he also discovered stars. With the death of Horus, these stars also fell into eternal silence, without any light. Some stars were covered with cracks, and even collapsed into large or small fragments. But these did not prevent Fang Sui from feeling the remaining power fluctuations from these stars. Each star corresponds to a rule that Horus mastered during his lifetime, a power or a magical spell. To some extent, Fang Sui was now observing the power attributes that Horus had cultivated during his lifetime. It was like experiencing a kind of inheritance, learning and observing the cultivation path of a god, which contained mysterious and indescribable benefits. Fang Sui pushed the scorching sun with his consciousness and continued to go deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, his heart moved slightly, and he tried to transmit his thoughts to Bast. Unexpectedly, he got a response immediately. "Lord, what did you gain from entering Horus's sea of consciousness?" Fang Sui said, "It is dark here, as vast as the universe. I have not yet explored the core position, so there is no practical gain." "Bast, you and Horus are from the same pantheon. Can you also enter his sea of consciousness?" Bast's soul fluctuation sounded directly in Fang Sui's mind, and he said resentfully, "Horus is a stingy man, and he is so stingy even after his death. I can't get in at all. And when your consciousness enters Horus's sea of consciousness, your body will lose its protective ability. I have to protect you outside, so I won't try to join in the fun." Just now, a dragon inexplicably penetrated the space and wanted to attack you, but I ate it. Fang Sui was slightly stunned. A dragon came to attack? What's going on? At this time, Fang Sui saw a ray of light in the depths of Horus's dark sea of consciousness. At the same moment, the mysterious spiritual induction that had been calling him since entering Horus's sea of consciousness became stronger and stronger, coming from the faint light. Chapter 544 Ignite the Universe. In the boundless darkness, there was a cluster of flames, with a long tail of flames, like a fire dragon, extremely brilliant. This cluster of flames was the magical sun that Fang Sui controlled with his divine thoughts, and penetrated deep into Horus's sea of consciousness. As he approached, Fang Sui finally saw clearly what the faint flickering light in the depths of Horus's sea of consciousness was. It was a huge, vast and majestic star. This star, like the other stars Fang Sui saw along the way, was also in eternal silence, with cracks all over the surface. The faint light that Fang Sui saw in the distance was faintly emitted from the cracks on the surface of the star that were as deep as a gorge. He also sensed a faint burning breath from the light. At the same moment, when he saw this huge star, Fang Sui suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. This star is the core power star of Horus during his lifetime. Just like Fang Sui's own first golden sun formed in the sea of consciousness and the divine land in his lower abdomen, it is the source of his power. Judging from the fact that this star has been silent for a long time, but still retains a trace of heat, it should have been a flaming sun when Horus was alive. Basta, do you know what the main method Horus practiced before he died was? Was it the same Sun Golden Sutra as mine? Fang Sui asked. All the cultivation of our Egyptian pantheon actually originates from the Sun Golden Sutra in the Book of the Dead in your body. If we divide them from the perspective of cultivation, the gods and demons in the entire pantheon will be divided into two systems, the Golden Sun and the Dark Death. The cultivation methods of the gods of the Golden Sun pantheon all originate from the Sun Golden Sutra. The Dark Death pantheon all originate from the Book of the Dead. Bast's response sounded very crisp. This cat is lively and jumpy by nature. He just ate a dragon at this moment, and was obviously in a very good mood. He started talking non-stop as soon as he opened his mouth. Like Anubis and I, we are both demon gods of the Dark Death pantheon, and Horus is the sky war god in the pantheon. He and Anubis are the main gods of the Golden and Dark pantheons respectively. Horus's method of cultivation is called the Sun Universe, which comes from the Sun Golden Sutra. Fang Sui thought to himself that it was indeed so. Horus's method of cultivation came from the same source as mine. At this time, Fang Sui's mana sun, which was entrusted with divine thoughts, was still moving at high speed in the darkness, getting closer and closer to the huge star at the core of Horus's sea of consciousness. There was always a mysterious sound, or wave, in that star, attracting and calling Fang Sui. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared in Horus's sea of consciousness. Fang Sui's magical sun, which was entrusted with divine thoughts, did not stop after approaching the huge star. Instead, it was faster and crashed straight into it, like a comet hitting the earth. This process was not even controlled by Fang Sui, but a pulling force extended from the star, as if there was an invisible chain, pulling Fang Sui's magical sun to hit it. Boom. When Fang Sui's magical sun finally hit the star, a loud noise shook the earth. The whole world seemed to be in a state of stagnation at this moment, and after a moment, this feeling of stagnation disappeared. Fang Sui's consciousness saw another incredible scene. Horus's sea of consciousness underwent a drastic change, and the entire dark universe suddenly became bright. Fang Sui's magical sun was like a fire. The dormant core star of Horus exploded after being hit by the sun, producing solar movement. The huge star was ignited. A layer of surging divine fire burned on this huge star. The gorgeous scene was so heart-shaking. The next moment, the star completely decomposed, as if it had experienced a strong explosion. The entire star turned into billions of fragments, like meteors, rushing in all directions in Horus's sea of consciousness. This scene was like countless suns, completely dispelling the darkness, and showing the endless brilliance in front of Fang Sui. Each of these disintegrated star fragments followed a mysterious trajectory, falling towards the countless dormant star fragments in Horus's sea of consciousness, and ignited them one by one. This scene also had an indescribable sense of vividness. In a trance, it was like a universe came alive in an instant. The stars shone, the darkness disappeared, and life was full of vitality. In a blink of an eye, the scene changed again, as if time was flowing backwards. The countless fragments of stars that had collapsed and ignited Horus's sea of consciousness returned along the trajectory just now, and reassembled in front of Fang Sui's eyes, turning into a huge star. She seemed to have been reborn, with overwhelming light and blazing flames. This experience seemed to be explaining the process of the formation of a universe. When Fang Sui experienced it personally, he couldn't help but wonder if the real universe could have been formed after a similar explosion at the source. This also coincides with the ideas proposed by many scientists who study the origin of the universe. What's more amazing is that after this collapse and reorganization, Fang Sui found that his consciousness had been integrated into this star. This star seemed to have become a part of Fang Sui's body. With the help of this star, he sensed endless power, a supreme sense of power that dominated the universe, and reached the level of gods and demons. Fang Sui's heart was throbbing. There was no doubt that this power was once mastered by Horus. After a day and a night, Fang Sui's consciousness withdrew from Horus's sea of consciousness. Horus's sea of consciousness became dark and silent again, but the sun that carried Fang Sui's consciousness did not withdraw with his consciousness, but remained in Horus's sea of consciousness, buried in the core star in the universe of the sea of consciousness. If necessary, Horus's sea of consciousness could be ignited again by Fang Sui's magical sun at any time. What this means, only Fang Sui himself knows. The strange thing is that, since one sun remained in Horus's sea of consciousness, there should be only 4 of the 5 suns in Fang Sui's own sea of consciousness. The actual situation is that after his consciousness withdrew, another red-flamed sun jumped out of the Sun Golden Sutra to make up for Fang Sui's consumption. His sea of consciousness is still woven with 5 suns, gold, red, blue, black, and purple, shining together. So far, this experience has not brought Fang Sui a direct increase in strength. He is still at the 5th level, and his body is full of dead air, which has not alleviated the sequelae of death sacrifice. However, when Fang Sui's consciousness withdrew, his thoughts moved slightly, and the remains of Horus responded, and drops of golden blood overflowed from its body. In the end, a total of 5 drops of divine blood appeared. Each drop was comparable to a small sun, with a blazing golden light. After being drawn into Fang Sui's body, it naturally merged into his blood, and then circulated throughout his body. When the divine blood entered the body, the dead air in Fang Sui's 361 orifices quickly receded, and light reappeared. Fang Sui's power also received the help of the divine blood at this time, and began to grow. As the saying goes, 1,000 years in one thought, the time spent in practice is the fastest, and a few days pass in a flash. On this day, Fang Sui recovered from his injuries, and ended his practice. He walked out of the anti-space practice room with a radiant spirit, and returned to the secret hall of the Sea King's palace. At this time, Kyan Huang, wearing bronze armor and holding a halberd, also appeared in Fang Sui's study and said in a deep voice, "When you were in seclusion a few days ago, a dragon stole your energy. I saw that the lion under your command was enough to deal with it, so I didn't take action, but followed a stream of energy and traced it back. I found that the source of the dragon energy came from our Privy Council and was done by the current Prince of the Heavenly Court." Kyan Huang said nothing after he finished speaking and was very frugal with words. Fang Sui's eyes flashed, as sharp as a knife, but he didn't say anything. At this time, Tina and Guo Dongshan and others returned after chasing Jing Shans. Everyone was delighted to learn that Fang Sui had recovered the consumption of death sacrifice after a short retreat. After that, Fang Sui and others ushered in precious rest time. Except for Fang Sui himself, who wanted to stay in the secret hall. Everyone else chose to go out in groups of 2 or 3 and act freely. Fang Sui spent the next period of time quite peacefully. No matter from which aspect, he had just taken over the secret palace, so it was not suitable for him to make too big a move. The best choice was to make a smooth transition and gradually take over the power from the Dark King. Fortunately, after the incident in Jingshan's, none of the deputy hall masters in the secret palace dared to touch Fang Sui's tiger whiskers, at least on the surface. He was able to quickly familiarize himself with the operation of the secret palace in peace. Time went forward for 3 months without any disturbance. What made people a little uneasy was that the Shadow Clan in the Mother's forces had also seemed very quiet recently, and even the intensity of the war against the South and North regions had weakened. This kind of calm was more like the atmosphere before the storm was about to come, silent and depressing, making people inexplicably hesitant. At this time 3 months later, the time agreed by the Demon Cult team to meet again had come, and everyone returned to the 13 Stars area one after another to meet Fang Sui at the Privy Council headquarters. "Fang Tao, didn't you say a while ago that you wanted to go back to your hometown to take a look? When are we leaving?" Zhang Shizhen rushed to ask after the meeting. Fang Sui buried his head in processing several documents on the table and said without raising his head, "Let's prepare for the trip now. It's purely voluntary, whether you go or not. But before you leave, I have 2 things to do." "Go, why not? We are all curious about what your hometown is like." "Well, what are you going to do?" Tina's thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes were bright, and she asked curiously. Fang Sui said calmly, "First, I'm going to kill someone, and then, go to the Immortal Land. These 2 things won't take much time. After that, I'll set off to return to my hometown. It can be regarded as a vacation. There shouldn't be any danger in the process. I just have some questions in my heart, and I need to go back to my hometown to find the answers." Guo Dongshan blinked and said, "Fang Sui, you seem a little weird recently. I haven't seen you for 3 months. Why do I feel that a kind of heavy pressure like a god is beginning to emanate from your body? It's really weird. You are obviously still at the 5th level of strength. How can there be a breath fluctuation similar to that of a god?" Others expressed the same feeling, and then someone asked, "Captain Fang, you said you want to kill someone. Who is it? PS, please vote. Please help me. Thank you." Chapter 545 Demon Marshal. The chaotic space-time outside the Wufang South Territory is boundless and filled with cotton-white chaotic fog. This fog is as thick as water. Not only can you not see anything when you enter it, but it will also reverse the order of chaotic space-time. It is impossible to identify up, down, left, and right in the fog, and there is no sense of direction at all. The base camp of the Shadow Clan is in the chaotic space-time. For many years, they have relied on this natural geographical advantage to attack and not defend in the battle with the Wufang territory, taking advantage of it. Deep in the chaotic space-time, there is a huge black hole that runs through the positive and negative space. The Shadow Clan calls this the initial magic hole. At this time, deep in the magic cave, on the dark star of the Shadow Clan, in a continuous and towering palace, a deep, powerful, and cold voice rang out, "Moi." After Anki was killed by Fang Sui of the 5 domains, the Demon Emperor of our clan personally inquired about the matter. He was planning to promote Morgoth to replace Anki and serve as the chief demon general of this universe. but I felt that, although Morgoth had great military talent, he was too young and his experience was far less than you. Therefore, I tried my best to ensure that you, Moi, would regain the position of Chief Demon General. You must know how to cherish what you have lost this time. Moi was the previous Chief Demon General before Anki. He stood opposite the Demon Marshal and listened solemnly. He was overjoyed to be the #1 Demon General again this time, but he showed extraordinary shrewdness. There was no wave on his face, and he said solemnly, I will not let the Demon Commander down, and I will do my best to serve the Demon Commander. I will be loyal to you, the Demon Emperor, and fight for victory for our Shadow Clan. The Demon Commander's strong and robust body sat still. His cold face like a knife revealed a sculpture-like toughness, and he nodded with satisfaction. Moi continued slowly, after Fang Sui killed the Dark Leader, he has been hiding in the Privy Council headquarters in the 13-star regions. We have never found a chance to kill him. However, the two prides of our clan, Little Demon Emperor and Morgoth, have shown their willingness to fight Fang Sui after hearing that Fang Sui killed the Dark Leader. Currently, both of them have chosen to retreat. I estimate that, when they come out, they will challenge Fang Sui. If they can win, it will be the best way to repay this boy for killing the Dark Leader, and it will greatly boost the morale of our Shadow Clan caused by the killing of the Dark Leader. A black gas rose from the body of the Demon Marshal, instantly crushing the surrounding void with amazing power. He waved his hand and said, that kid was able to kill the Dark Leader, which was indeed shocking to the world and unexpected. This Marshal did not expect it in advance. However, I have found a way to fight back against this boy for killing the Dark Leader. There is no need for Little Demon Emperor and Morgoth to challenge him, and you, Moi, do not have to worry about it anymore. He continued, it has been hundreds of years since I came to this universe on duty. Only recently have I completely adapted to the core rules of this universe and can exert my full combat power. In addition, another Demon Marshal of our clan is on his way from the ancestral land. I no longer have the burden of sitting in the demon cave, so I'm ready to go to the immortal land again. Fang Sui killed an Kui, so I will retaliate by destroying the ancient immortal land of the 5 regions. Moi said cautiously, the immortal land has been a holy land for billions of years. Although the population is not large, its specific strength has always been hidden and no one knows its depth. It is better for the Demon Marshal to be cautious when he goes there. I wonder how many elite troops the Demon Marshal needs to dispatch to accompany him? The Demon Marshal said proudly, last time, I was careless and had one arm cut off by Gao, but I got a glimpse of the secrets of the swordsmanship of the immortal land. This time, I'm fully confident that I can defeat any master in the immortal land. The time and space node to enter the immortal land is located in the central area of the 5 directions. It is not easy to go deep if there are too many people. It is enough for this Demon Marshal to go alone. You just wait and listen to my good news. In the vast, cold and dark reverse void, a tall figure rolled up a space storm and walked on the time and space node. He could cross an endless distance in one step. Just by looking at this person walking normally in the reverse void, you can know how powerful he is. It should be known that most ordinary cultivators can only open the void barrier and enter and exit the positive and negative voids when they reach the 6th level. Even if they are extremely talented, they can open the space barrier at the 5th level, but they can only enter and exit the positive and negative space by borrowing the force. They can only shuttle between the positive and negative voids for a short time and cannot stay in the reverse space for a long time. For Fang Sui, although he could enter and exit the positive and negative space at the 5th level, he could only enter and exit. At most, he would stop in the negative space for a while. He would never dare to stay in it for a long time, otherwise he would be crushed and injured by the power of space rules. Like the figure in front of him, he could walk in the negative space for a long time, as if walking on flat ground. Usually, only mythical figures above the 7th level could do it. In a blink of an eye, this strong figure who was rolling forward with the space storm crossed billions of miles of time and space. Suddenly, this figure stopped moving forward. He stood firmly in the negative void where only darkness and coldness were the eternal themes. The space storm around him gradually disappeared, revealing a tall and strong body. It was the Shadow Demon Marshal. At this time, he was a huge height, with a murderous look on his face and eyes like a magic lamp. When the light was swallowed, the darkness within a range of thousands of miles became bright, because of the scorching magic light in his eyes. The body of the demon marshal was exposed in a large area, looking unusually rough. His whole body seemed to be made of black metal, with a faint light flowing, and it was ferocious and terrifying. The next moment, the demon marshal suddenly roared. Crack. The space barrier collapsed on a large scale due to his roar, and shattered layer by layer. Suddenly, the demon marshal's roar stopped, and his eyes probed into the broken void barrier, looking around with a puzzled look. The last time I ascended to the immortal land, it was here that I opened the space barrier and entered the Shanking Cloud realm. As far as I know, the gate of the immortal land, as long as you know the fixed time and space node position, whether in the positive or negative void, as long as you break the space barrier, you will reveal the entrance to the Shanking Cloud realm. Why is it that this time the space is broken, but the cloud realm did not appear? The demon marshal's voice was as powerful as a rushing river, and there was an indescribable magic. If ordinary cultivators heard it, they would probably be shattered and die. After the demon marshal finished speaking, he thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed wildly. The people of Chengson land, do you know that I'm coming again? They are so scared that they have closed the mountain gate to avoid fighting. With such courage, what kind of holy land is this? The demon marshal deliberately spread his voice, which spread across thousands of miles of time and space, and was heard by both the positive and negative voids. However, when his provocative voice fell, there was a cold silence in the void, without any movement or response. The demon marshal frowned his thick eyebrows, which were full of murderous aura, and became more and more arrogant, shouting, if the people of Chengson land dare not come out, they only need to send Gao to me to apologize, and I will retreat. Otherwise, I will never stop today, and will definitely massacre Chengson land with blood. Chengson ancient land, do you choose to offer people to surrender, or do you want me to kill you? Why don't you get out of here? The demon marshal came to the door to challenge, chattering non-stop, and it really worked after a long time. The next moment, a cloud of gas suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. When the cloud appeared, it gathered into a sword, and turned into a crystal-like sword light, which slashed towards the demon marshal. The demon marshal was not afraid at all, and laughed. Well, someone finally showed up. It turns out that the people in the immortal land are not all dead. I want to let you see my skills. Hey, the swordsmanship of the immortal land is not worth mentioning in my eyes. After speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed the sword. In the demon marshal's mind, he took advantage of the opportunity of Gao cutting off one arm, endured all kinds of pain, practiced hard day and night, and had deciphered the secrets contained in the swordsmanship of the immortal land. Therefore, this grab was really sure that no matter how the sword light changed, it would not escape from his palm. But the fact was not so. At the moment, when the demon marshal's palm touched the sword light, with a swish, the sword light was shattered, but the demon marshal was not unscathed. His palm was pierced by the sword light and the sword intent carried by the sword light, deep into the bone, and black blood flowed out. The two sides had their own wins and losses in this attack, and it was a draw. The demon marshal was slightly shocked, not because of the strength of his opponent, but because after this attack, he found that he had made a mistake all along, thinking that he had understood the secret of the swordsmanship of the immortal land, but in fact it was not the case. The previous sword was completely beyond his understanding of the swordsmanship of the immortal land. Before the demon marshal finished his thoughts, a cold voice sounded in the void, as if seeing through his thoughts. The swordsmanship of my Chengson land is divided into 33 levels, and each level is based on different sword comprehension. The demon marshal had his arm cut off by Gao's nephew's sword last time. The sword intent contained in it was not any of our 33 level swordsmanship. It was done casually by Gao's nephew. Demon marshal, do you think that you can suppress my Chengson land by comprehending the sword intent? It's really ridiculous. The sword intent you comprehended is an entry level thing that even 3-year-old children in my Chengson land don't bother to learn. Hey, the human head and animal brain are talking about self-righteous stupid guys like you. If Gao's nephew hadn't said that you come again and let us not pay attention to you, someone would come to fight you. I will go out and kill you, you idiot, to save you from making noise here. Being insulted in person as having a human head and an animal brain was really a huge humiliation for the demon marshal. Last time, I was careless and was seriously injured by Gao's sneak attack. This time, I have come with all my strength, and I will definitely kill all the people in your immortal land. You are quite eloquent, bitch. Later, I will rush into the immortal land and rape you, and Gao to my heart's content. When the demon marshal said this, it was like poking a hornet's nest. A terrifying murderous intent suddenly rose in the void, and a sword intent burst out, piercing through the heaven and earth in an instant. Bah. What the hell, you idiot, you want to humiliate me, but don't you take a look at how much weight you have between your legs. Maybe you gave birth to a little earthworm. No one is allowed to pull me today. I'm going to go out and chop this idiot into pieces alive. This damn demon commander has a dirty mouth. The voice came from the void. It was still the voice of the woman who called Gao her nephew before, but what made people dumbfounded was that this time the voice sounded both fierce and aggressive, like a shrew who was about to rush out to curse in the street. It didn't have the image of an immortal hermit at all. It made people break out in a cold sweat. After hearing this, the demon marshal laughed and said, "Are there a bunch of wild women living in the immortal land? They are so vulgar. If you don't come out, I can go in. Where is Gao? Come out quickly. I'm going to favor her." After the demon marshal finished speaking, another voice suddenly sounded in the void. "Demon marshal, you are so dirty-mouthed. It's true that you are a bad mouth." As the voice was spoken, the void opened, and Fang Sui walked out proudly like a dragon and a tiger. His appearance this time was different from any other time before. There was a *** sun hanging on his head, and his whole body was golden like flowing water. He seemed to be a god in the world, and his aura was majestic. P.S. Please vote. Please help me, heroes. Thank you. Chapter 546, Fierce Battle with Demon Marshal. In the cold and dark anti-void, the demon marshal turned to look at Fang Sui and said with a smile, "Although this is the first time I see you, I know you must be Fang Sui. It's me." Fang Sui's head was shining brightly, making it impossible to look directly at him. The demon marshal looked at Fang Sui with a lightning-like gaze and said, "In fact, with your identity, you are not even qualified to talk to me face to face. The reason you are able to talk to me alive after you appear is purely because I remembered an interesting thing. It is said that Gao is in love with you. I suddenly thought that I could spare your life so that you can be a spectator. When I catch Gao, it will be more fun to have you watching me. What do you think?" The tone of these words was full of teasing and contempt. However, Fang Sui was not angry and said, "Demon Marshal, you are full of nonsense, and you don't have the style and bearing of a clan leader at all. You are just good at talking, which is disappointing. In my opinion, you are not only mean, but also worthy of the evaluation of a fool given to you by the senior who sent the voice from the immortal land. If the Shadow Clan is full of people like you, the disaster of extinction is bound to be not far away." The reason why the demon marshal's face was full of joking and his words were full of contempt was that he didn't think Fang Sui was a person who could get along with him, so he had the intention of playing with him and being disrespectful. In fact, it was not a fluke that he could become the commander of the Shadow Clan. From the fact that he led the Shadow Clan to fight against the 5 regions for many years, not only did he not lose the upper hand, but also took the initiative. It can be seen that, although the demon marshal is arrogant and violent, he is not incompetent, but a talented person, and he is extremely good at strategic layout. However, no matter how capable the demon marshal was, he was furious and murderous when he was characterized as a foul-mouthed fool by a junior in front of him. "How dare you, an ant-like thing, comment on my merits and demerits?" Interestingly, since Fang Sui appeared, the voices cursing the demon marshal from the immortal land had died down and never appeared again, but Fang Sui could clearly sense that somewhere in the void, there were waves of divine thoughts, paying attention to him with curiosity. Even when facing the shadow demon marshal, Fang Sui still had time to think in his heart with a smile. The story between Gao and me is now known to the world. My coming to the immortal land is, to some extent, like a new son-in-law visiting. At this time, some people in the immortal land, who are paying attention to me should be regarded as the aunts and uncles from my mother's family. His thoughts turned in his mind, but his face was calm. He glanced at the demon marshal and said decisively, "Are you ready?" The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. Fang Sui actually had the intention to attack the demon marshal. The demon marshal laughed again. "You actually have the courage to fight me? I really don't know whether to say that you are brave or extremely stupid." After a pause, he continued, "Why should I prepare to deal with someone of your level?" Fang Sui's eyes suddenly brightened, and he shouted okay, and his aura suddenly became strong. The big sun hanging behind him suddenly imprinted on the position of his eyebrows, turning into a scorching sun mark. Swish! A golden light pierced out from Fang Sui's eyebrows and hit the demon marshal. This attack appeared in front of the demon marshal at the same time as it rushed out from Fang Sui's eyebrows, with no time interval at all. This is an attack that transcends the rules of time and space. The demon marshal absolutely did not expect Fang Sui to be able to launch such an attack method that escaped the constraints of time and attacked directly in front of him. This is simply not a level that any cultivator below the 7th level can reach. The demon marshal only had time to turn his head, and the attack had already swept across his forehead, leaving a scar of fire burns. The leader of a clan, an 8th level demigod, was injured by a single attack. This attack method, which is beyond the understanding of ordinary cultivators, is not entirely from Fang Sui's own strength. In fact, when he made the move, Fang Sui became very strange. A layer of mysterious golden lines appeared on the surface of his skin, flowing and shining. The lines looked like the feathers of a bird, and also like a layer of special cursed armor. If anyone has seen Horus, they can see that the faint golden lines on Fang Sui's body are actually very similar to the feathers around Horus. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes completely lost the color of humanity. His pupils were dark gold, full of the majesty of the gods, and a strange vision appeared in the depths of his pupils. In a trance, it seemed that a huge sun was born, and a golden eagle was soaring around the sun. Fang Sui's aura rose rapidly, and in a blink of an eye he crossed the 6th order barrier and reached the 7th order, while the power fluctuations were still increasing step by step, constantly climbing. Demon Marshal, your ability is unusually unexpected. You were injured by one blow. Fang Sui's voice also became indifferent and ruthless, without any emotional fluctuations. The contempt on the cold face of the demon marshal slightly decreased, and his face showed a strange color and said, "I was wondering why there was a pressure from the gods on you after you appeared. It turns out that there is a god hidden in your body, and you can borrow the power of the gods for your own use. How can your body withstand it?" Fang Sui answered irrelevantly, "The last time you came to the immortal land, you returned in defeat. At that time, Gao said that someone would take your life in a while. Fang Sui came here today for this. Is the demon marshal ready this time?" The demon marshal became even more angry. Fang Sui's words were obviously a response to his previous words, that he didn't need to be prepared to deal with Fang Sui. At this time, he asked again, but the demon marshal was already injured by a blow, which sounded full of irony. Suddenly, the two sides' eyes met, and Fang Sui and Mo Shui raised their hands and threw a punch at the same time. Both wanted to test the strength of the other, so they did not dodge or evade, and tuck a head-on collision. Boom. Amidst the loud sound like a scorching thunder, a huge airwave was seen, with the collision point between the two as the core, spreading out in a ring shape. The vast void was annihilated and collapsed under this blow, and the anti-void barrier shattered into pieces, like glass. The two of them only made a tentative blow, but they broke through the anti-void barrier. After this blow, both of them came to the space of the positive space. The surroundings were still dark and cold, but in the space at the end of the site, you can see dots of starlight, and the surrounding area is very empty, which is just right for a big battle. So you have temporarily entered the remains of a god with your soul, thus gaining some of the power of the god when he was alive. This kind of power has many limitations, and consumes a lot of mental energy. You can't hold on for long. With this ability, you want to fight me? I can assert that I can capture you in a few moves. The demon marshal narrowed his eyes with a blazing magic light, and he had seen through Fang Sui's background. As he spoke, his body grew rapidly. Almost every time he spoke a word, his body doubled. When his voice fell, he was already a demon body, tall and immeasurable, and his body was nearly 1,000 miles long. One fist was as majestic and heavy as a star, pressing towards Fang Sui with the momentum of destroying everything. At this moment, the light between Fang Sui's eyebrows became even brighter, illuminating the heavens. If someone could see the inside of Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, they would see that the remains of Horus seemed to come alive, walked out of the golden scripture, and stood in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness. And in Horus's sea of consciousness, the extremely huge core star that Fang Sui had seen when he entered it not long ago, once again ignited a blazing divine fire. In his sea of consciousness universe, billions of originally damaged stars became bright as the core star body was ignited. The power of these countless stars intertwined together to form a vast divine power fluctuation. In an instant, in Horus's sea of consciousness universe, the power of countless stars intertwined from his fist burst out and rushed out from Fang Sui's eyebrows, turning into a sun with infinite golden light and raging flames. This sun gathered all the power in Horus's sea of consciousness universe, like a complete universe being released, with great power. Kai Kai Kai. The demon marshal's huge fist, which was comparable to a star, collided with this sun, like a firefly meeting a bright moon. With a bang, the demon marshal's body was completely swept and wrapped by the flames of this sun. Ah! The demon marshal roared in a voice that sounded extremely miserable. His flesh and blood melted under the burning of the sun's divine fire, revealing his black bones in a blink of an eye. On them flowed shadow spells, which were now burning under the scorching sun fire and crackling. In the endless sun's divine fire, the demon marshal's body trembled and struggled violently. He wanted to activate the Shadow Clan's talent for transformation, and avoid the burning of the divine fire by means of virtual and real transformation, but it still didn't work. The demon marshal's body continued to melt. Soon, cracks appeared on his bones. He looked shocked and angry. He had never thought that he would be in danger as soon as he came into contact with it, and he was almost in danger of falling. The demon marshal no longer dared to despise it. He tried his best at this time without reservation. He saw the demonic energy surging around him, and a hideous and heavy armor exclusive to the Shadow Clan demon marshal appeared outside his body to protect his whole body. This armor was dark all over and seemed to be able to swallow light, which was extremely extraordinary. With the protection of the armor, the demon general was able to temporarily resist Horus's cosmic sun fire. The demon general's body directly turned into a ball of nothingness in the armor and changed several times in a short moment, alternating between reality and illusion. With this buffer, his flesh and blood were reborn, and his injuries recovered slightly. Naturally, he was unwilling to be defeated by Fang Sui in such a muddle. After taking a breath, he immediately planned to counterattack. The demon general roared like thunder, and his hands were clasped together, as if holding up the sky. The shadow magic energy outside his body flowed at full force, like a long river flowing eastward, unimpeded. A force tore open the void in front of him, forming a black hole. A dark star virtual image rolled out of the black hole, and began to devour the sun god fire in front of him, which seemed to burn the entire universe to ashes. At this point, the power of the sun god fire was temporarily suppressed, and the demon general's decline was alleviated. With murderous intent on his face, he shot out a stream of black air, which rolled towards Fang Sui. He had already seen that Fang Sui was using divine power to fight him. As long as he could hit Fang Sui, even just one strike, it would be enough to destroy Fang Sui's mysterious state of communicating with the gods through his soul, and thus not only could he turn defeat into victory, but he could also kill Fang Sui. Unfortunately, the demon marshal had a good idea, but at the same time as this strike, Fang Sui also showed strange changes. The lines on his body, which looked like the feathers of Horus and a piece of armor, suddenly flowed. A touch of divine aura flew out from Fang Sui's brow, and he turned into a golden eagle and rushed towards the demon marshal. Whoosh! The demon marshal's stride towards Fang Sui was flapped by the wings of the divine eagle, and a storm of fire was sacrificed, which burned him instantly, leaving nothing behind. The Horus golden eagle changed strangely. Sometimes it maintained the image of a golden eagle during flight, and sometimes it looked like an eagle-headed god. Its body was sometimes illusory and sometimes solid, unpredictable and mysterious. Suddenly, Horus, with an eagle's head and a human body, appeared in front of the demon marshal, and stretched out a finger, to point at the demon marshal's forehead. The attack that the demon marshal had just made on Fang Sui was easily broken, which made him suddenly wake up and blurt out, "You awakened no ordinary god, but a main god." The demon marshal knew that Horus was a main god above the 9th level, and his soul was scared. Seeing the finger coming at him, how could he dare to take it head on? His body turned from solid to virtual, becoming a group of empty shadows. He fled decisively, and escaped thousands of miles away in an instant. The scorching sun, that ignited the universe with the first attack of Horus, followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Fang Sui himself did not chase after him. He stood calmly in his original place and said, "Fang Sui will go to the chaotic time and space in the near future, and then I will ask the demon marshal for advice." Then he frowned and muttered, "Using the means of soul division, to enter the remains of Horus, the consumption is so great. If I continue to fight, I will have to escape first. And with my current strength, I can only withstand this battle of divine power entering my body. If I use this power again, there is a danger of my body breaking apart and dying. This power is not obtained by my own practice, and it is always not handy." The image of Horus that was released turned into a ray of golden light and returned to Fang Sui's eyebrows. The fluctuations of the gods around him gradually weakened and returned to calm. At this time, a misty portal quietly appeared in the void in front of Fang Sui. The gate of Shanking Cloud Realm. P.S. Please vote. Please help me. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Immortal Land. At the same time as the gate of Shanking Gyunji appeared, 5 or 6 young men and women poked their heads out from behind the gate, looking at Fang Sui with curiosity. Then a tall, beautiful, and calm-looking woman walked out of the gate. Her eyes were lively and bright, but she looked at Fang Sui with a scrutinizing look. The woman was wearing a dark yellow long skirt with light cloud patterns embroidered on the hem. Her black hair was tied into a beautiful sideburn, with a few strands hanging down occasionally, adding a lazy and mature charm. "Hey, Fang Sui, you came to our immortal land to find Gao, right? Did you bring the betrothal gifts?" As soon as the woman opened her mouth, Fang Sui recognized it as the voice of the shrew who had just cursed, and said she was going to come out and kill the demon commander. Fang Sui thought that from the way she cursed just now, she should be a big and strong woman, but who knew that she was as gentle as spring water, dignified and elegant. The contrast was a bit big. Then he thought again, she talked about the betrothal gifts right at the beginning, so directly? Fang Sui asked in a daze, "Do I need to bring a betrothal gift when I come to the land of immortals for the first time? Gao didn't tell me." Several young men and women poked their heads out from behind the door, eating and laughing together. The girl looked mature, and from the tone she spoke, when she was arguing with the demon marshal before, she must be the daughter of Gao's uncle. His face suddenly darkened and he said, "Hey, do you want to play dumb in front of me? We all know clearly what you, Fang Sui, did outside. From your style of doing things, we can tell that you are more cunning than the Pangu monkey we raise in the land of immortals. Since you are so shrewd, how could you not think of preparing gifts when you come to us for the first time? Who are you trying to fool? Hurry up and take out everything you brought, and let me have a look. If I like anything, I'll let you in. If you don't bring anything good, get out of here, and come back when you're ready." Fang Sui was stunned. This uncle of Gao was too tough. What the hell was Pangu monkey? Fang Sui smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I have prepared a gift, but I don't know what you like, and I'm afraid it won't please you." As he spoke, the space of the identity nameplate in his hand shone, and immediately, things appeared one by one from it, floating in the air. Fang Sui would not come to the immortal land empty-handed. He is now guarding Yui-chan, his confidant, whose family runs the largest store in the universe. If he wants something, there is nothing he can't think of. Fang Sui has put some thought into the preparations for this trip to the Immortal Land. He doesn't know how many people there are in the Immortal Land, so naturally he doesn't know what the people there like, but considering that most of the cultivators in the Immortal Land cultivate their minds and swords, he prepares gifts from these two aspects. One is an item that purifies the mind and calms the spirit, and the other is the raw materials for various sacrifices and swords. These two types of things are very beneficial to the cultivation of cultivators, and they are worth a lot of money, so they can be regarded as generous gifts. Hey, is that the Posa world incense? It is said that when lit up it can manifest the image of the paradise, making the mind peaceful, and it is a very good auxiliary material for spiritual practice. And that is the Thunderbolt Flowing Light Wood. I have long wanted to refine a piece of it into a sword embryo. Unfortunately, although we have a lot of Thunderwood in stock in the Immortal Land, it is not my turn yet. 5-colored stone. Wood spirit bamboo. That is the world pearl. They are all good stuff. Fang Sui took out the things one by one, and the young men and women all looked delighted and started talking about it. Unfortunately, the shrew looked around and was unhappy. She curled her lips in disdain and said, "That's all? I didn't see any good stuff. We have planted several acres of Thunderwood, wood spirit bamboo and other things in our Immortal Land. There are at least tens of thousands of them. These things are treasures outside, but they are everywhere here. This kind of thing can fool our children. What gift did you bring me? Show it to me." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to Fang Sui, as if she was going to accept the gift as a matter of course. Fang Sui blinked and muttered to himself, "Before coming here, I didn't expect that there would be such a great god in the ancient Immortal Land respected by the world. It's a bit difficult to deal with." Fang Sui has always been resourceful, but this time he was inevitably a little overwhelmed, so he said, "I don't know what senior sister likes. I will make careful preparations next time I come. This time, can you please be so kind as to let me in?" He then said flatteringly, "Besides, that demon commander was rude before, and I helped you drive him away. I'll just borrow this flower to offer to Buddha, and it can be regarded as a gift to senior sister." The woman laughed brightly and glanced at Fang Sui unhappily. It was obvious that she was not happy that Fang Sui did not know how to show respect to her boss. When they first met, Fang Sui, "You are so stingy." The prince of the heavenly court and the people of the Teiku tribe came to propose marriage. Although Gao didn't like them, and we didn't agree, the gifts they brought were really generous. I was embarrassed to accept them at that time. He continued, "Fang Sui, it would be fine if you brought some rags, but let's talk about your own conditions. Although you are good looking, you are far from being a match for our Gao. From the perspective of cultivation, you are considered a leader among the young generation, but you are still far behind Gao. TSK, you are so mismatched, but you can still be a couple. It seems that you and Gao are a cuckold and a mung bean, and you have fallen in love with each other. There is nothing I can do as your uncle. Gao loves me, and I can't pull her out of the fire pit, right? She wants to jump into your fire pit, so let her jump in. Come on, come in. Next time you come, remember to bring me some Macupan beauty products. I like that." Fang Sui agreed repeatedly, thinking that he had miscalculated this time. "If I had known that the things you wanted were so worthless, I would have brought you a lot of them." Before Fang Sui finished his thoughts, the things he had just taken out disappeared completely with a whoosh and were snatched away by those boys and girls. The shrew laughed and scolded, "You are so useless. You are not afraid of being laughed at." After going through many hardships, Fang Sui finally succeeded in entering the legendary Immortal Land. Walking into the gate of Shanking Yunji, what you see is like standing on the clouds, with the sea of clouds rolling under your feet. The blue sky in the distance is clear and boundless, and all kinds of spiritual birds are flying in the sky. The amazing thing is that there are many plants, lush and green, with luxuriant branches and leaves, just rooted in the white clouds and growing. The scene is beautiful and wonderful. Our Shanking Cloud realm is from the period of the creation of the world. Clouds rose to form the heavens, while thick earth sank and condensed into the earth. This formed an intermediate interface after the initial separation of heaven and earth, and is located between the legendary fairyland and the human world. The ground here is made of thick earth that condenses into clouds. All things are rooted in the thick earth and clouds, and are nourished by spiritual energy, so they grow exceptionally lush. The entire Shanking Cloud realm is divided into 33 heavens. The clouds are like high-rise buildings, rising higher and higher. The mountain gate is built on the top 33 heavens. After entering the Shanking Cloud realm, perhaps because they had taken a lot of Fang Sui's things, and were a little soft-hearted, some young men and women began to chatter to Fang Sui about the origin of the Shanking Cloud realm. Their tone was copying the original words told to them by their elders, which sounded very literary. After one person finished speaking, another little girl in her teens smiled sweetly, and said with a familiar look on her face, "Brother-in-law, let me tell you, our Shanking Cloud realm is said to be so strange outside, that it is said to be immeasurable and an independent world. In fact, it is not like that. Within the 33 heavens of the cloud realm, each layer is only about tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles. From the outside, the entire Shanking Cloud realm is round on the top and square on the bottom, and together they are only about the size of a small thousand worlds." The name of brother-in-law amused Fang Sui, and he nodded and asked, "Where is your sister Gao now? Why didn't she come out to greet me when I came? I'll deal with her when I get back." The little girl suddenly widened her eyes in surprise, then gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. The uncles and aunts all say that Sister Gao is a spiritual body of heaven and earth, with amazing talent. Every time Sister Gao comes back from outside, the masters and aunts are always running to greet Sister Gao, and love her so much. It's really rare that you dare to say that you want to deal with Sister Gao. This is really a rare thing. I'm the first time I've heard of it. You are much more powerful than my master and others." The other half-grown children had similar thoughts. When they looked at Fang Sui, they more or less showed admiration. A fat boy rushed to say, "Senior Sister Gao is in seclusion, to break through to the fairyland. If you want to see her, you have to wait for some time." The little girl quickly added that she should come out in the next few days. "Brother-in-law, let me tell you, the uncles and aunts heard that you were here, and they were afraid that they would arouse Sister Gao's telepathy and delay her breakthrough and cultivation. They had discussed not to let you in, but later they changed their minds for some reason and let you in." The group was walking upwards at this time. The fierce woman walking in front made hand gestures and gathered a cloud of gas under everyone's feet, carrying everyone to the top of the 33 heavens cloud realm. In the 33 heavens cloud realm, the scenery was different from layer to layer. Some layers had towering mountains floating in the clouds, drifting with the clouds. Some layers had old trees with roots and scattered forests, also rooted in the clouds, also moving with the clouds, with no fixed position. Some layers had the vast ocean embedded in the clouds, with a wonderful scene. Some layers had the sun blazing like fire. And the sky was full of stars. Fang Sui walked all the way, but saw the ever-changing scenes in the 33 heavens cloud realm, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion at every step, and admired it frequently in his heart. Here, in the daytime, the sea of clouds was rippled, the sun was hanging in the sky, and when the night fell, the moonlight was sprinkled on the clouds. The scene was magnificent and magnificent, making people wonder if they were in a fairyland. There were all kinds of magnificent and unparalleled. Fang Sui looked around like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, without blinking. He also saw a scene like the flower and fruit mountain in one of the layers of clouds. There was a mountain range floating on the clouds, with peaks competing for beauty, connected to each other, stretching endlessly. There was a majestic peak in the mountain, with a waterfall reaching the sky and silver light flying. In this mountain range, lived a kind of spirit monkey, running happily in the mountains, leaping like flying, picking morning dew to quench thirst, eating spirit fruit to fill hunger. Each of them was psychic, and had a strong aura that was not weaker than that of a 3rd or 4th level cultivator, and was born strong. The fierce woman walking in front was actually cold-faced but warm-hearted. She was just a little sharp-tongued, but she was not a bad person. She rarely spoke to Fang Sui and explained, "These Pangu monkeys have the ability to transform into ancestors. They are the alien species that we have domesticated since ancient times in Archenxan land. They are among the 4 great spiritual beasts in Archenxan land. The Monkey King can transform into his ancestral body when fighting. He is 3,000 feet tall, connecting the sky and the earth. He has extraordinary combat power and is smarter than ordinary people. Well, he is probably as smart as you, Fang Sui. Fang Sui grinned and didn't respond. Everyone talked all the way and finally came to the top floor of the 33 Heavens Cloud Realm. The palaces here are very gorgeous, like the legendary Fairy Palace, but the more you walk into the building complex, the simpler it becomes. At the innermost layer, there are rows of wooden attic houses made of local materials. They are very unique, ancient and natural. There are 1 or 2 medicinal fields scattered among them, and the spiritual fragrance lingers in the nose. There weren't many people in the Immortal Land, and Fang Sui only saw a few people on his way up. However, when he reached the top floor, his arrival obviously caused quite a stir. From the palaces or attics, heads of different ages popped out and looked at Fang Sui in unison. These people, whether in terms of their living atmosphere or their personal demeanor, seemed like a group of hermits, but most of them had strong auras, showing the unfathomable foundation of the Immortal Land. Not long after, Fang Sui was arranged to stay here. He had already dealt with some recent matters in the secret hall before he came, so he was not in a hurry and stayed in the Immortal Land to wait. The Immortal Land is a holy place for cultivation. Its internal aura is ancient and extremely beneficial for cultivation. There are countless classics, and there are no secret techniques that are treasured. Fang Sui reads and watches them. He lived there for a few days and liked the tranquility and peace here. He thought that, if he had nothing to do in the future, it would be a good choice to be a live-in son-in-law and stay in the Immortal Land. At the beginning of the night, Fang Sui was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and suddenly opened his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. There was a rusty bronze bell in the ancient land of immortality. At the same moment Fang Sui opened his eyes, it suddenly rang by itself, emitting a clear and melodious sound that could be heard throughout the 33 days. PS. Please, please, please vote. Please help me, heroes. Thank you. Chapter 548 Northbound. Fang Sui came to the 5 Directions domain from Earth on the Mother of Life. He first arrived at the North Domain. So this time, when he left the Central Domain, he had to pass through the North Domain first, and then go north to finally reach Earth. The Mother of Life, that Fang Sui took, that year was a very high level airship with an extremely fast speed. More importantly, when the Mother of Life left the solar system, it triggered the 9 stars in the solar system, and tore open the void barrier with a magnificent and unparalleled star power, constructing an ultra-long distance anti-void channel. Even so, it took more than 3 months to reach the 5 Directions North Domain. From this, we can see that the Earth is far away from the 5 Directions Domain. Even if Cybertron has now advanced to the demigod level and can easily enter and exit the positive and negative voids, it is estimated that it will take at least half a year for Fang Sui to return to Earth without the vast power of the 9 stars in a row to build a channel. Fortunately, they were well prepared for this trip. Half of the space on the 2nd floor of Cybertron was specially opened up to transfer a team of nearly 1,000 elite spies under the secret palace to Cybertron. These people can receive news from all corners of the universe anytime and anywhere through the spiritual heart crystal. Helen and UK King, who replaced Muyu, are responsible for summarizing and screening, and then presenting it to Fang Sui for decision making. Therefore, although it is a long journey, it does not hinder work. There is no fixed goal that must be achieved on this trip, so everyone is in a leisurely mood, with a sense of vacation. Cybertron is unprecedentedly lively. In addition to the thousands of secret palace personnel, some peripheral members of the demon cult team have returned one after another. These peripheral members were attacked and killed on a large scale by the Shadow Clan some time ago, and only 1 in 10 survived. At present, only a dozen people have returned. However, it is precisely because of the attack by the Shadow Clan and the training of these people fighting against the Shadow Clan on the front line that the surviving members of the demon cult have received great training and grown rapidly and can already be called elite. In addition to these people, there is also a team of about 200 secret palace death squads on Cybertron. This team of death squads is considered the personal guard of Fang Sui, the chief of the secret palace, and is an armed force that only he can mobilize. In addition, there are two relatively special people, namely Miyu, who secretly let Jing Shan's escape, and Minimum Ro, Jing Shan's personal death squad, who was captured by Tina. For some reason, Fang Sui made a special trip to meet the imprisoned Miyu and Minimum Ro before leaving, and brought them to Cybertron. At this time, at the entrance of the 6th layer of Cybertron, where Ula and Fang Sui summoned many underworld monsters to fight and devour each other, Fang Sui's voice was heard. "I know you want to kill me to avenge Jing Shan's. This kind of hatred, that goes deep into the bone, can sometimes be a driving force. I really want to know what kind of potential you can unleash with the support of hatred. Well, if you can keep making rapid progress, you may have a chance to kill me in the future." Fang Sui's face was grim, and he said to Minimum Ro, who was standing opposite him and was covered in blood after fighting with the underworld monsters in the trial field, "But before you successfully kill me, you need to serve the secret palace. This is the price I pay for giving you the chance to take revenge." Minimum Ro's originally gentle face showed hatred at all times. She stared at Fang Sui fiercely and said slowly, "I will definitely kill you. You will regret your decision to keep me alive today in the future." Fang Sui chuckled and turned away, saying as he walked, "Every time you advance to a higher level or complete a mission for the secret hall, I will give you a solo challenge, which is a chance to kill me. As for when you can succeed, I will wait and see." Minimum Ro kept watching Fang Sui's figure disappear, and her heart was unwavering. "One day I will kill this thief with my own hands and avenge Lord Shanze. I will practice and improve myself at all costs." Fang Sui left the bloody trial field on the 6th floor and walked towards the main control room on the top floor of Cybertron. Occasionally, he would meet the secret hall's dead men and the outer members of the demon cult along the way. When these people saw Fang Sui, they would take the initiative to avoid him and salute him respectfully. Only when Fang Sui passed by did they dare to look at Fang Sui from behind, with fiery admiration in their eyes. Their admiration and respect for Fang Sui were completely sincere. After learning that Fang Sui had just defeated the demon commander a few days ago, this admiration had risen to a fanatical level. Not long ago, a peripheral member of the demon cult accidentally called Fang Sui's name. Even such a common thing was considered disrespectful to Fang Sui by others, and he was beaten up for no reason. It was a very miserable beating. This shows how much centripetal force Fang Sui has among the people around him. Guo Dongshan once joked that, even if Fang Sui directly issued a suicide order, there would be people who would not ask the reason and cut their necks with a knife. At this time, Fang Sui returned to the top floor through the teleportation array inside Cybertron, and thought as he walked, compared to Minimum Ro, who is simply full of hatred towards me, Miyu, who showed no abnormality after hearing the news of Jing Shan's death, seems a little unpredictable and hard to guess. Currently, Kaking has just taken over the work of the secret palace, and her efficiency is not high. If I want the secret palace staff around me to maintain the highest efficiency, Miyu is indispensable and must be re-employed. Time does not allow me to observe and analyze her more, so I can only bring her with me and pay more attention to her. Fang Sui frowned in thought and walked into the main control room on the top floor of Cybertron. Helen's magnetic voice, with a seductive charm that seduces the heart, entered her ears. During the period when the ancient heavenly forces ruled our 5 regions, there was an almost unified situation. Later, with the rise of the great god Moro, who was known as the most outstanding legendary god in history, there was a second similar situation of unification. The great god Moro was a peerless genius who gave birth to a god. At his peak, he completely controlled the central region, and the tentacles of power radiated throughout the 5 regions. He also unified the languages and writing of the intelligent races in our 5 regions, and even invented the technology to adjust the gravity of the stars, placing it in the core of the planet, so that the gravity on the millions of life source stars in our 5 regions is roughly similar, making it suitable for all life to live. The great god Moro's contributions to the 5 regions, and even to all intelligent creatures, can be called great achievements. However, history's evaluation of him is mixed. Some people say that he was too cruel. Before he disappeared, he killed hundreds of millions of people. No one knew what the people in the control room were discussing. Helen talked about the two most famous periods of near unification in the history of the Five Directions domain, and the legendary representative figure of the Five Directions domain, the Great God Morrow. Helen's pleasant voice kept on talking. The establishment of the Privy Council in the Secret Palace was originally proposed by the Great God Morrow, and later generations just continued his ideas. Although our secret palace has enormous power, and almost no one can touch it, there are actually many restrictions on us in various aspects. The most direct one is that the number of armed personnel in our secret palace is never allowed to exceed 50,000. Everyone knows that in a cosmic war involving tens of millions of people, the number of armed personnel should not exceed 50,000. This restriction makes us only able to protect ourselves. It also results in our power being heavy, but not having a huge military support that can overwhelm other Privy Council forces. Therefore, our secret palace and the Privy Council can only check and balance each other with the other several families, and depend on each other, and cannot dominate alone. In the main control room of Cybertron, which is full of sci-fi avant-garde style, with bright colors and changes every day, sat Helen, Yi-chan, Tina, Guo Dongshin, Zhao Xianzhao and others. Jiao was eager to see Fang Sui as soon as she came out of retreat a few days ago. She didn't even do the work of consolidating her new realm. She chose a quiet room to practice at this time, and was not in the main control room. Cybertron is now full of beauties. To exaggerate, if the 10 most beautiful women in the universe are selected, I'm afraid half of them are on Cybertron. This caused Guo Dongshin, Zhao Xianzhao, Wu Yangbo and other bachelors to be very anxious. They were all excited, jumping up and down, and teasing a few beauties, and talking to them from time to time. When Fang Sui walked into the main control room, Guo Dongshin was holding a tube of 21st century Earth specialty popcorn in his left hand and a cup of Mirinda in his right hand, and was busy trying to please Helen. Helen, you spoke well. You spoke well. Are you thirsty? This thing is called Mirinda. Fang Sui asked Cybertron to make it with a beverage machine. It has orange flavor and is delicious. You should try it. Fang Sui saw this scene as soon as he walked into the room and laughed. Everyone is here. Where is 13? Tina was dressed quite casually at home, with a loose and smooth top on her upper body and a short skirt on her slender and round legs, revealing most of her pink and smooth leg skin. On her fair and smooth feet, she wore a pair of furry little slippers, which looked extremely cute. When Fang Sui came in, she was yawning and walking out. She said lazily, 13 is a practice maniac. He is dragging Wu Yanbo to fight in the gravity training field. Hey, after my moon god bloodline was fully awakened, I don't know why, I always want to sleep. I'm so sleepy. You guys chat. Fang Sui joked, you can increase the blood strength in your body by sleeping now. I don't know how many people envy you. Increasing practice by sleeping soundly is the exclusive treatment of divine beasts. Tina looked so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She didn't want to argue with Fang Sui. She waved her little fist to show her dissatisfaction with Fang Sui's joke that she was a divine beast, and then she left leisurely. Zhao Xianzhao reluctantly withdrew his greedy eyes from Tina's back, looked at Guo Dongshin who was courting Helen, sighed with some envy, turned his head to look to the other side, stood up with a slightly bright look in his eyes, and walked towards a woman sitting on the side. The woman targeted by Zhao Xianzhao was Miyu, who was dressed in cold moon-colored clothes. She waited for Zhao Xianzhao's approach calmly, neither enthusiastic nor cold, and calmly responded with a few words, then stood up and walked to Fang Sui and said, Deputy Palace Master Fang, how is our itinerary? Do you have any specific plans? Fang Sui said casually, we don't have any fixed purpose for this trip, just treat it as a relaxing trip. Miyu's deep eyes, which did not reveal any emotions in her heart, flashed and reminded, Your Excellency is now the chief of the secret palace, and not long ago, you first killed the chief demon general Nkui, and then defeated the shadow demon marshal, which shocked both the enemy and us. Your every move now is enough to attract attention from all sides. Fang Sui frowned. Are you reminding me that this journey will not be peaceful and someone wants to kill me on the way? Mu said, I'm reminding you that this situation is bound to happen. The person the Shadow Clan wants to kill most urgently is you. Moreover, if they come to kill you, they will calculate your combat power to be able to kill the Dark Leader or even defeat the Demon Marshal. So I estimate that if someone really attacks, it is very likely that there will be a 7th level figure from the other side, and more than one. In view of this, I think that we should keep our whereabouts as top secret, and not reveal them to anyone or any force. Fang Sui sighed and said, it seems that it is quite difficult to stroll around peacefully. Then he ordered, you go and arrange the relevant matters. I will transmit Cybertron's thoughts to change its external form and enter the space invisible state. Since Cybertron had not left the central domain at this time, there were no problems in the next few days of the journey. More than 10 days later, Cybertron, which shuttled through the positive and negative space along the way, came to the intersection of the 5 North domain and the central domain. At the same time, the Mother's forces, which had not been active for a while, also showed new movements. P.S. Please vote. Please help me. Thank you. Chapter 549. Vacation-like trip. The important figures of the Mother's force include the Mothers, the legendary god of the source of all living things, and the 2 supreme gods, the Yin god Boronona and the Yang god whose name is still unknown. Below them are the 6 sons of gods, the 5 servants of goddesses, and the elders of the Dark Elders Council. The Mother's force has existed for almost the entire history of the universe, and is extremely ancient. They have been looming in countless historical periods and their movements are secretive. No one in the world knows how many secret arrangements the Mother's force has made over the long years. Even the Privy Council Secret Hall, one of the most powerful forces in this universe, is known for monitoring the world. However, when the Masters of the Secret Hall reviewed the information about the Mother's force, they always wrote the same comment at the end, unfathomable. This shows the depth of the Mother's force. So far, Fang Sui has mostly come into contact with the 5 servants of goddesses and the 6 sons of gods under the Mother's force, who are still in the process of recovery and growth. Any one of these people is qualified to fight Fang Sui head on. This alone can prove how talented the Mothers are. In this life, some plans that the Mothers have been brewing for a long time seem to be gradually coming to light. At this time, in a certain universe and time outside the 5 directions domain, there is a Mother of Life traveling in the anti-void. If someone sees the hugeness of this Mother of Life, they will be dumbfounded and shocked. It is actually the size of a galaxy, so huge that it is impossible to peek at its edge with the naked eye. It is so huge that it is unimaginable. It inherits the characteristics of an ordinary Mother of Life. It looks like a huge stone slab, floating in the reverse void, moving towards a fixed direction of time and space. It seems to have been traveling like this for thousands of years, pursuing something in eternity. Inside this Mother of Life, in a vast space temple, that seems to be the void of the universe, the son of good and evil, the son of demon, the son of reincarnation Yu Xiangsheng, the son of desire Wu Shen, the daughter of life and several other sons and daughters of gods who have been born are all there, in addition to the Great Elder who has never appeared in the Dark Elders Council, and who truly holds the power of the council. This Great Elder has a thin face and dark brown skin. He looks like an ancient corpse, and is a bit creepy. He wears a gorgeous ancient robe with silver and gold edges, and his demeanor is noble. This Great Elder has black hair, but his face is old, with ravines all over his face, and is full of marks of time. In the information held by the Secret Hall, there are various related analyses and speculations about this Great Elder of the Mother Forces. One of the theories speculates that he may have lived for endless years through some kind of evil magic, that is, an evil method similar to absorbing the vitality of other creatures and transferring it to himself. Although he has been getting older, he is almost immortal. He is called Old Demon and is a terrifying and extremely cruel person. At this moment, these giants of the Mother Forces gathered in this huge Mother of Life named Origin. Their purpose is unknown, which makes people very curious. The Great Yang God is about to return from the depths of endless time and space, driving the Eternal Temple. He has sent an oracle in advance, guiding us to find a god who has not been born for billions of years. That is, the Sun, the head of your 6 great sons of gods. The great elder's voice is very old, but there is a kind of convincing spiritual power hidden in it. Every syllable uttered from his mouth shakes people's souls and makes them feel awe involuntarily. After the great elder finished speaking, the mother of life fell into a brief silence. Soon after, everyone spoke up. An elder, you said that Lord Yangshan has passed down an oracle that Sun will wake up in this life to lead us. Then, are the coordinates of the time and space where Sun is sleeping also shown in the oracle? Legend has it that Sun has always been in a time and space prison that imprisoned the heads of all mother gods. Sun has always been known as the first of all gods. There are countless myths about his invincibility. He rarely appears, but every time he appears, he is invincible. If he appears in this universe, it is estimated that only Gao is qualified to fight him. Just from the throbbing expressions and discussions of several gods and goddesses, you can hear how important Sun is. At this time, the elder with the gaunt face waved his hand to stop everyone's discussion and said, the oracle sent by the Yang god also said that in this universe, there is someone who was born as the inheritor of a certain god system. This person will surely rise unstoppably and show his brilliance. If this person is allowed to grow, it will be very detrimental to our mother forces. The oracle said that we should do our best to stop and kill this person. But the strange thing is that the oracle did not show the name of this person who may become a big threat to our mother forces. Do you have any relevant guesses about who this person is? Sons of gods and daughters of gods? The son of the god of good and evil, the son of the devil. Yangshan, Wu Shen and Xenu looked at each other, and a name flashed through their minds at the same time. Fang Sui. The elder with the vicissitudes of life moved his eyelids up and down, as if he could see through what everyone was thinking, and said in a deep voice, are you all suspicious of Fang Sui? Ha, this elder has also heard of this person, and I have made targeted arrangements for him. He added, you may not know that among your 6 sons of gods and 5 servants of goddesses, there is another person who has awakened the memory of reincarnation in the past life. The most interesting thing is that this person who has awakened the memory will lurk beside Fang Sui. Once the opportunity comes, Fang Sui will definitely die. However, I'm not in a hurry to kill him. Since there is someone lurking beside him, his every move will be clearly grasped by us from now on. This value is far better than killing him immediately. Everyone's eyes lit up. It turns out that someone else has awakened the memory of reincarnation and is lurking beside Fang Sui. At the same time, Cybertron has entered the 5 Directions North territory. At this time, the image of Cybertron has changed drastically, like a void ghost. After listening to Mu Yu's advice, Fang Sui immediately transmitted the magic crystal to make a camouflage change to Cybertron. Cybertron's original gorgeous appearance of grey and blue completely disappeared, and it transformed into a dark color like the void, like a chameleon. In this way, it moves forward silently in space, and its trace cannot be seen visually, achieving a perfect invisible effect. Cybertron itself has always been evolving towards the direction of the intelligent mechanical mother base. After evolving to the current stage, it also has a certain ability to transform. So when the magic crystal received Fang Sui's order to change its form, it changed very thoroughly. Not only did the color of the surface change, but the original disc-shaped Cybertron also changed its entire appearance. Its 4 corners bulged and became square and straight, and it actually became a square magic cube with a length and width of more than 2,000 feet. The changed Cybertron looks thick and solid, and the whole body is dark. Now Cybertron, even if it meets face to face, it is difficult for anyone to connect it with the Cybertron spacecraft that has also been known by countless people as Fang Sui became famous all over the world. At this time, Cybertron is hovering in the outer space of a famous life source star in the northern region. It turned out that Guo Dangshan and others all agreed that, since there was no set goal for this trip and Fang Sui was not in a hurry, there was no need to rush. So everyone proposed to take some precautions in some places along the way. The star they chose to stay on was called the Blue Sea Star. It was a star with abundant sunshine, white beaches, and clear blue seas, and the tourism and trade industries were extremely developed. Everyone was in the mood for vacation, and planned to stay here for a day before leaving. In order to conceal their whereabouts, everyone changed their appearance and then left Cybertron in batches, agreeing to meet at the Jiaoyang Blue Sea City on the star. After that, they all whistled and rushed to the Blue Sea Star. Fang Sui and Gao, Yi-chan, who had just been called out from the warm-up state, and Zhang Shizhen set off last. After Guo Dongshan and the others left Cybertron, each of them stepped on a thing made by Cybertron called a space skateboard, and set off with loud shouts. Zhang Shizhen said with an itch in his heart, "Boss, their thing can surf in space. It looks very fun, with a lot of tricks. How can we go down? Don't let them beat us." Fang Sui sneered, "Look at your little ability, look at me." After saying that, he spread his hands, and a cold silver iron box appeared in his hands. The next moment, the small iron box opened from the middle accompanied by a pleasant mechanical sound, and opened layer by layer to both sides. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would have thought that a metal box the size of a matchbox would eventually be combined into a cold silver four-wheeled sports car lying in the air in front of everyone. After being opened layer by layer, from a matchbox-sized box, it became a sports car. This change not only involves the legendary space folding technology, but more importantly, the complex and orderly steps displayed in a series of changes, are truly pleasing to the eye, dazzling and stunning. Even Yi-chan, a rich girl who was used to seeing all kinds of good things, was stunned. Zhang Shizhen said with envy, "Boss, what is this? Is it also made by Cybertron?" Fang Sui said, "Well, it is a new mechanical wonder made after Cybertron became a demigod. There are only 2 finished products so far, one for each of us." Dongshan was in a hurry and there were not enough things to go around, so he didn't get any. "I call this thing a metal magic box. It has the ability to change into 100 forms. It can turn into cars and small ships in various forms. This is just the simplest function." Zhang Shizhen said excitedly, "This thing is much cooler than Dongshan and his friend's Void skateboard. Let's hurry and chase them." Fang Sui threw out another metal magic box and said, "This thing has reached the level of semi-mechanical intelligence. You give instructions to the magic box through mental sensing, and it can change by itself." "Okay." Zhang Shizhen happily reached out to catch the magic box, and then threw it out again. This guy's ideas have always been simple and crude. The command conveyed to the magic box was not to transform into a delicate thing like a sports car, but to transform into a scarlet tank-like behemoth with a rumbling engine. He happily jumped into the big tank and operated it. But in a moment, the big tank roared and started moving in space, rushing towards the blue sky, blue sea, and bright stars below. Fang Sui and the other 2 also boarded the cold silver 4-wheel sports car. Yi-chan was quite curious about this new toy and rushed to drive it. Fang Sui smiled and gave up the driving position and went to the back seat with Gao. Yi-chan figured out the operation method in a blink of an eye. The sports car started instantly, as elegant as a stream of light, and caught up with Zhang Shizhen's big tank in the blink of an eye. Yi-chan teased through the window, "Shizhen, your car is too big and clumsy, and it runs too slowly." Zhang Shizhen was not convinced and said, "Then let's compete." "Okay." The next moment, the 2 cars sped through the space, like 2 flashes of lightning, and with a swish, they both disappeared into the space, leaving no trace and no one could see them. P.S. Well, the plot I want to write in the next period of time is quite interesting. Thank you for your attention. Please vote, and please help me. Thank you. Chapter 550, Vacation-like Trip, Part 2. The Blue Sea Star is a star with highly developed tourism resources. The 5 southern regions and the western regions are currently at war with the Shadow Clan, and the eastern region has also been invaded before. This has led to the rapid development of the relatively remote northern region in recent years, showing an unusual prosperity. People from all over the world have chosen to come to the northern region for vacation and rest. The Blue Sea Star is one of the top 10 tourist stars in the northern region, and its prosperity can be imagined. The space outside the stars is full of various air-traveling ships from all over the universe. At this time, there are 2 rays of light, one black and one silver, like fleeting meteors, speeding around the huge Blue Sea Star with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of miles, competing in speed. These 2 rays of light are naturally the Cybertron Magic Box sports cars driven by Yi-chan and Zhang Shizhen. The two cars use the stars as the axis and the space as the runway. They are speeding around the stars, chasing each other, and it looks extremely fast, which is very exciting. This scene attracted the attention and discussion of many people in the ships stationed in the outer space of the Blue Sea Star. The sports car driven by Yi-chan had an obvious advantage in shape, which was conducive to speeding. Zhang Shizen's big tank was thick and solid, so it ran a lot slower. After chasing around the Blue Sea Star for a while, it was pulled away by the sports car named Silver Phoenix by Yi-chan and fell behind. Yi-chan chuckled, looking very proud. Her long hair was blown by the airflow swept in from outside the car, and she squinted her pair of sparkling starry eyes, and said to the voice transmission system in the car, "Hey, Shizen, I'm first and you're second. Are you convinced?" Zhang Shizen muttered, "It's just a competition between the two of us. What's the difference between you first and me second? It just means you win and I lose." Then he changed the subject and said, "Boss, I have a good idea. We are going back to your hometown this time. The journey is long and there is nothing to do along the way. Let's let Subertron quickly make some metal magic boxes, try to get one for each team member, and then hold a space racing competition. It won't delay the journey and it's fun. Just think about it, so many cars speeding in space, how cool." Yi-chan responded first, "I must be the best female driver in our team." Fang Sui sat comfortably in the backseat of the Silver Phoenix driven by Yi-chan. He stretched out one hand to hug Jiao's slender waist and kneaded it like a hooligan. Jiao blushed slightly, but she let him do his tricks and didn't refuse. She just turned her head and gave him a look of anger. Fang Sui was very happy and looked very proud. Suddenly, he saw Yi-chan glaring at him through the rearview mirror, wrinkling his upturned nose and making a disdainful expression. Fang Sui blushed a little, which was rare. Yi-chan obviously saw that he was playing a hooligan and teasing Jiao behind his back. Fang Sui heard Zhang Shizen's proposal and said, "Racing in space sounds interesting. Let's go back and try it." Swoosh. At this time, Yi-chan turned the car around and headed towards the atmosphere of the Blue Sea Star. Jiaoyang Blue Sea City is the core city on the star. Because it is a resource star mainly for tourism, the construction style in the main city of the star is relaxed and bright. The appearance of each building is extremely ingenious, either exaggerated and magnificent, or small and exquisite, unique and ingenious. The lines and shapes have a touching visual impact, which makes people dazzled. Bahei City is built on the seaside, with a vast area. Many buildings in the city extend to the sea and under the sea, which is convenient for tourists to enjoy sea tours and other projects. This is indeed a rare place in the world to relax. The coastal beaches in the city alone are divided into 4 parts: the Gold Coast, the Azure Coast, the Shell Coast and the White Sand Coast. These 4 coasts have their own characteristics. The sand on the Gold Coast is truly light gold. The Azure Coast is light blue fine sand, full of fantasy. The remaining Shell Coast and White Sand Coast are the common white sand. Among the 4 coasts, the White Sand Coast has the finest sand. There is a saying that the sand is as smooth as water, so the White Sand Coast is the most loved by tourists from all directions. Of course, the price is not cheap. Playing here for a day only requires a second level energy crystal for the entrance fee, which is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can afford. Fortunately, Fang Sui and his party are not short of money, so they chose the White Sand Coast to play. When Fang Sui and others arrived at Beisha Beach, it was a time when morning and noon were changing. It was the best time of the day for a beach vacation. After Fang Sui, Jiao, Yi-chan, Zhang Shizen and the other 4 arrived at Beisha Beach, they saw that there were quite a lot of people. They found a place on the beach in groups of 3 or 5, lying or sitting. Some people were surfing or doggy paddling on the sea. It was a lively scene. Jiuo Dongshan, Tina, Helen, Zhao Shai and Cao, Wu Yangbo and other guys who arrived earlier, as well as more than 10 peripheral members of the demon cult, were already having fun and surfing on the sea. What was dazzling was the cool clothes of the ladies on the beach. When playing on the beach, naturally, they didn't wear much. Most people wore clothes similar to bikinis. There were also some professional surfers, men and women, who wore one-piece tight swimsuits that outlined their body lines like sharkskin swimsuits. There were two suns in the sky, one large and one small, competing for brilliance, shining the warm sunlight down. The blue sea was clear and sparkling, and the corals in the sea were colorful and dreamy. Walking barefoot on the white and smooth beach, Fang Sui felt very happy. The reason why he had to drag Gao here was for the bikini. Just thinking about Gao wearing a bikini, Fang Sui felt a little proud. In fact, before Gao came to the beach, she guessed Fang Sui's thoughts. When she came to the beach, Gao glanced at Fang Sui's smoky look and spit lightly. She and Yi-chan were not shy, and changed into swimsuits generously, and returned to Fang Sui in a blink of an eye. For this trip, everyone changed their appearance appropriately to avoid being noticed and exposing their whereabouts. The women deliberately weakened their beautiful appearance, but even so, they were still stunningly beautiful and the best among the beauties. Tina and Helen had arrived earlier, causing quite a stir in the surrounding area, attracting many people's attention. At this moment, Gao and Yi-chan appeared again, and the people nearby were even more shocked, and they kept exclaiming, "Hey, today's luck is really good, it's really unprecedented, I actually saw such a graceful woman." If it weren't for Fang Sui and others who were all extraordinary, with eyes like lightning, and didn't look like good people, it is estimated that someone would have been unable to bear it, and came to tease the women. Even now, there are many people eager to try. After Yi-chan and Gao put on their swimsuits, the restlessness in the crowd became more and more obvious. Many people looked restless. Some wanted to come over to introduce themselves, at least to make themselves familiar, and some were timid and wanted to see, but didn't dare to look openly. From time to time, they took advantage of various opportunities to glance over and secretly take a look. In fact, Yi-chan and Gao chose one-piece swimsuits, which only exposed their arms and perfect jade smooth long legs, which was far from being exposed and tempting. Moreover, the two girls also wore sun visors, which covered their clear and lively eyes and half of their beautiful faces, so outsiders could not see much of their true appearance. The reason why they attracted everyone's attention was more because of their outfits, which showed off their flawless bodies. The skin of the two girls was as smooth as porcelain, shining with crystal luster, and dazzling white. Their body proportions were flawless, and their chests and hips were impeccable beautiful. Under the outline of the white swimsuits, they really had a fatal attraction that made people unable to look away. On the beach, countless people looked around, sometimes looking at Helen and Tina who were surfing and playing in the shallow sea, and sometimes looking at Gao and Yi-chan beside Fang Sui, and they were dazzled. Fang Sui became a complete supporting role, and was automatically filtered out by countless eyes, as if he didn't exist. Occasionally, someone looked at him, and they were all envious, jealous, and hateful. "This boy looks really ordinary, why would those two stunning women be around him? It's really unfair." Fang Sui wore a pair of big shorts full of tropical style. His upper body was naked, revealing the smooth muscle lines of a cheetah, and his skin was bronze. Without deliberately doing it, he naturally exuded a strong masculinity. His eyes were not idle either. Like other people around him, he kept wandering back and forth between Tina and Helen in the shallow sea area, and Gao and Yi-chan beside him, and then he searched around for other pleasing beauties. Of course, Fang Sui's sight was still more on the two women beside him, especially Gao, who was his own wife, so he looked at her unscrupulously, with his eyes shining. This guy thought as he watched, "Wow, my Gao's figure and skin are simply the most perfect works of art. There is not a single flaw to be found. Her legs look soft and elastic, and her beautiful feet are so white that they are tempting to commit crimes. Unfortunately, Gao is too thin-skinned. If I make a move here, I will probably get beaten. I don't seem to be able to beat her at the moment, which is a problem." Fang Sui was a little distressed at this moment. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, he had no idea what to do. Gao, Fang Sui, and Yi-chan were not in a hurry to go into the water. On the beach, the three of them used the metal magic box that ended its sports car form and retracted into a small box to transform into a small pavilion similar to a parasol. They lay on 3 lounge chairs under the pavilion, enjoying the sunshine and the lively atmosphere around them. Zhang Shizhen, as soon as he arrived, hurried to find Dangshan to show off his metal magic box. After he arrived at the beach, He directly controlled the metal magic box to transform into a blue and white yacht with smooth shape and beautiful round lines. It was really cool and successfully attracted the interest of Tina and Helen as well as more than a dozen peripheral members of the magic cult. In a blink of an eye, they all gathered on the yacht. The group drove the yacht back and forth in the shallow sea area, playing all kinds of tricks. Hey, Fang Sui, are your eyes still enough? Look how busy you are. You have never been idle since you came here. What are you looking at? Ji Yao and Yi Chan saw Fang Sui looking for beautiful women around and said in unison. Fang Sui didn't look embarrassed at all and said very frankly, let me make it clear in advance, I may look at you, but I don't have any bad intentions. The key is that people around are looking at you, and if I don't look back at you, then we will be at a loss. But my eyes are really not enough. It's not enough to just look at the two of you, and I have to look at others, which makes me very tired. Seeing that he looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, the two women laughed and scolded. How shameless. Fang Sui was not ashamed but rather complacent, and admitted it frankly. At this time, Jiuo Dongshan also ran over in a pair of big shorts and shouted from a distance, where did you get that metal magic box? Why is there no share for me? Look, the pretty girl is about to be kidnapped by 13's yacht. Fang Sui rolled his eyes and said, there are only 2 magic boxes. One was given to 13 and the other was just given to Yi Chan. I don't have a share yet. What do you think we should do? Jiuo Dongshan said dejectedly, only 2? Fang Sui said, well, that thing is not easy to make. If a demigod Suburtron wants to make one, he will have to stop everything else and spend several days. Jiuo Dongshan turned his eyes to Yi Chan pitifully and said, sister, can you give yours to me to play with? Yi Chan made a HMPH sound and refused. No. Then he said, let's go to the sea to play. Several people collected the metal magic box that turned into a parasol and came to the seaside with waves. Yi Chan took out the metal magic box and prepared to turn it into a yacht under Jiuo Dongshan's envious gaze. Fang Sui stood aside, bored, his eyes wandering around, and suddenly frowned slightly, turning his head to look in the direction of Zhang Shizhen, Tina, Helen and others on the CPS. Please vote, please help me, thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.